It was unknown if exchanging the life-saving bamboo leaf for a method to treat the cold disease was a gain or a loss. But for Song Shuhang, Li Yinzhu was more important than the bamboo leaf. After experiencing Taoist priest Li Tianzu's life in the dreamland, he felt as though he was facing his own daughter when facing Li Yinzhu. The great northern emperor held his chin, and said, "It's not difficult to treat this cold disease you are talking about. The best method would be to pass on to her a supplementary cultivation technique of mine. However, it's not easy to learn this supplementary cultivation technique, and from what you said, the daughter of your dead friend has only 1 year left to live. I'm afraid she might pass away before learning the technique." Song Shuhang could only force a smile. Li Yinzhu's remaining lifespan was indeed a problem. Such being the case, if you want to treat the daughter of your dead friend, it's better if I first refine an ice soul pill to transform her constitution. Then, when matched with the supplementary cultivation technique I'll teach her, they'll defeat the cold disease with even more ease. After some time, the poison inside her body will be completely eradicated or absorbed, the great northern emperor said. "Senior, in that case, are you willing to help Yinzhu?" Song Shuhang asked expectantly. "Of course. I'm someone that always repays favors. Little fellow Taoist, you did me a big favor by bringing me back to life, and by helping you treat the daughter of your dead friend, I can repay part of this favor," the great northern emperor said with a smile. After hearing his words, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. With the help of the great northern emperor of the ancient heavenly city, there was hope to treat Li Yinzhu's disease. "However, I'm unable to refine pills right away," the great northern emperor said. "Is it possible that the great northern emperor hasn't recovered his strength yet since he just came back to life, and he needs some time?" Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as though he had guessed Song Shuhang's thoughts, the great northern emperor explained, "It's not that my strength hasn't recovered. I'm just not sure if I have the necessary medicinal materials to refine the pill. When I died the last time, I lost all the treasures I had with me. As such, I'm not sure if I can gather all the materials for the ice soul pill." Although he had several other hidden treasure houses, so many years had passed, and it was unknown if those treasure houses were still safe. He needed to find the time check. "Senior, what medicinal materials do you need to refine the ice soul pill?" Song Shuhang asked. If it was about collecting medicinal materials, he could contribute. "Don't be impatient. I'll first check in the Palace of Winter. I hid some medicinal materials there in the past. When the time comes, we'll make a list of the medicinal materials we lack," the great northern emperor said. Song Shuhang. This was awkward. He had already taken the Palace of Winter away, and it was now part of his inner world. What happened to my Palace of Winter? Why can't I sense its presence? At this time, the great northern emperor tilted his head and looked at the green sea turtle. "Heaven's master, where did your Palace of Winter go?" The green sea turtle was likewise shocked. "I asked the question first. Why are you asking me the same question in return? Operate your brain and think about it. Where is my Palace of Winter?" The great northern emperor grabbed the green sea turtle and swung it around. "Heavens! Master, don't shake me like this. My turtle balls will fall off," the green sea turtle said, somewhat worried. "In addition, I've been guarding your resurrecting formation all along. I wasn't the one guarding the Palace of Winter." The great northern emperor said angrily, "In that case, who was in charge of the Palace of Winter?" The green sea turtle carefully pondered for a moment, and said, "If I remember correctly, it was a loyal subordinate of yours, a member of the Cold Gleam series." "All right, what happened to Cold Gleam?" the great northern emperor asked. "Dead," the green sea turtle replied. The great northern emperor was dumbfounded. "Dead? How did he die?" "Heaven's master, Cold Gleam was only a cultivator of the 5th stage. His talent was very ordinary, and he was unable to break through past the 5th stage realm and died of old age. From what I remember, after dying of old age, he left the duty to guard the Palace of Winter to his descendants. But the talent of his descendants turned out to be even worse than his, and they didn't even reach the 5th stage realm. As such, before I entered into a deep slumber, several different generations took turns to guard the Palace of Winter. As for what happened afterward, I don't remember too clearly, the green sea turtle said. The great northern emperor stood in midair, and faintly sighed. Dead, even if one was a 9th stage tribulation transcender, they would have a limited lifespan, and even if they were an immortal, they could still die. Unless they became the wielder of the will, there was always a chance they might die. After a short moment, the great northern emperor gently shook his head. If that's the case, I'll just use a secret technique to look for the Palace of Winter. The Palace of Winter was one of the treasures of the great northern emperor, and he naturally had the means to locate its position. After saying this much, the great northern emperor stretched out his hand, starting to count on his finger. Then, string-like cold air materialized between his fingers. Shuhang felt that the Palace of Winter in his inner world had started to resonate. The great northern emperor was worthy of the title of immortal. Even the obstruction of the inner world was unable to cut off the connection between him and the Palace of Winter. Shuhang sighed, and replied reluctantly, "Senior, about that, aside from some ordinary medicinal materials with low age and a few 9 cold pills, there was nothing else in the Palace of Winter." The Palace of Winter was the caravan of the world of cultivators. He had managed to move it to his inner world with much difficulty, but he didn't expect to meet its original owner before even enjoying it. How do you know?" the great northern emperor asked. "Because the Palace of Winter is in my possession," Shuhang replied with his heart in pain. The great northern emperor. The green sea turtle. Well, that was awkward. The whole scene was very awkward. Who could come over and lighten the atmosphere? After a short moment. Wait a moment. Little friend, did you just say that the Palace of Winter is in your possession? Does this mean that you can control the size of the Palace of Winter? The great northern emperor suddenly asked. His Palace of Winter was a large-sized magical treasure, and its size could be changed at will. However, only he could use the command to change the size of the palace. Perhaps there was still another guy that knew how to use it. After all, the Palace of Winter was built with their help. Yes, Shuhang said. The great northern emperor carefully sized up Shuhang. After getting stared at like that, Shuhang got a scare. He felt as though all his secrets had been laid bare in front of the great northern emperor. After a short moment, the corner of the eye of the great northern emperor twitched. Then, he pointed at Shuhang, and shouted, "Chenglin, you wretch! Why the hell have you disguised as slow-witted Song?" Shuhang was dumbfounded. He shook his head, and said, "Senior, I'm not Chenglin. Do you really think you can deceive my eyes? Naive. My eyes can see through all secrets. Chenglin, are you coming out on your own, or do you want me to personally pull you out?" The great northern emperor sneered. Just as if it had been affected by his mood, the temperature in the area around Shuhang suddenly dropped. That cold that could even freeze one's soul burst forth. Thereupon, the virtuous Lamia resurfaced from Shuhang's body, protecting him on her own initiative. She floated above his head as her tail tightly wrapped around his body, shielding him from the biting cold. After she appeared, her beautiful eyes stared at the great northern emperor. At #%times? How come you are also here? The great northern emperor was again dumbfounded. Then, his facial features immediately returned gentle. From the looks of it, both Chenglin and the previous self of the virtuous Lamia, that woman with the beauty mark called at #%times, were members of the ancient heavenly city, and were acquainted with the great northern emperor. In addition, from the way the expression of the great northern emperor changed, his relationship with that woman with the beauty mark fairy at #%times, seemed very good. Song Shuhang. Heavens! What's happening? Both the Jade Lake Empress and fairy at #%times? The green sea turtle shook its head. At this time, the Great Northern Emperor carefully looked at the virtuous Lamia, seemingly realizing something. Little friend, why is at #% golden light of virtue form attached to your body? Curiosity flashed in the eyes of the Great Northern Emperor. He saw that the one attached to Song Shuhang's body wasn't at #% in person, but something akin to golden light of virtue. I'm also unsure. I met her in the past, and when my light of virtue materialized afterward, it became like this, Song Shuhang said. He felt that if he had said something like, it probably became like this because I ferried her soul, the Great Northern Emperor would have flown into a rage and chastised him. The Great Northern Emperor pondered for a short while, and said, in that case, what's the deal with that aura belonging to Qinglin on your body? This is a long story. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and decided to let Yi Si make a small appearance. Yi Si made her small face and hands drill out of Song Shuhang's chest, waving at the Great Northern Emperor. Who is she? The Great Northern Emperor stared at Yi Si. He could tell that she wasn't Qinglin, but her aura was the same as Qinglin's. From a certain point of view, Yi Si is Fairy Qinglin's daughter, Song Shuhang replied. Heavens! The green sea turtle was shocked. Heavens! The Great Northern Emperor was also shocked. Which man is so incredible that Qinglin willingly gave birth to his child? I simply can't believe my ears. Qinglin unexpectedly gave birth to a daughter. Heavens, if I hadn't seen this child with my own eyes, would have spat on anyone saying that Qinglin would one day have a baby. This is big news. How did you even come up with this theory that Fairy Qinglin was doomed to be forever alone? Child, your name is Yi Si, right? Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Although I had different views from your mother Qinglin, we could be still considered friends. Even if some of the things she did put me in a bad mood, we weren't enemies, the Great Northern Emperor said gently. Yi Si blinked her eyes. Child, can you tell me who your father is? The Great Northern Emperor asked out of curiosity. Qinglin's daughter was surnamed Yi, and she should have taken her father's surname. During ancient times, which powerhouse was surnamed Yi? The Great Northern Emperor pondered for a while, but was unable to recall anybody. The main reason was that they were all cultivators, and they would use their Taoist name while introducing themselves. It was rare for them to use their full name. At the end of the day, which powerhouse surnamed Yi had convinced Qinglin to give birth to a child for him? He sure was incredible. My father? Yi Si blinked her eyes, and started to recall her parents. It was a memory from a long, long time ago. A lot of time had passed, and she didn't even remember what her father and mother looked like at this point. In addition, Yi Si had died once, and although Qinglin brought her back to life with a secret technique, her memory was greatly affected. As if that wasn't enough, her father was a cultivator with ordinary strength. By now, so much time had passed that not even his bones remained. After thinking up to this point, Yi Si started to get sentimental. Since she got all sentimental, the tome of never-ending tears was activated, and her tears started to fall uncontrollably. Once the tome of never-ending tears was activated, tears wouldn't stop easily. Tears streamed down Yi Si's face, and even if she was continuously wiping them away with her small hands, they just weren't stopping. She looked very charming and delicate right now. The Great Northern Emperor was confused. Heavens! What is happening? Why has this girl suddenly started crying? And why does she look this sad? Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Master, I feel you shouldn't inquire any further. I just can't keep watching, the green sea turtle said. The Great Northern Emperor. What indiscreet question did I ask? I'm sorry, it's just that I felt somewhat sad. Sob, sob, sob. Senior, you don't need to worry. I'll be fine after crying for a while. Sob, 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 Yi Si waved at the Great Northern Emperor. Then, she covered her face and drilled back into Song Shuhang's body, disappearing without a trace. The Great Northern Emperor. In the end, what indiscreet question did I ask? Sure enough, whether it is Cheng Lin or her daughter, their train of thought travels on a different rail from mine, and we simply can't have a normal exchange. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for the moment. The Great Northern Emperor sighed. Then, he said, little friend, give me back the Palace of Winter for now. Senior, wait a moment, Song Shuhang said. He was someone that would leave to the police even the pennies he had found by the roadside, let alone the caravan of the world of cultivators. However, his heart was somewhat in pain. If his bamboo leaf hadn't activated the formation, the Great Northern Emperor wouldn't have come back to life, and he would have kept the Palace of Winter. A few seconds later, Yi Si reappeared again with tears streaming down her face. This time, she directly appeared beside Song Shuhang, holding a scale model of the Palace of Winter in her hand. Sob, sob, sob senior, this is your Palace of Winter. Sob, sob, sob I'll now return it to you. Yi Si returned the Palace of Winter. The Great Northern Emperor took the Palace of Winter and looked at Yi Si, who seemed especially sad, and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Master, I can watch no longer. Bullying the younger generation is a bad habit, and you should definitely correct it, the green sea turtle said righteously. The corner of the eye of the Great Northern Emperor twitched. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the tail of the green sea turtle, spinning it around and throwing it far into the distance. Stupid turtle, get lost. Boom! The green sea turtle slammed into an ice mountain far away, smashing it to pieces. It looked to be in great pain. The Great Northern Emperor stretched out his hand and quickly passed it over the Palace of Winter. Sure enough, the valuable medicinal materials he had left in the Palace of Winter had disappeared. The only thing inside right now was some medicinal materials that had been collected not too long ago. The Great Northern Emperor sighed, and looked at Song Shuhang. After a short moment, he suddenly asked, little friend, do you like the Palace of Winter? Yes, I like it quite a bit, Song Shuhang replied. His inner world just happened to lack a Palace of Winter. Since you like it, I'll gift it to you. After coming back to life this time, I cut off all my relationships with the ancient heavenly city, and this Palace of Winter is something that belongs to the ancient heavenly city. To tell you the truth, I already considered getting rid of it, the Great Northern Emperor said. Song Shuhang patted his chest, and said, Senior, you can just leave it to me in that case. The Great Northern Emperor faintly smiled, and said, since you are Cheng Lin's son-in-law and someone that fairy at #% attaches great importance to, I won't lie to you. This Palace of Winter is a portion of the ancient heavenly city, and there is some deep karma between it and the heavenly city. If you accept the Palace of Winter, you'll take my place and inherit the karma between the Palace of Winter and the heavenly city as well. Therefore, think carefully before making your choice. Song Shuhang paused for a moment, and then asked, Senior, can you tell me in detail about this karma? Speaking of karma with the heavenly city, Song Shuhang was already deeply embroiled in it. The cultivation technique he practiced, the 33 divine beasts technique, came from the divine beast department of the ancient heavenly city. His ghost spirit Yi Si was Cheng Lin's daughter, the Jade Lake Empress of the ancient heavenly city. His light of virtue, in other words, fairy at #% was related to the ancient heavenly city as well. In addition, he'd visited the mysterious island in the past, and that island had a very complex relationship with the heavenly city. But, this portion of his memories had been sealed, and he had recovered only a small part of it so far. After that, he explored the Jade Lake realm alongside Senior White, obtaining the authority to freely go in and out of it. As if that wasn't enough, the scholarly faction had gifted him several immortal caves, and according to what true monarch Eternal Fire had said, these immortal caves were small fragments of the ancient heavenly city. During the next few days, true monarch Eternal Fire would deliver him those immortal caves. There was also another matter. Several members of the ancient heavenly city had a certain imperial pearl with them, which was somehow related to the heavenly emperor. Whenever this imperial pearl was in front of him, it would break to pieces. If the ancient heavenly city was a quagmire, Shuhang already sunk halfway into it. I can't explain this karma in just a few sentences. I can only say that the Palace of Winter might represent a great opportunity for you, but might also bring you great misfortune. Let's not talk about the long-term karma, and only concentrate on the short-term one. Do you know that some influences had been secretly hunting down the survivors of the ancient heavenly city after the fall of the latter? If you take the Palace of Winter, you might become the target of those influences, the great Northern Emperor said. I understand, Shuhang said with a nod. Therefore, are you sure you want the Palace of Winter? I won't force you, and the choice is entirely up to you. This way, you won't have regrets in the future, the great Northern Emperor said. Senior, I'll accept the Palace of Winter, Shuhang said. He already had a deep relationship with the ancient heavenly city, and didn't really mind accepting the Palace of Winter as well. You are ambitious. I really like youngsters like you, full of enthusiasm and easy to deceive, the great Northern Emperor said. Shuhang. What do you mean by easy to deceive? The great Northern Emperor laughed and stretched out his hand again, caressing the Palace of Winter. Shuhang clearly felt the mark of the great Northern Emperor disappear from the Palace of Winter. Soon afterward, the great Northern Emperor gave the Palace of Winter to Shuhang. I'll leave the palace to you. Be sure to take care of it properly. The Palace of Winter was his symbol, and by giving it to Shuhang, he was leaving behind his identity as great Northern Emperor of the ancient heavenly city. Senior, can I ask you why you decided to cut off your relationship with the ancient heavenly city? Shuhang suddenly asked. How can I explain it? The ancient heavenly city was the path that belonged to the heavenly emperor. This path was truly terrifying, and had the heavenly emperor succeeded, the entire universe would have undergone great changes. At that time, the other fellow Taoists and I were part of the great path of the heavenly emperor, the great Northern Emperor said with a smile. But the path of the heavenly emperor failed. As such, it's only natural for me to get away from this path. Is that so? Shuhang asked out of curiosity. He felt that things weren't this simple. For now, I can only tell you this much. The rest is a secret, and I won't easily tell you about it, not even if you are Chenglin's son-in-law or related to Fairy at #%times, the great Northern Emperor said with a smile. Shuhang. Take the Palace of Winter. Afterward, we'll discuss again the method to treat the daughter of your dead friend. The ice soul pill needs to be refined quickly. In the next days, I'll take out the time to check my old treasure houses and see how many medicinal materials I can gather. If there are some missing medicinal materials, I'll contact you, and we'll go look for them together. It would be best to gather all the medicinal materials within 10 days and start refining the pill, the great Northern Emperor said. Sure, no problem, Shuhang said. In addition, bring this back and give it to the daughter of your dead friend. The great Northern Emperor stretched out his hand and slashed at the glacier beneath his feet, cutting off a thick piece of ice. Then, he stretched out his finger and poked at the block of thick ice, engraving a supplementary cultivation technique within. This is my supplementary cultivation technique. Immediately bring it back to the daughter of your dead friend and make her practice it so that she can be ready. Then, as I finish refining the ice soul pill, we can cure her cold disease. The great Northern Emperor handed over the thick block of ice. Shuhang received the block of ice. In that case, let us meet again, little friend, the great Northern Emperor said. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand and waved it, summoning over the green sea turtle. The Great Northern Emperor jumped on the back of the turtle. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Little friend, I didn't ask your Taoist name." "Senior, my Taoist name is Scholar Mountain of Books," Song Shuhang said as he cupped his hands. "A scholarly disciple? But don't you practice a Buddhist cultivation technique? Your light of virtue is so dazzling that it almost blinded my eyes," the Great Northern Emperor said, puzzled. "No. Actually, the cultivation technique I practice is the 33 Divine Beasts technique," Song Shuhang said. "Heavens! The 33 Divine Beasts technique of the Divine Beast Department," the green sea turtle gasped in amazement. "Indeed," Song Shuhang said. "Interesting. In that case, let us meet again, little friend Scholar Mountain of Books." After saying this much, the Great Northern Emperor cupped his hands. Then, Song Shuhang felt as though the entire world started spinning. When he recovered, he found himself outside the forbidden area. Was the Great Northern Emperor planning to send him off when he said, "Let us meet again"? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he looked at his posture earlier, he even thought that the Great Northern Emperor would ride the turtle and leave the forbidden area. Just as he was in deep thought, a sword light suddenly popped out of the ground, slashing toward him. The sword chi was extremely sharp, and it made Song Shuhang's scalp go numb. The reason Song Shuhang's scalp went numb was that this attack was aimed at his private parts, and if a man got hurt there, their life would be over. As if that wasn't enough, the Great Northern Emperor had just sent him outside the forbidden area. Song Shuhang had yet to return to his senses, and he was totally caught off guard by this attack. The enemy had seized the opportunity to launch a precise and ruthless attack. Still, even if Song Shuhang was caught off guard, the virtuous Lamia was protecting him 24/7. As such, she immediately made her appearance as the enemy attacked from below. She wrapped her tail around Song Shuhang and threw him away. Then, she raised the blood bone and met the sharp sword of the enemy. Clang! That sword imbued with spiritual energy the assassin had used was sent flying after the collision with the blood bone as cracks appeared on its surface. The strength of the blood bone didn't decrease, and after sending the sharp sword flying, it hit the head of the assailant. The assailant cried out in pain, and their whole body was pushed back into the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The virtuous Lamia gently shook the blood bone. The hardness of the bone wasn't inferior to that of a godly weapon, and whenever the virtuous Lamia was holding it, a layer of golden light of virtue visible to the naked eye shone around it. The golden light of virtue was different from true chi and spiritual energy. It was unable to amplify the offensive power of a magical treasure, and it couldn't transform into something akin to sword chi either. Nevertheless, this same golden light of virtue could display unimaginable power when the virtuous Lamia was the one making use of it. Even something like the face-slapping flip-flop could take down a puppet of the 4th or 5th stage rank while the Lamia used it. The blood bone could likewise display the power of a godly weapon when in the hands of the virtuous Lamia. In the air, Song Shuhang stepped on black lotus flowers and used them to return to the ground. Yi Si's head drilled out of Song Shuhang's shoulder. "Who is that guy? He attacked you as soon as you appeared. Is it that purple-robed cultivator again?" Song Shuhang immediately thought of that puppeteer. That guy had a lot of puppets at his disposal, and he seemed to never die. In addition, only that purple-robed cultivator had a reason to kill him. After all, Shuhang had stolen his valuable ancestral puppet. Just as they were discussing, the virtuous Lamia floated next to the hole, and hung the blood bone at her waist. After that, she stretched out her hand and inserted it into the hole, pulling out the assailant. Crack! However, the only thing the virtuous Lamia was able to pull out was a piece of clothing and something that resembled a broken safety helmet. Had the assailant managed to escape? The concealment skills of the opposite party were truly incredible if they had managed to escape this quickly. Not even Yi sensed anything beforehand. It's an assassin-type puppet that excels at traveling through the earth, Yi said. If an assassin-type puppet failed to kill the target in one blow, it would flee immediately. As such, it wasn't going to be easy to locate the opposite party again. But right at this time, the virtuous Lamia suddenly turned around and threw the face-slapping flip-flop at Song Shuhang's 4 o'clock. The face-slapping flip-flop whizzed forward and slammed into a small mound of earth. After the mound of earth was broken to pieces, a puppet with half of its head missing appeared before their eyes. After getting discovered, the puppet shot out of the ground and headed outside the forbidden area. The virtuous Lamia now had another achievement under her belt. Still trying to escape? Yi opened her life-bound golden book, aiming at the puppet. After the golden book opened, deep blue sword chi resurfaced from within. The sword chi transformed into a thunderbolt that quickly headed toward the puppet. The strength of this deep blue chi definitely surpassed that of the 5th stage. Swish! On the way to the target, the sword chi transformed into a huge ice blue sword that slashed at the puppet. However, that puppet with half of its head left had some compound eyes on the back of its head as well. After seeing the huge ice blue sword, the puppet dodged it with much difficulty, avoiding getting divided into 2 halves. However, a portion of its left side was still cut off. Aya, the puppet called out in pain. From the looks of it, the puppet shared its sense organs with its master, and all the pain it was feeling was transmitted back to the puppeteer. After crying out, the puppet suddenly dove into the earth just as though it was water, disappearing without a trace. It still hasn't given up on running, Yi said. Let's catch up to it. I've already locked down onto its aura, and I won't let it escape this time. The speed of the puppet was very high, and even after using the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, Song Shuhang could barely keep up with it. Around 30 breaths later. Shuhang, be careful. Yi furrowed her brows, and said, I feel that this puppet is luring us somewhere. There might be an ambush ahead. I thought the same, Song Shuhang said. Aside from the attack it launched when it came out of its hiding, this puppet had done nothing but run. In addition, its speed was neither fast nor slow, just enough to keep a certain distance from him. Had that purple-robed cultivator prepared a large number of puppets outside in an attempt to ambush him? How about letting it #% change into your appearance and have her explore the way? Yi said. Lately, Yi had been living inside Song Shuhang's body alongside at #%, and she wasn't as scared of her as in the beginning. Let me give it a try, Song Shuhang said. The virtuous Lamia had the capacity to assume Song Shuhang's appearance, and not even the stone giant was able to tell the difference between the two. As long as Song Shuhang didn't die, she wouldn't die either. Therefore, she was particularly suited for reconnaissance. Thereupon, Song Shuhang issued an order to the virtuous Lamia, telling her to assume his appearance. However, the virtuous Lamia tilted her head after receiving the order and looked at Song Shuhang. From the looks of it, she was unable to understand the meaning of Song Shuhang's order. When she switched with Song Shuhang and took his place in the hand of the stone giant, she had acted on her own initiative without receiving any orders. Song Shuhang sighed inwardly. From the looks of it, he would need more time to understand the virtuous Lamia better and use her freely. I can't do it. I'm unable to make her change shape at the moment, Song Shuhang said. In that case, do you still want to keep following that puppet? Yi asked. Song Shuhang said, perhaps for a little. If there is something fishy, we can immediately return to the inner world. That purple-robed cultivator wasn't a 9th stage tribulation transcender, and they didn't have to worry about him interfering with space. Just in this fashion, the two sides quickly passed through several layers of the forbidden area's periphery. Originally, the periphery of the forbidden area was a dangerous area, but after those cultivators rushed through it, most of the hidden mechanisms and hidden dangers had been taken care of. Other than that, Senior White had also carved a secure path through the periphery of the forbidden area with his god-slaying cannon earlier. Very soon, as he kept following the assassin-type puppet, Song Shuhang arrived in the area with the invisible sword insects. Then, Song Shuhang suddenly stopped. Earlier, he had Senior White's protection, and the invisible sword insects didn't dare to get close to him. But now, Senior White had irresponsibly run away. Therefore, he might get chopped to pieces if he were to barge into the home of the invisible sword insects right now. On the other hand, that assassin-type puppet excelled at using the earth-crossing technique. The invisible sword insects could still sense and attack the puppet as the latter was using the earth-crossing technique. Although Shuhang couldn't see the insects, he could see that several sword marks had appeared on the surface of the ground. It meant that the insects were attacking the puppet. However, that puppet was quickly advancing thanks to the cover the earth-crossing technique provided, and would soon leave this area with the invisible sword insects. Shuhang, how do you plan to proceed forward? Yi Si asked. I don't have the means. I can't even see what those invisible sword insects look like. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders. Thereafter, he decided to take a break. He retreated while keeping an eye on the place and kept his distance from the area of the invisible sword insects. Then, he found an even stretch of land and sat there. He planned to wait for Senior White here. If Senior White didn't come over tomorrow, he would directly enter the world of the Black Lotus and ask Senior White too for help. Yi Si, are you hungry? Song Shuhang asked. I'm not. After becoming a ghost spirit, it doesn't make any difference whether I eat or not, Yi Si said. Song Shuhang nodded. In addition, Yi Si had originally been a fifth-stage spiritual emperor, and could already live without eating. But since we have nothing to do, I'm fine with eating something, Yi Si said. Ahaha. Song Shuhang took out a small table, all sorts of snacks, a tea stove, and tea leaves. He also made little Kai come out of his inner world, and was preparing to eat and rest a little. But right at this time, his phone rang. He was already on the edge of the forbidden area's periphery. Therefore, his phone could again get a signal. Just as the signal recovered, someone called him. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and glanced at the screen. It was a call from True Monarch Eternal Fire. Hello, Senior Eternal Fire. Little friend Tyrannical Saber, I've heard that you are already in the Jiangnan area. What is your current position? True Monarch Eternal Fire asked with a smile. Senior, I'm sorry. I'm on a trip right now, and I'm not in the Jiangnan area, Song Shuhang said. Is that so? Alright, in that case, where are you now, little friend Tyrannical Saber? I'll come to you, True Monarch Eternal Fire said. I've finished handling the jurisdiction of those 11 immortal caves, and I'll hand them over to you when we meet. Senior, I'm also not sure when I am right now. In addition, I'm planning to return to the Jiangnan area anyway. Therefore, how about meeting tomorrow if this matter is not too urgent? Song Shuhang said. That's also fine. In that case, let us meet tomorrow. True Monarch Eternal Fire said with a smile. After chatting a little with True Monarch Eternal Fire, Song Shuhang hung up. Just as he hung up, he received another call. This time, it was a call from Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Hello, Senior 7 Lives Talisman. Were you looking for me? Song Shuhang asked. Yes, there was this small matter. Just now, an old senior contacted the ancestor of my sect, and I've heard that little friend Song Shuhang gave that bamboo leaf to the benefactor of this old senior, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Senior, you already know about this matter? Song Shuhang said. This old senior, Palace Master mentioned, was it someone from the side of the Great Northern Emperor? Ahaha. Little friend Shuhang, you should come look for me when you have some free time. There are a few good things I would like to give you, Senior 7 Lives Talisman said with a smile. After concluding the call with Senior 7 Lives Talisman, Song Shuhang received another call. This time, it was a call from Venerable White. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up, and he quickly answered the phone. Hello, Shuhang. Where are you? I've called you several times, but I couldn't get through, Venerable White asked. Also, I asked in the group about you, and I've heard from fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly that you and I went to the Chu family to help them resolve a certain matter. Then, we even went to the forbidden area. But, I'm pretty sure that I've been learning how to operate excavators all day. When did we exactly go to the Chu family? Sure enough, it wasn't Venerable White who had gone with him to the forbidden area. It's a long story. I guess I might have met the other Senior White, Song Shuhang replied. The other Senior White? Oh, was it the one from the Netherworld realm? Venerable White asked. Yes, it's very likely that it was him. However, it might have been someone else as well, Song Shuhang speculated. After all, EC had previously used that sword to enter the world of the Black Lotus and inspect the cocoon. The cocoon was still there, and Senior White was still sleeping within. Song Shuhang speculated that the Senior White sweeping through the forbidden area with him was born from a magical technique or a cloning technique of Senior White too. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disappeared due to a time restriction. Interesting, has that other me also entered the main world? Tell me about this matter in detail later. It sounds like it'll be entertaining. By the way, are you in the forbidden area right now? Venerable White asked. Yes, I'm in the periphery of the forbidden area. However, a group of invisible sword insects is blocking my path, and I can't get out, Song Shuhang said. Tell me your exact position. I'll come and bring you out, Venerable White said. I was waiting for Senior to say this sentence, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After the end of his conversation with Venerable White, Song Shuhang opened the chat group and shared with Venerable White his real-time location. Got it, so this is the actual position of the forbidden area. Just wait a bit. I'll get a friend of mine and come over to your position. Venerable White sent a smiling emoji. Alright, Venerable White, Song Shuhang replied. Senior White's friend? Which senior would that be? At the entrance of the forbidden area. An assassin-type puppet stood there, intensely staring towards the inner area of the forbidden area. Damn, that Song Shuhang didn't follow me. It seems that he got stuck in the area with the invisible sword insects, a ball-shaped puppet beside the feet of the assassin-type puppet said while gnashing its teeth. Strange, was he unable to get through that area? The assassin-type puppet murmured. What do we do? If that Song Shuhang doesn't come out, the ambush we've prepared will be in vain, the ball-shaped puppet said. It seemed that the various puppets of the purple-robed cultivator each had a consciousness of their own. They had planted a large number of powerful bombs at the entrance of the forbidden area to deal with Song Shuhang's space-type magical treasure. That space-type magical treasure, which could harness the power of space and directly teleport people, was something akin to a cheat. As long as he had the power of space at his disposal, they wouldn't be able to hurt Song Shuhang even if they self-destructed. Nevertheless, not everything was in vain when that puppet self-destructed earlier. Back then, this ball-shaped puppet had been lurking in the dark and watching the entire scene. According to the analysis of the ball-shaped puppet, Song Shuhang's space-type magical treasure had its limitations. For example, the place of entry and exit of the space-type magical treasure remained unchanged. The location where Song Shuhang disappeared would also be the one where he would reappear. So, they'd laid an ambush and planted a large number of bombs over a relatively large area. After coming over, Song Shuhang would have to face the wrath of the bombs. And even if he were to escape, there was no need to worry. Sooner or later, he'd have to come out of there, and the bombs would immediately detonate when that happened. In addition, the bombs were going to explode in batches, and the explosions would last quite some time. Then, if Song Shuhang's space had time constraints, even better. Perhaps we should figure out a way to get him out of that area with the invisible sword insects, the assassin-type puppet said. The ball-shaped puppet rolled around, and said, "How are we going to do that? Do you want to go over to him and say, 'Do you need help getting out of this area?' If you were to do that, the other party would definitely suspect us." "Actually, I think that he already suspects that we've prepared an ambush," the assassin puppet said. "Damn, if I'd known this was going to happen, I would have placed the traps in that area with the invisible sword insect," the ball-shaped puppet grumbled. "Stop complaining. At this point, we have no choice but to find a way to lure Song Shuhang here." At this time, another voice echoed from beneath the ground. "I remember that some cultivators dug a passage under the area of the invisible sword insects earlier to avoid the insects. Unfortunately, the invisible sword insects found them alongside the passage, and killed them before they could complete it. I'm going to dig through that passage and try to get Song Shuhang to use it." A puppet that excelled at traveling through the earth was hiding underground. It was the same puppet that had quietly planted all those bombs. Other than this one, there were 4 other puppets good at making joint attacks hiding nearby. If those several skin puppets were added, these were all puppets brought into the forbidden area by that purple-robed cultivator. They were discussing how to defeat Song Shuhang. "No matter what, we must bring back the ancestral puppet," the assassin-type puppet murmured. Then, just as the various puppets of the purple-robed cultivator were discussing how to lure Song Shuhang into the explosive trap, 2 figures directly appeared in the airspace of the forbidden area's entrance through the power of space. One of the figures was an incredibly handsome Taoist with fluttering black hair, wearing a set of white clothes. It was none other than Venerable White. The other figure was an old scholar wearing spectacles. His white hair was carefully combed, and he was wearing a heavy woolen sweater. Just like Venerable White, the old scholar was also stepping on the air, and his aura didn't seem inferior to Senior White's. "Fellow Taoist White, you really make others envious with this space-related innate skill of yours," the old scholar said as he smiled. "Fellow Taoist Ruhua, your exquisite spirit beasts taming technique is also envied by innumerable fellow Taoists," Venerable White said with a laugh. After laughing, Venerable White continued, "We're currently 60,000 meters above the ground. Although this altitude isn't high for either of us, it should be enough for us to have a little fun." The old scholar nodded, and said, "Fellow Taoist White, since the altitude is of only 60,000 meters, how about starting with 100 seals?" "All right, 100 it is. Whoever can rid himself of the seals of the others before landing wins," Venerable White said. After saying this much, Venerable White took out 2 disposable flying swords, which then slid beneath the feet of the 2 Venerables. After sealing their spiritual energy in a while, they were going to lose the ability to step on the air and ride a flying sword. "The seals shall have a delay of 20 breaths. Fellow Taoist White, please prepare your seals." The old scholar cautiously took off his glasses. "All right," Venerable White answered. Thus, the 2 thrill-seeking Venerables each used their strongest sealing techniques and left a whole 100 seals on the body of the other. Both Venerables' sealing techniques were very strong. Under normal circumstances, when Venerables of the same level had placed seals on the body of the opposite party, they would have a hard time removing them even after tens of minutes. But now, the 2 thrill-seeking Venerables had each placed 100 seals on the other. After the 2 Venerable had placed their seals on each other, their faces turned somewhat pale, a side effect caused by the huge amount of energy in their body getting sealed. The level of fellow Taoist White's sealing techniques is beyond my imagination. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I did not think that the sealing techniques could be linked together like that, with a whole 100 seals becoming a single chain of seals. This trip was worth it just for these 100 sealing techniques. The old scholar was full of praise. Fellow Taoist Ruhua, your sealing techniques are not bad either. The 100 seals seem to be scattered, but each of them is actually part of a specific company. 10 companies form a legion, and 10 legions an army. These 100 seals are like an army, solid and unbreakable. This truly broadened my horizons, Venerable White exclaimed. To tell you the truth, I felt that this altitude of 60,000 meters would have surely been enough to break fellow Taoist White's 100 seals, but now, I'm no longer sure, the old scholar said. He had underestimated Venerable White's sealing techniques. Although Venerable White was young, his accomplishments in sealing techniques weren't inferior to his own. If I have to be honest, I feel the same way, Venerable White said. He felt that the strength of the sealing techniques of this old scholar was the same as his own. Now, he was no longer sure if he could free himself of this army of 100 seals before reaching the ground. But that's what makes it exciting, no? Ha ha ha, it is indeed so. The old scholar laughed loudly. The higher the danger, the higher the excitement, and the more exciting it was, the more fun they would have. If it wasn't even exciting, it would be a waste of time. Well then, shall we? I'm ready, fellow Taoist White. The old scholar placed his hands behind his back. Same here. Then, I shall count to 3, and the flying swords under our feet will fling us into the air. At that time, our high-altitude escapology game shall begin, Venerable White said. All right, the old scholar said. 1, 2, 3. Venerable White said. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 flying swords beneath their feet flew away and detonated. Then, the 2 Venerables began falling straight downwards. 100 rays of light resurfaced on Venerable White's body. It was the doing of those 100 army-like seals. During his descent, Venerable White discovered that some speed-increasing and gravity-increasing runes had been concealed within the seals. Exactly what you would expect from an experienced Venerable, he truly was one not to be underestimated. However, Senior White was by no means weaker than him. Speed-increasing runes likewise appeared among the seals placed on the body of the old scholar. Venerable White was truly fond of speed, so much so that it had been embedded into his bones. Therefore, he instinctively added quite a few of those speed-increasing runes when he placed those 100 seals on the old scholar. Their effects were truly excellent, starting with a 2-fold speed increase and getting stronger and stronger until reaching a 40-fold speed increase. Just in this fashion, the 2 Venerables fell toward the ground at unprecedented speed. Venerable White quickly started to break the seals as he was falling to the ground. The 100 seals on his body had gathered together and formed an army, and as long as he tried to break one of them, it would cause the other 99 to react. The seal-breaking process was extremely difficult and complex. Under normal circumstances, when seals of this level were scattered, a cultivator of the 7th stage realm would still need tens of minutes to break them. As such, now that those 100 seals had gathered together and formed an army, the degree of difficulty had increased by 10 times. At the same time, the speed at which Senior White's body was falling kept increasing due to gravity and speed-increasing magical techniques concealed within the seals. Since the start of the game up until now, Venerable White was only able to break 1 seal, and it took him quite a bit of effort. If things continue like this, it's going to be very difficult to break the 100 seals while falling from this altitude of 60,000 meters. I need to think of a faster way to break these seals. Venerable White thought to himself. At this time, Venerable White and the old scholar were crashing downward face down. If they fell to the ground in this position, they would get to kiss the ground with their faces. Thereupon, Venerable White slightly adjusted his position while quickly breaking the seals on his body. But right at this time, blazing flames started to burn on the body of the nearby old scholar. Venerable White couldn't help but glance at the old scholar, who had already turned into a fireball. Weird, did he catch fire due to the friction with the air? However, they still weren't falling that fast. In addition, a 7th stage Venerable wouldn't catch fire like that just because they were going too fast. Fellow Taoist White, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I had an inflammable magical treasure with me, and that thing suddenly went out of control and caught fire after I lost my strength due to the seal. However, these flames won't hurt me. Ahaha. The laughter of the old scholar was transmitted from afar. Venerable White. Fellow Taoist White, I already broke one of the seals. What about you? The old scholar said. Same here, Venerable White replied. Not only was the strength of their sealing techniques almost the same, their ability when it came to breaking the said seals was also equally matched. TSK, it seems it won't be this easy to determine the winner, the old scholar said. Ahaha. The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose as he said, Fellow Taoist Ruhua, I suddenly had this new idea, and perhaps I can use it to break the seals faster. If this continues, I'll definitely be the winner of this high-altitude escapology game. Sure enough, Venerable White was just bluffing with a straight face. How could one come up with a new method to break seals in such a short amount of time? He just wanted to use this opportunity to give the old scholar some pressure. After all, they were chatting already, and he just added this casual sentence. If it worked, good, if it didn't, it was still fine. After all, he had just moved his lips and nothing more. Ahahaha, fellow Taoist White unexpectedly had the same idea as me. I also just thought of a new method to break the seals. I'm confident that I'll be able to break your 100 seals before reaching the ground, the old scholar replied with a smile. The old scholar was also talking rubbish in all seriousness. Just as they were discussing, the level of the speed-increasing rune active on the body of the scholar changed, upgrading to the 2nd level. This caused his speed to suddenly increase by a notch. The old scholar couldn't help but call out. Then, he took Venerable White over and quickly proceeded downward. The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose. But, before he could even say something, the gravity and speed-increasing runes on his body also mutated. The 2 runes possessed the ability to automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and now that they had absorbed enough of it, the strength of the 2 runes doubled. As such, the speed at which Venerable White was falling also increased by a notch. It seems fellow Taoist Ruhua also had the same idea, but this is precisely what makes it exciting. Venerable White was very happy at the moment. The 2 Venerables were getting faster and faster, they headed toward the entrance of the forbidden area just as though they were 2 meteors. In the meantime, in the area of the invisible sword insects ahead, little Kai lay beside Song Shuhang, waving her small claws from time to time while silently chanting the verses of Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture. She had already learned the soul-ferrying technique, and only lacked someone she could try it on. Up until now, she hadn't had the chance to use the technique. Little Kai was a very diligent disciple, and she would review the soul-ferrying technique whenever she had free time in order to increase her proficiency and avoid problems. Yi Si held a teacup with both hands and sipped the spirit tea within. Shuhang, Venerable White hasn't arrived yet? Venerable White could use the power of space. As such, shouldn't he have instantly appeared in front of them? Earlier, Senior White said that he was going to come over with another fellow Taoist. Who knows, perhaps it was not appropriate to use the power of space in front of the opposite party, and the 2 of them decided to come over with a flying sword. Song Shuhang guessed. While speaking, he took out a blade of saber intent condensing grass from his magical bracelet. Now, he was a cultivator of the 3rd stage that had opened his 4 meridians, and he still lacked one short step to reach the peak of the 3rd stage and transcend the tribulation. Therefore, it was better to learn a few tricks before transcending the tribulation in order to be prepared for all eventualities, and learning saber intent happened to be a good way to increase one's overall strength. Venerable White had given Song Shuhang a box of saber intent condensing grass with a whole 50,000 blades of grass inside. Senior White was planning to use a 5:1 exchange rate and get 10,000 saber intent condensing lotus seeds out of these 50,000 blades of saber intent condensing grass. What Venerable White studied was sword intent, and eating saber intent condensing lotus seed wasn't going to have any effect on him. However, he wasn't really interested in the actual purpose of the seeds, he only cared about their deliciousness. Shuhang held the blade of saber intent condensing grass in his hand and took a deep breath, gobbling it up. Recently, he hadn't had the time to look for senior medicine master and buy some medicine he could apply while eating the saber intent condensing grass, and if one decided to eat saber intent condensing grass directly, they would feel just as though they were eating a knife made of steel. That painful feeling was truly impeccable. However, Shuhang had had an idea, and he wanted to test it. When using the saber intent condensing grass earlier, he had first swallowed it down, and only afterward used the lotus blossoming tongue skill to transform the grass into saber intent condensing lotus seeds. But, if he didn't swallow it down, and just kept it in his mouth, using the lotus blossoming tongue skill in the meantime, would he be able to refine the saber intent condensing grass? After all, the name of his skill was Lotus Blossoming Tongue, and not Lotus Blossoming Throat. It should be enough as long as the saber intent condensing grass was in contact with his tongue, there was no need to swallow it down. After pondering for a moment, Shuhang cautiously placed the saber intent condensing grass in his mouth without swallowing it down. Then, he activated his Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill. Now, he would get to see if he was right or not. Then, just as Shuhang was preparing to use the Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill, the loud sound of a collision was transmitted from outside. Boom! The entire earth shook, and Shuhang got a scare. Just in this fashion, that blade of saber intent condensing grass he was holding in his mouth went down his throat. Tears immediately streamed down his face. Sharp pain was transmitted from his throat, just as though he had swallowed down a knife. It felt very painful. Shuhang grabbed his throat with both hands, and bean-sized tears streamed down his face non-stop. Men had tears, but did not shed them lightly, because they hadn't encountered an instance of deep sorrow yet. Actually, Shuhang wasn't even in deep sorrow right now. These tears streaming down his face were just a natural reaction of his body, similarly to how tears would flow out of one's eyes if someone punched them in the nose. Eating the saber intent condensing grass raw had a similar effect. Yi Si arrived behind Shuhang and stretched out her hand, gently massaging his throat. Huff! Shuhang exhaled a mouthful of air, activating the Lotus Blossoming Tongue skill. For white lotus flowers appeared beside his mouth, and rich fragrance scattered in the surrounding area. It was the aroma of countless table delicacies gathered together, and all those that smelled this aroma would have their appetites stimulated, while drool would start to flow from their mouths. Even cultivators were affected by this aroma unless they used something like the turtle breathing technique to hold their breath. What a good smell! The eyes of the nearby little Kai immediately lit up. "Teacher, can I eat those lotus flowers?" "You can't." Shuhang used his husky voice, and said in all seriousness, "Actually, these lotus flowers are made from your teacher's saliva." Little Kai. Yi Si. Under Shuhang's guidance, the 4 white lotus flowers scattered, leaving behind only 4 lotus seeds. After materializing, the seeds got attracted to each other, and ended up merging together, forming a very big lotus seed. Little Kai couldn't help but say, "Teacher, can I eat that lotus seed?" "You can't." "No, actually, you can." Shuhang changed his statement halfway. He had remembered that the Taoist name of his head disciple was Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman. Since she was called Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, she had to be proficient in saber techniques as well, and saber intent happened to be something that all-powerful sabersmen needed to have. Thereupon, Shuhang said, "Little Kai, you will have your share of saber intent condensing lotus seeds after you learn saber techniques and get ready to condense saber intent." Saber techniques? Little Kai flapped her small wings. Teacher, are you making fun of me? I'm a small monster that hasn't reached the 5th stage realm yet, how can I even practice saber techniques? Do you want me to curl up my wings to hold a saber and chop people? Actually, this scene with a little bird holding a saber with its wings was rather twisted and scary. If you want these saber intent condensing lotus seeds, you'll need to diligently practice saber techniques. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything I know without holding back. After saying this much, Song Shuhang swallowed down that big lotus seed and looked outside the forbidden area. For some reason, he found that loud sound of collision and rumbling noise very familiar. Has Venerable White finally arrived? Song Shuhang wondered. The reason was that the way the ground shook just now somehow reminded him of Senior White's ability to stumble on flat ground. Actually, no. That rumbling noise that followed afterward was more like the sound of explosions. Was it that purple-robed cultivator playing tricks? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, the peripheral region of the forbidden area, in other words, the place where he was right now, started crumbling. F***ck, is this an earthquake? Large swathes of the ground crumbled, and the invisible sword insects shot out of their nest, heading toward the depths of the forbidden area. This is bad, Song Shuhang called out. Although he couldn't see the invisible sword insects, he could see the things blocking their way getting chopped to pieces. Therefore, he was able to guess their approximate position and the direction they were heading in. And Song Shuhang just happened to be in the middle of their path. Would he act like a brave hero, or run away like a filthy deserter? Nonsense, it was obviously the time to run away. If he stayed behind and played hero, he wouldn't even resist for 3 seconds. At the entrance of the forbidden area, Venerable White and the old scholar crawled out of a huge hole with heads and faces covered in dust. Venerable White didn't look that bad, but the old scholar had debris all over his face. From the looks of it, he didn't land properly, and hit the ground with his face. A layer of flames was still burning on his body, and there were also the traces of explosions. Ah, I didn't expect to fail in the end, Venerable White said, somewhat depressed. Just a little more. Had I been given a little more time, I would have definitely succeeded. The old scholar sighed. Fellow Taoist Ruhua, how many seals did you have left? Venerable Ruhua asked. Only 7, the old scholar said smugly. In addition, he had really managed to discover a new method to break seals towards the end, which sharply increased his seal-breaking speed. As long as he'd been given 10 more breaths, he would have gotten rid of those 7 seals as well. I had 6 left, Venerable White said with a smile. The old scholar. That was because you weren't falling as fast as me. I didn't expect that your speed-increasing formations would be that crazy. 40 different levels, with each level being faster than the previous one. Let's not talk about this. We both failed to beat this high-altitude escapology game. Therefore, we'll have another match next time, Venerable White said with a smile. Good, we'll settle this next time. Right, fellow Taoist White, did we cause something to explode when we landed just now? Venerable Ruhua twisted his arm. He felt as though he had fallen into a pile of explosives, getting literally blown away. It was truly tiring. It seems like something exploded. However, I was focused on breaking the seals, and I didn't really pay attention, Venerable White said. At this time, in a far-off thick patch of grass, a broken ball-shaped puppet crawled out from beneath the ground with much difficulty. This ball-shaped puppet didn't have any offensive power, and was merely a reconnaissance-type puppet. Its body was particularly resilient, and it was quite good at escaping. It's over, it's all over. The ball-shaped puppet absent-mindedly gazed at that huge hole. At this time, its mood was as low as the bottom of that pit. 2 Venerables fell from the sky, and they landed precisely on that minefield that the purple-robed cultivator had prepared for Song Shuhang. After the collision, a hole so deep that one couldn't see the bottom of it appeared in the ground, causing the assassin-type puppet, as well as the several other puppets that were lying in ambush within the minefield, to instantly turn into ashes. Soon afterward, all the bombs it had carefully planted detonated as well. After the bombs detonated, that puppet below the ground digging a tunnel was also blown to pieces. At this time, only this ball-shaped puppet with no offensive strength was left. The purple-robed cultivator was truly desperate right now. The purple-robed cultivator was truly depressed at the moment. All his battle-type puppets had been blown to pieces. Only the ball-shaped puppet was left, and the sole thing it was good for right now was to play some soccer. Damn you, Shuhang. You'd better not forget about me, because I definitely won't let you off. I'll temporarily leave the ancestral puppet to you, but I'll one day take back what is mine. After saying this much, the purple-robed cultivator operated the ball-shaped puppet and carefully headed underground, preparing to leave this dangerous place using the earth-crossing technique. But right at this time, Venerable White carelessly stepped on a round component as he was coming out of that hole, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, the ball-shaped puppet didn't know how to ridicule him. This cultivator called White had, very likely, the strength of the 9th stage realm, and such an amazing cultivator actually tripped on a small component, falling to the ground? It was something that defied the principles of science and cultivation. Just as he was falling, Senior White stretched out his hand and pressed it against the ground, propping himself up. His whole body shot up in the sky. Then, he performed several consecutive somersaults in midair and landed steadily, just like a gymnast. Had this been a gymnastic competition, he would have definitely obtained a perfect score. I almost fell to the ground. Luckily, I didn't get distracted this time. Otherwise, I would have created another hole in the ground, Venerable White said. Recently, he had been trying to prevent himself from getting distracted, keeping under control the number of times he was stumbling and falling on the ground. The times had changed, and the land was full of skyscrapers nowadays. If he didn't control himself and stumbled onto the ground in a densely populated area or next to a large building, he might cause a disaster. Crack! At this time, the sound of something breaking was transmitted from beneath Venerable White's feet. Did I step on something? Venerable White lowered his head and looked at his feet, discovering that he had stepped on a round puppet. The puppet had broken to pieces after he had stepped on it. Strange, why was there a puppet here? Venerable White got curious. He bent forward, picking up the ball-shaped puppet and inspecting its structure. The structure of this puppet is truly exquisite, more intricate than any other puppet I've disassembled in the past. Who is the master of this puppet? Why did they abandon it here? Since I've stepped on it, breaking it, I might as well bring it back with me to research it, Venerable White said. After saying this much, he stored the ball-shaped puppet in his spatial equipment, looking very satisfied. The last puppet of that purple-robed cultivator left in the forbidden area had also kicked the bucket. In the meantime, Shuhang's liver was in great pain. He had run with all his might while dragging little Kai along, and finally reached the golden disc at the entrance of the forbidden area. But, after reaching the place, he discovered that the golden disc had closed. If he wanted to open it, he had to adjust the position of the rings within the golden disc one by one, which would take him a lot of time. But, the problem was that he didn't have time. The invisible sword insects had almost caught up to him. Sword marks kept appearing on the ground. It was a sign that the invisible sword insects were approaching. At this time, he had no choice but to retreat to his inner world alongside little Kai. But here came the problem: after entering his inner world, he would have to come out from the same place. If the invisible sword insects were still there by the time he came out, they would turn him into a sieve. Someone is coming over. Yi Si suddenly said at this time. As she was speaking, an old scholar approached Shuhang with large strides. This old scholar wore a warm smile on his face. His clothes were somewhat in disorder, with traces left by explosions as well. Song Shuhang discovered that this old scholar had entered the area of the invisible sword insects, but none of the invisible sword insects around attacked him. The old scholar also noticed Song Shuhang, and waved at him. "Ah! Little friend, are you fellow Taoist tyrannical laser?" "No, I'm not." Song Shuhang shook his head. He definitely wasn't fellow Taoist tyrannical laser. At this time, Song Shuhang's body and inner world were in close contact, and he needed but a thought to become illusory and enter his inner world. You are not tyrannical laser Song Wan. Did I get the wrong person? The old scholar muttered to himself. Thereupon, he waved at Song Shuhang, and said, "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. It seems I mistook you for someone else. You can keep having fun with these invisible sword insects, I won't disturb you any further." After saying this much, the old scholar turned around, preparing to leave. "Senior, wait a moment. If the person you are looking for is tyrannical saber Song 1, that's indeed me," Song Shuhang called out. The old scholar turned around with a smile, and said, "And here I was wondering how I had gotten the wrong person when your appearance was the same as that of the tyrannical laser Song Wan fellow Taoist White described." After saying this much, the old scholar gently waved his hand, and the buzzing sound in the air stopped. The invisible sword insects calmed down and stopped moving around. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he put on a serious expression, and tried to correct the old scholar. "Senior, my name is Tyrannical Saber." "Tyrannical Laser? Isn't that what I said?" The old scholar was puzzled. Song Shuhang said, "It's a saber, just like Saber from Fate, ugh." "No, just like Saber in lightsaber. It has nothing to do with lasers." "Oh. Fellow Taoist tyrannical laser, I know. I was just thinking about those lightsabers made of laser," the scholar said. Song Shuhang eventually understood that the Mandarin of this senior wasn't too good. "Anyway, let's not talk about this. I didn't expect that there would be so many invisible sword insects here. These insects are very valuable, and if properly trained and added to a sword formation, they can display incredible power," the old scholar said. "Unfortunately, the invisible sword insects here have already matured into insects and reached their final form. As such, there is no value in training them, and the only option would be to bring some back and breed them so that they can give birth to the next generation. Of course, if there are ready-made eggs around, even better. It would save a lot of trouble." While speaking, the old scholar took out a cloth sack and made 2 hand seals, muttering an incantation. Then, a few invisible sword insects in the air were seemingly sucked into the cloth sack and stored away. "Senior, do you know Senior White?" Song Shuhang asked at this time. As before, he kept the connection with his inner world open, and had yet to close it. Fellow Taoist White stayed behind. While we were coming over, he saw an interesting rune engraved on a wall, with an exquisite fist technique concealed within. Thereupon, fellow Taoist White stayed behind so that he could research the talisman, the old scholar said with a smile. That was indeed very Venerable White-like. After saying this much, the old scholar put the cloth sack away, and added, "Fellow Taoist tyrannical laser, I came here because I was looking for you." "You were looking for me?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. "Yes, I've heard from fellow Taoist White that you have this encyclopedia of animal taming, a detailed record of spirit beast taming techniques that were lost in ancient times, something truly exquisite. Therefore, I wanted to borrow this book from you, fellow Taoist tyrannical laser, and take a look at it," the old scholar said. "Of course, I won't look at the book for free. I happen to have this thing here with me, and I can give it to you. You can treat it as an exchange of information." After saying this much, the old scholar stretched out his hand into his clothes, seemingly to take out something. Yes, I indeed have this encyclopedia of animal taming, Song Shuhang said with a nod. He had told Venerable White about this matter related to the encyclopedia of animal taming in the past. Thereupon, Senior White was aware that Song Shuhang had this book. The old scholar searched for a while and then took out a pair of spectacles. This pair of spectacles was pretty cool, and it was the same pair of spectacles that the old scholar had cautiously stored away when he was playing the high-altitude Escapology game earlier. Spectacles? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the old scholar in puzzlement. He wanted to trade this pair of spectacles for his encyclopedia of animal taming? Unless the senior was joking, those spectacles should have some kind of special ability, right? Although it looks like a normal pair of spectacles on the surface, this thing is actually a magical treasure, the old scholar explained. A magical treasure? What kind of ability does it have? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Don't be impatient. Let me explain slowly, the old scholar said. I called this pair of spectacles Divine Beast Training System version 1.5. Song Shuhang. Fellow Taoist tyrannical laser, a youngster like you should have read quite a bit of web novels online, right? The old scholar asked. Song Shuhang silently nodded. He liked reading, no matter what it was. In that case, you should know about the cheats popular among main characters nowadays, right? The cheat I'm talking about in this case is the system cheat. With the help of this system, those garbage main characters can ascend to the heavens and reach the peak of humanity, marry beautiful CEO wives, and become extremely popular, the old scholar said. Song Shuhang. Senior, did you obtain this scholarly aura of yours by reading web novels on the internet? As such, I took inspiration from those systems, the old scholar said. I'm a Grandmaster Spirit Beast Tamer, and I've received a lot of disciples. While teaching these disciples, I discovered that cultivating a Master Spirit Beast Tamer was rather troublesome. In order to become a Master Spirit Beast Tamer, one doesn't only need talent, they need rich experience as well. If the Master Tamer makes a mistake while training a young Spirit Beast, there is a chance that the Spirit Beast might contract a serious illness or even die, causing unnecessary losses. Song Shuhang nodded. Thereupon, I decided to research and create this magical treasure, the Divine Beast Training System. As long as you have this item, you can reach the threshold of the Grandmaster Spirit Beast Tamer rank. Then, with the help of the system, you can complete the various tasks and unlock more features, slowly becoming a Grandmaster Spirit Beast Tamer in the process, the old scholar said as he raised the spectacles. Although Song Shuhang didn't fully understand the situation, he felt that it was pretty cool. At this time, I'm in the middle of expanding the database of the Divine Beast Training System, and I thought of borrowing your encyclopedia of animal taming to add missing information to the database, the old scholar said. One day, I'll complete the Divine Beast Training System and spread the final build everywhere. At that time, if a cultivator decides to become a Master Spirit Beast Tamer, they will slowly become one as long as they have the Divine Beast Training System. After he had said this much, the eyes of the old scholar shone. Although Venerable Ruhua's Divine Beast Training System was still incomplete and full of shortcomings, there would be a day that his research came to completion and bore fruit. In fact, this Divine Beast Training System had already become the foundation of Venerable Ruhua's path. If he really was able to complete his research, he would have the chance to step on his own path by relying on it and reach the immortal realm. People with dreams would be able to achieve great things. After all, did anything even set a man without dreams apart from a salted fish? Song Shuhang, in particular, admired seniors that kept pursuing their goals and dreams. However, a small problem had now come up. It's not a problem if you only want to take a look at the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, but, senior, you seem to want to borrow the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming to perfect the database of your system, right? In that case, Will the content of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming become available to all the people that possess the Divine Beast training system after it's added to the database? Song Shuhang asked. Truthfully, Song Shuhang did not really care whether or not the content of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming was disseminated. He, himself, had thought of passing on the content of the book in the past. A short time ago, he had wanted to teach it to that monster fox who practiced the 33 Divine Beasts technique. But, the problem was that Song Shuhang wasn't the true owner of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. The Encyclopedia of Animal Taming was owned by Elder Bamboo Pipe of the 33 Divine Beasts sect and his friend, the person that had written the book. Although Elder Bamboo Pipe might have passed away, there were still some direct disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect alive. For example, the mysterious master of that monster fox, who was very likely a direct disciple of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Song Shuhang had used the golden chain to assume someone else's identity and receive Elder Bamboo Pipe's express package, which was already something rather embarrassing. Now, if he were to publish the contents of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, it would be simply too much. At this moment, the old scholar replied, "Yes, if I complete the database, the content of the book will become available to the cultivators that possess the Divine Beast training system as they slowly unlock it. Little friend Shuhang, if you feel that you're on the losing end, know that I have a lot of other things other than the Divine Beast training system that I'd be willing to use to trade for the knowledge within the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming." Senior, you seem to have misunderstood me. I wasn't saying that the things that you were willing to offer for the encyclopedia were insufficient. Song Shuhang shook his head as he said, "What I was actually trying to say was that although this Encyclopedia of Animal Taming is currently in my hands, I am not its owner. However, I had recently met up with someone closely affiliated with the owner of this encyclopedia. If Senior is able to gain the other party's consent, you can freely disseminate the content of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming." Song Shuhang was originally planning to find the time to meet the teacher of that monster fox, who was very likely the legitimate inheritor of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. The old scholar listened, and the hand holding the spectacles stopped for a moment. Then, he laughed. The old scholar heartily laughed, happiness overcoming him. "I agree to your terms, fellow Taoist tyrannical laser," the old scholar said. "In that case, I will first seal up the information related to the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, unlocking the content only after getting permission from the real owner of the book. How does that sound?" Right after saying that, the old scholar went to Song Shuhang's side, handed over the spectacles for the Divine Beast training system, and said, "Well then, little friend tyrannical laser, let's seal the deal first. Your Taoist name makes you sound like a rather boorish person. I truly didn't expect for your thoughts to be so meticulous. About my Taoist name, it's a long story." Song Shuhang sighed. Afterward, he took the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming out of his spatial bracelet, and handed it over to the old scholar. The old scholar handed over the spectacles to Song Shuhang. Then, he brought the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming closer, flipped the handwritten title page, and leafed through to the preface of the encyclopedia. The preface was a letter from the author of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming meant for Elder Bamboo Pipe of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. The letter was the author's expression of gratitude towards Elder Bamboo Pipe for all the support that he had given him. He had finally compiled all the beast taming techniques they had researched together into a book. Then, the author made another copy of it, and formatted it into an encyclopedia, which he sent to his good friend Bamboo Pipe. He hoped that Bamboo Pipe would take the time to review the entirety of Encyclopedia of Animal Taming for him and see whether there was anything that could be improved or amended. At the same time, it could stay behind as a memento. The old scholar stretched out his hand and gently caressed the text of the preface, sighing faintly. He then closed the book and looked at Song Shuhang. Sure enough, he didn't read the contents of Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Song Shuhang got curious and wore that pair of spectacles. Yi Si and Little Kai had also come over in order to take a look at that system thing and see what made it so special. At this moment, an interface appeared right in front of Song Shuhang's eyes. Greetings to the host, welcome to the Divine Beast Training System. The current version of the system is 1.5. Please stay connected to the internet when using the system. P.S. It is recommended that the host has access to a 50 megabits per second connection should there be a system upgrade. Song Shuhang. Senior, does this thing actually require an internet connection to use? Shuhang asked. Although it can still be used without it, it can only be updated while connected, the old scholar said. Song Shuhang said, Senior, you are truly amazing. You actually kept up with the times. Oh, right, I have yet to ask for Senior's Taoist name. Venerable Ruhua laughed as he said, My Taoist name is Ruhua. Senior Ruhua, how do these magical spectacles actually work? Song Shuhang asked with the interface still right in front of his eyes. Since it's a system, then it would obviously not be operated manually. Instead, it is operated using one's mental energy. You just have to gather your mental energy, and then link it to the spectacles, Venerable Ruhua replied. Song Shuhang nodded. He then gathered his mental energy and tried to link to the spectacles. Sure enough, the interface changed. Welcome to the Divine Beast Training System. Host, would you like to bind your mental energy? Note that it can no longer be changed once bound. Bind, Song Shuhang said. Mental energy binding in progress. Please input your Taoist name and fill up your personal information on the interface. Song Shuhang thought about his various Taoist names. Besides the Taoist name Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, which he had given to Little Kai, he had 6 other Taoist names. After giving it some thought, he then input, Tyrannical Saber Song 1. He had a lot of other Taoist names that he could have used. However, the Taoist name Tyrannical Saber Song 1 had been spread everywhere by the scholarly faction, and it was already impossible for him to give it to anyone else. Taoist name confirmed, Tyrannical Laser Song 1. Your personal account has been successfully set up. Hey, wait. It's Tyrannical Saber Song 1. Tyrannical Saber. Song Shuhang anxiously called out. Chapter 968 Shuhang, let's create our own cheating system. Why does it have to be Tyrannical Laser? Is this meme really that funny? The Divine Beast Training System remained strict, not giving Song Shuhang a chance to change his Taoist name at all. Then, Song Shuhang saw an interface with his personal information. Divine Beast Training System version 1.5 main interface, Taoist name, Tyrannical, Laser, Song 1 race, human attribute, mental energy, 4th stage, Divine Beast Trainer level, LVL 0 possessed spirit beasts, none spirit beast food, none spirit beast items, none spirit beast pens, none more choices, in development Divine Beast Training System, supplementary skills, 1, basic egg incubation skill, novice skill. After the host obtains the egg of a spirit beast, the incubation skill will activate. The system will then guide the host on how to hatch the spiritual beast egg step by step. Mission interface, novice guidance mission, the host must find a spiritual beast egg and hatch it. Reward 1, unlock the appraisal function for materials related to spirit beasts of the first stage. Reward 2, first stage spirit beasts food recipe X1. Song Shuhang. What do those brackets around laser in Tyrannical, Laser, Song 1 mean? Why are they even there? Also, the system seemed to be structured like popular browser and mobile games. Where did Venerable Ruhua get the ideas for this interface's structure? Venerable Ruhua seemed to have not only read a lot of novels, but also played a lot of mobile games. From the content point of view, Venerable Ruhua's Divine Beast Training System wasn't an overpowered system that would be seen in most novels. At best, it could be regarded as a portable teaching software which guided new spirit beast trainers on how to properly train spirit beasts and become grandmasters. Learning was the foundation of this divine beast training system. Well, little friend tyrannical laser, have you checked out the interface yet? Venerable Ruhua asked. Song Shuhang answered, I have. Well, how's the interface of the system that I designed? I went through a lot of data to structure this interface well. Unfortunately, my strength has yet to reach the 9th stage. Otherwise, I could have upgraded the system using space power and added a physical reward system. For example, after completing the system's tasks, you could get precious spirit beast eggs, taming tools, etc. Well, I guess these can only be added in the future, Venerable Ruhua regretfully said. Does Senior Ruhua want to be like God in Terror Infinity? After thinking for a while, Song Shuhang said, the system interface should be good enough already. Oh. That is to say, there are still many areas for improvement. Anyway, do you think I should add a guide? I've been thinking about it, but I'm not sure if having a guide would be received well, Venerable Ruhua said. Personally, I don't think it's necessary, Song Shuhang said. After all, people have different preferences. Some people would prefer to have a grandpa with them, some might prefer to have a little loli with them, some prefer handsome men, some prefer beautiful ladies, some prefer foreign ladies, some like aliens, and others even prefer non-humans, so the image of a guide would be fairly difficult to create. You're right. Venerable Ruhua nodded, and said, by the way, have you received the novice mission? How do you feel about the mission given to you? Venerable Ruhua regarded Song Shuhang as some sort of beta tester for the system, and thought that he would be able to help him improve the system through feedback. Well, Senior, I would just like to ask, are spirit beast eggs easy to obtain? Song Shuhang casually asked. He had quite a lot of invisible sword insect eggs with him, which could barely be regarded as spirit beasts. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult to complete the novice guidance mission. However, the invisible sword insects weren't spirit beasts of the 1st stage, and they would have the ability to kill even cultivators of the 4th or 5th stage in adulthood. Thereupon, when the sword insect's baby came out of the egg, it wasn't certain that the divine beast training system would be able to help him train it. It isn't difficult to obtain the eggs of 1st stage spirit beasts. They're even sold by spirit beast sections. The eggs of the 2nd and 3rd stage ones, however, are relatively more difficult to obtain, Venerable Ruhua said. Senior, I have a question. What if, on my first mission, what I found wasn't a 1st stage spirit beast egg? Song Shuhang asked, and then added, the novice mission is to incubate spirit beast eggs. As for the rewards, skills, and information, they are all related to 1st stage spirit beasts. If one were to incubate 2nd or 3rd stage spirit beasts, or maybe even higher stage spirit beasts, and yet not have the method to train them, wouldn't there be a problem? No matter the spirit beast, when it first came out of the egg, it would usually be at the 1st stage. However, if 2nd stage spirit beasts were raised well, they would end up as 2nd stage spirit beasts in adulthood, and 3rd stage spirit beasts would also often reach the 3rd stage in adulthood. Therefore, spirit beasts were classified based on the realm they would normally reach in adulthood. Although most of them were at the 1st stage when they were born, the method for raising young 2nd or 3rd stage spirit beasts surely was different from that for raising a 1st stage one, right? You're right, little friend tyrannical laser. Venerable Ruhua furrowed his brows in thought. This is my oversight. I'll have to find a way to patch that. Song Shuhang took this opportunity to suggest, what if Senior just adds an additional reward? For example, if the 1st spiritual beast incubated by the host is of a higher level, you'll provide them additional training methods for their 1st spirit beast? Well, that is indeed feasible. Little friend tyrannical laser, hand me your spectacles. I'll just do something to them real quick, Venerable Ruhua said. Song Shuhang took off his spectacles and handed them over to Venerable Ruhua. The Venerable took the spectacles, and fiddled with them for a while before returning them to Song Shuhang. "Alright, little friend tyrannical laser, they should be good now. Try them out again." Song Shuhang took the spectacles and put them on again. Sure enough, a reward patch has been added to the novice mission of the Divine Beast training system. This way, if he were to hatch the eggs of an invisible sword insect, he would be able to immediately obtain the training method for invisible sword insects. Little friend tyrannical laser, go ahead and start incubating your first spirit beast egg. I believe that you have spirit beast eggs of the 3rd stage, or even higher rank, on your body, right? Venerable Ruhua said. Senior Ruhua has such great eyes, Song Shuhang said cheekily. Then, he stretched out his hand into his clothes, and by mobilizing the power of the inner world, 3 invisible sword insect eggs appeared in his palm. When Venerable Ruhua saw the invisible sword insect eggs, he immediately understood. I see. I was wondering why there was such a lack of invisible sword insect eggs when it's currently their mating season. It looks like you broke into their nest and took their eggs. Senior, I have no such ability. If I were to forcibly break into the insect's nest with my strength, would only serve as food for the insects, Song Shuhang said. Actually, a powerful senior took me into the nest of the invisible sword insects in search of treasures. Then, I was lucky to obtain some invisible sword insect eggs. Venerable Ruhua nodded. Indeed, with Song Shuhang's strength, it would be impossible to break into the nest of the invisible sword insects. So, little friend tyrannical laser, how many invisible sword insect eggs do you have on hand? Venerable Ruhua asked to see if he could get some eggs straight away. It would save him a lot of time. Otherwise, he would have to take some female sword insects back with him to slowly breed the next generation. Senior, how many do you need? Song Shuhang asked. Well, about 10 will suffice. I can slowly breed the rest later by myself. Little friend tyrannical laser, if you have 10 eggs, I can trade for them with a magical treasure. How about it? Venerable Ruhua said. Alright. Song Shuhang took out 7 more invisible sword insect eggs, and gave 10 eggs altogether to Venerable Ruhua. Venerable Ruhua took the eggs, and carefully stored them away. Then, he took out a small jade seal and handed it to Song Shuhang. This thing is called Spirit Beast Seal, and is recorded in the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming you gave me. I believe that you have some fate with it, Venerable Ruhua said in all seriousness. Spirit Beast Seal? Song Shuhang recalled that the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming did indeed have a record on this object. This small seal was the regulation magical treasure of the disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. This treasure was used together with the 33 Divine Beasts technique and taming techniques from the Divine Beast sect. When used, the magical treasure could be used to collect a wisp of beast soul. It was a unique means of taming created by the 33 Divine Beasts sect. But, why would Venerable Ruhua have such a treasure on him? Song Shuhang took the Spirit Beast Seal and looked up at Venerable Ruhua. Why do you have this Spirit Beast Seal, Senior? Venerable Ruhua knocked his head as he said, I should have gotten it when I was younger, probably. As people get older, many memories become blurred. Does Senior know of the 33 Divine Beasts sect? Song Shuhang asked. I don't, Venerable Ruhua denied. I didn't know before, I don't know now, and I probably won't know later. Song Shuhang, Venerable Ruhua smiled and waved at Song Shuhang as he said, fellow Taoist White has come back. In that case, little friend tyrannical laser, I'll be going. I guess I'll see you next time. In the next moment, he took a step and appeared hundreds of meters away. He seemed to have used some skill that could shrink great distances into mere inches. A few steps later, Venerable Ruhua's figure had completely disappeared from Song Shuhang's view. Song Shuhang held the jade seal in his hand as he made some guesses. Venerable Ruhwa seemed to have come to see him not to borrow Encyclopedia of Animal Taming or to improve the Divine Beast training system. When Venerable Ruhwa came over, he gave him the Divine Beast training system and traded the Spirit Beast seal. It seemed like a fair deal, but it couldn't be so simple. What exactly did the other party want? Wait, Senior Ruhwa. You didn't return the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Song Shuhang suddenly realized. The old scholar had quickly walked away and taken away the original copy of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Although Song Shuhang had already memorized the contents, the original copy would still be very precious. In addition, he had already prepared to give the original to the true inheritor of the 33 Divine Beast sect. But, Venerable Ruhwa had long been out of sight. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. In the next moment, another flash of light appeared in front of Song Shuhang, which then shrank and became Venerable White. Venerable White put away his sword and asked, Shuhang, did you meet with fellow Taoist Ruhwa? Just now, I saw fellow Taoist Ruhwa on my way here. He seemed to be in a hurry to leave. So, we quickly said goodbye. Song Shuhang sighed as he said, yeah, I've already met Senior Ruhwa. Huh? Are you wearing fellow Taoist Ruhwa's spectacles? He gave them to you? Venerable White asked curiously. On their way to Song Shuhang, Venerable Ruhwa had guarded these spectacles just as though they were his baby. How come he generously gave them to Song Shuhang now? Senior Ruhwa traded the spectacles for the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Song Shuhang bit his teeth. Oh. Is there anything special about these spectacles? I've been curious about these spectacles for a while, but fellow Taoist Ruhwa would not lend them to me, Venerable White said. These spectacles are a magical treasure, the Divine Beast training system. It helps cultivators improve in the field of spirit beast taming, Song Shuhang said seriously. Can you allow me to take a look? Venerable White's eyes were shining. I can, but Senior White, please don't disassemble them. Song Shuhang took off his spectacles and handed them over to Venerable White. Ha ha ha. Senior White let out a dry laugh. Actually, I haven't disassembled anything recently. I've learned to hold myself back. After receiving the spectacles, Senior White put them on. Then, an interface appeared in front of Senior White. Greetings to the host, welcome to the Divine Beast training system. The current version of the system is 1.5. Please stay connected to the internet when using the system. P.S. It is recommended that the host has access to a 50 megabits per second connection should there be a system upgrade. Note, this system has been bound to Tyrannical, Laser, Song 1 foot. Except for Tyrannical, Laser, Song 1, others will not be able to use this system. See you next time, goodbye. Then, the spectacles showed a shut-down page. Venerable White looked at Song Shuhang. It's been bound already, I can't do anything with it. Oh, I remember. As Venerable Ruhwa said, this system is bound to the mental energy of each cultivator, and cannot be changed once bound, Song Shuhang said. Binding through the use of mental energy? Oh, so that's the case. Venerable White seemed to now have understood. He then gestured at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang approached Venerable White doubtfully. Come closer, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang came a little closer. At that moment, Senior White suddenly hit Song Shuhang hard on his head. How could Song Shuhang avoid Senior White's head smack? After being hit, everything before his eyes became dark, and he passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Song Shuhang woke up, and said, "What happened just now?" He seemed to have been knocked unconscious by Senior White's smack. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he turned his head around, and found Venerable White wearing the spectacles, seemingly operating them. Seeing that Song Shuhang had woken up, Venerable White gleefully said, Shuhang, I've just come up with a rather interesting idea. How about we set up a system of our own to play with? Song Shuhang. Wait, why can Senior White use the Divine Beast training system? Wasn't it supposed to be bound to my mental energy? Could this have been the reason he smacked my head? Well, this question aside. I should answer Senior White's question first. After thinking for a bit, Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, what kind of system do you plan on creating? Since Senior White said that he planned on creating a system, he should already have an idea in mind, right? Shuhang, how does a novice racing system sound? By using such a system, the host would be able to quickly grasp how to race, then race at 3 times the normal speed, then 6 times, 10 times, and so on. Venerable White's eyes were glowing as he was speaking. The first kind of system that came to his mind was actually this. Just as Venerable White was speaking, Song Shuhang's phone rang. He then took out his phone, and saw that Gao Mumu was calling him. Senior White, I'll answer this call first, Song Shuhang said. Venerable White nodded. Shuhang picked up the call, and said, Is something the matter, old Gao? Damn, it finally got through. Shuhang, is everything alright? I was trying to contact you a while ago, and I couldn't get through, Gao Mumu said anxiously. I was underground, and the signal wasn't good. Maybe that's why you couldn't get through. Song Shuhang then asked, Did something happen? Yeah, something serious happened. Shuhang, you know that school near our Jiangnan University that teaches people how to operate excavators and also how to drive? Gao Mumu asked. When Song Shuhang heard what Gao Mumu said, he felt a sudden click in his mind, and had a bad feeling as to what might have happened. Did something happen to that school? Yes. This evening, just as lessons were about to end, a female student went to that school, seemingly wanting to learn how to drive. She didn't seem like someone that wanted to learn only the basics to pass the exam. Instead, she seemed to want to learn how to become a seasoned driver. Perhaps it was because that female student paid quite a bit, or that she was particularly beautiful, but the school had arranged someone to give that female student special lessons even though the class was already about to end. Then, shortly after the female student got in a car, tragedy ensued. It was absolutely terrible. The school's driving practice place was utterly messed up, and more than 30 cars were destroyed in the process. I'll send you some pictures later. That scene was seriously bloody. It looked even more magnificent than Hollywood car accident scenes. What was even more terrible was that female student's car crashed into the school's wall and went through all the way towards the excavator practice area, creating another bloody scene. However, things did not end there. After rolling into the excavator area, the female driver arrived at the nearby parking lot, and continued steamrolling the whole place. All the cars in the parking lot were flattened. I suspect that female driver did that on purpose. I mean, how could someone possibly lose control of their car that badly? It was said that the economical loss of the school numbered in hundreds of millions of renminbi. Gao Mumu paused, then said, Fortunately, nobody was killed or injured in that incident. The only ones who got injured were those that had a bad landing when they fell onto the ground. In most cases, they sprained themselves or were just under shock. One could say that their luck shone within the misfortune, with the heavens themselves protecting them. So, nobody actually got seriously injured in that seemingly very exaggerated car accident. If someone doesn't believe it, then they'll just have to wait and watch tomorrow's news. Song Shuhang, there was no doubt about it. The woman who caused such an incident was definitely a certain fairy from the 9 provinces number 1 group. Her Daoist name was Dongfang Weiliao, and she was nicknamed Dongfang 6. She had another nickname as well, Kamikaze Driver. In the end, Fairy Dongfang Weiliao had indeed gone to that driving school to learn how to drive. Furthermore, she didn't fail to live up to Song Shuhang's expectations, and flattened the school that publicly declared, first-class driving instructors, allowing novice drivers in, experienced drivers out. Fortunately, it seemed that Fairy Dongfang 6 had taken some safety measures. At least there were no casualties or serious injuries among the staff. I just got news that the instructor who was with that female student was also sent to the hospital. Miraculously, he was unhurt, but seems to now suffer from car phobia. He starts trembling uncontrollably whenever he hears the word car. I'm unsure whether he will be able to recover from such trauma, Gao Momo added. Song Shuhang. Such a big event had actually taken place. It was unknown as to how Fairy Dongfang 6 was going to cover it up. Oh, okay. So what does this have to do with me? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. It's like this, earlier, didn't you say that you had something to take care of, and suddenly leave? After that, when we were watching TV, we saw the news. Song Shi suddenly said that you might have been at that school, studying how to operate excavators there. So, Tubo and I immediately tried to call you, but we couldn't get through, and ended up thinking that you were also run over by that female driver when she was at the excavator area, Gao Momo explained. Thanks, and sorry for making you worry. You can rest assured, I'm not at that school. Tell Shi that she doesn't need to worry about me either, Song Shuhang said. Loli Shi had actually gone to have fun with Gao Momo and the others. My friends, you can all rest assured, because, in fact, I have already been run over by that kamikaze driver several times. Just thinking about it is making me shed tears. It's good that you're alright. So, where are you right now? Gao Momo then asked. A friend took me out to go camping. I don't really know where I currently am. Well, when I go back, I'll bring you guys something delicious. Song Shuhang laughed. Huh, that's the way it should be. Gao Momo laughed. After talking to Gao Momo, Song Shuhang then solemnly said, Senior White, I've given it some thought. Isn't it better to forget about the novice racing system? Because, you know, speeding is illegal. Venerable White. After a moment of silence, Senior White thought it over. Indeed, if he were to create the novice racing system, more kamikaze drivers like Fairy Dongfang 6 might appear in the world. That was something undesirable. So, Venerable White reluctantly came up with a compromise. Alright, let's make a different one, then. Yeah, Shuhang, how about this? Let's create a system that can be used by ordinary people. When Song Shuhang heard it, he let out a sigh of relief. He said, Alright, no problem, let's go with that. After that, he opened up the 9 provinces number 1 group and sent a message, at Fairy Dongfang 6, Fairy, are you alright? Fairy Dongfang 6, not too good. My driver's license was revoked, and I have to pay hundreds of millions of renminbi as compensation for the damage I've caused. Later, I'll also have to erase the memories of several people, such as that instructor who was guiding me. He's a good man, and this event would leave him with trauma, so it would be better to erase this memory and allow him to enjoy the rest of his life. Song Shuhang. Fairy Dongfang 6, by the way, at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Senior Yellow Mountain, the car accident this time was rather major. I'll be cooperating with you to clean up this mess. Senior, is there anything else I need to do besides erasing the memories of those several victims and pay up for the damage? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Little 6, it isn't you who's going to be cooperating with me, it's me who's going to be cooperating with you. Sigh. Anyway, you can either come over in person or send a puppet clone in order to clean up the mess alongside my subordinates. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was very tired. He was obviously planning on going into closed-door cultivation and breaking through to the next stage, but there was still a number of messes in the 9 provinces number 1 group he had to clean up. If things were to go on like this, would inner demons be born during the tribulation? Apologies, Senior Yellow Mountain. I'll listen to your advice, Fairy Dongfang 6 quickly replied. On the other hand, Fairy Dongfang 6 felt that that school was pretty good at teaching people how to drive. After that nice instructor's guidance, her driving skills had significantly improved. If it were before, her driving in a car would have inevitably seriously injured several people, even with magical techniques protecting them. But this time, nobody was seriously injured. Not a single serious injury. This was tremendous progress. Therefore, she thought of keep studying at that driving school in secret. She felt that as long as she took a few more lessons, she would be able to graduate from her kamikaze driver title. Of course, next time she would go over with her modified vehicle. She couldn't allow such an accident to happen again. After all, she shouldn't create more problems for Senior Yellow Mountain anymore. After thinking for a while, Fairy Dongfang 6 then said, "At Cave Lord Snow Wolf, fellow Taoist Snow Wolf, my driver's license was revoked. When you're free, please get me another one." At this moment, Cave Lord Snow Wolf was beside Xian Nu Sec Skylark. When he saw the message, his paw trembled, resulting in him almost dropping his phone. If one were to ask how many times Fairy Dongfang 6 had made him get her a driver's license, well, it was simply so many that even he himself had already forgotten. So, the question now was, should he still get Fairy Dongfang 6 a driver's license? Wouldn't it be better for him to refuse Fairy Dongfang 6's request for the sake of world peace? But, if he were to refuse Fairy Dongfang 6's request, wouldn't his Snow Wolf cave be steamrolled and flattened the very next day? This was really problematic. So, Shuhang, what kind of system are we going to make? Venerable White asked. Song Shuhang then asked, Senior White, the system that you want to create would be for the use of ordinary people, right? Yes. After all, for my first system, we should make a basic one. We first have to make a system for ordinary people to use, then the experience we gain from that can be used to make systems for cultivators, Venerable White said. Whatever one tried to achieve, they should take things step by step, and first start from the basics. What Senior White said made sense. Shuhang, you've only been cultivating for a few months. What kind of system do you think an ordinary person would like? Venerable White asked. Song Shuhang said, what kind of system would an ordinary person like? From a student's point of view, most would dream of having a learning God system. It's a system that would allow them to learn while lazing around, a system that would allow one to play when others are playing, and still play when others are studying, yet still be able to always have a higher score than anyone else in the exams. Students will definitely like the learning God system, Song Shuhang replied. Actually, a few months ago, Song Shuhang, too, wished to have a similar system that could allow him to study automatically. You enter standby mode and still keep studying. Scary, isn't it? With such a system at his disposal, he wouldn't have to fear midterm exams, final exams, foreign language tests of any difficulty, intermediate or advanced computer application exams, and so on. It was simply a wonderful idea. Hopefully, Senior White would like this beautiful idea. Venerable White earnestly pondered for a while, and said, the learning God system, huh? This system doesn't seem too difficult to create, and we only need to set up a good starting database and prepare well thought out tasks. After the user completes the various tasks, we can reward them with magical techniques that can temporarily enhance their memory or other techniques that can help them focus and stay calm. All these magical techniques can help them obtain better results while studying. Afterward, we can reward them with permanent memory enhancement or mental energy strengthening liquefied pills. Turning ordinary people into geniuses isn't really difficult. After the database is ready, I'll need only 2 days to create the embryonic form of this system. The degree of difficulty when it comes to creating this system is 1 star at most. I'll note it down for now. After saying this much, Venerable White took out a small notebook and wrote on it, 1. Learning God system. According to what Senior White had said, creating the learning God system that every student wished for was very easy, only 1-star level difficulty. How wonderful would it have been to meet Senior White when I was still in junior middle school. Song Shuhang sighed inwardly. Do you have any other suggestion? Venerable White asked another question. From the looks of it, a system with a 1-star degree of difficulty was unable to satisfy Venerable White. Senior White, let me think for a moment. Right. Aside from the much-needed learning God system when they are in school, ordinary people are definitely going to love a system that can help them make money after they graduate. After all, although money isn't everything, you simply can't do without it in this world. Therefore, a money-making system is definitely going to be well-liked by ordinary people, Song Shuhang said after pondering. A money-making system? Why do you want to create such a system? Senior White was puzzled. If you lack money, you can simply take a stroll outside and get plenty of it. If you feel that the amount isn't enough, you can go to a mountain and start digging, obtaining quite a few valuable items. Then, you can sell these items and make a lot of money. Song Shuhang. At this time, Song Shuhang started doubting if he and Venerable White lived in the same world, because he definitely didn't live in a world where you could get plenty of money while taking a stroll outside. Seeking help, how can I make Senior White understand how difficult it is to make money while discussing this topic? I'm on hold, please reply quickly. Cough. Senior White, you are a special case. The large majority of the people in this world are unable to maintain their livelihood by taking strolls outside and picking up money, and the number of people that can actually find treasures after digging on a mountain is very low as well. After all, not everyone is as lucky as you, Senior White, Song Shuhang explained. Oh, you are right. This matter is related to luck, which is something very difficult to explain. Venerable White quickly understood. In that case, about the money-making system, it seems only slightly more difficult than the learning God system. The simplest way would be for me to directly send money to the user, Venerable White said. Senior White, you can't do that. The system would lose its purpose this way. The objective of a system is to not let people live like salted fish, and they must obtain rewards only after completing tasks. Only if they have to work hard to obtain these rewards will people treasure them, Song Shuhang said. You have a point. In that case, we can consider the money-making system as the upgraded version of the learning God system. After the host is finished gathering knowledge through the learning God system, they'll start earning money through the money-making system. Appraising items, cutting stones and finding jade, inventing black technology, cultivating plants that other people can't, breeding fishes that other people can't, and completing similar tasks can all earn money. Very well, it's settled then. The money-making system will be the follow-up part of the learning God system, and we can even fuse the two systems if we want. Wonderful. After saying this much, Venerable White likewise noted down the money-making system in the small notebook, setting its degree of difficulty to 1.5 star. Exactly what you would expect from Senior White, very quick-witted. Song Shuhang fell into deep thought. If the two systems were fused together, heavens, wasn't it going to resemble a lot the cheat that the main characters in those slice-of-life stories had? The main characters of slice-of-life stories possessed similar cheats. They had incredible learning abilities and all sorts of wondrous techniques at their disposal. Whether we were talking about culinary arts, medical skills, appraisal techniques, or even animal breeding and farming skills, they would master them after studying them once. They could use these skills to show off, and also to make money. After earning enough money, they would move to some small valley far away from the city, where the air was cleaner, and buy fields, houses, and ponds there, leading a happy life. Heavens, he also wanted to have this system. Heavens, after Senior White was finished merging the two systems, he was willing to become a beta tester and test it for him. Heavens, just thinking about it was enough to make him salivate. How wonderful. Heavens, what was the deal with all these heavens? Earlier in the forbidden area, he heard that green sea turtle repeat this phrase again and again. Did he unconsciously pick it up as well? Heavens, how was that possible? Do you have anything else in mind? Venerable White asked again. Senior White wasn't satisfied yet. The degree of difficulty of the money-making system was 1.5 star, and even if the learning God system was added, the total degree of difficulty wouldn't exceed 2 star. Senior White found this type of system too easy to create. If it was too easy, it wouldn't be exciting enough, and if it wasn't exciting enough, he wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Shuhang held his chin and fell into deep thought. The learning and money-making skills were already there, so what was left now? While in deep thought, he remembered his nominal disciple Joseph, whose full name was Joseph Guy Maupassant. After accepting Joseph as his nominal disciple, other than the times are calling, he had taught him the first style of the Holy Light Sword technique as well. However, he was well aware that Joseph would have a hard time obtaining good results even if he diligently practiced the Holy Light Sword technique every day. After all, he lacked a foundation establishment cultivation technique, and hadn't opened any aperture. It was impossible for him to display the real power of the Holy Light Sword technique. Actually, Joseph's dream was just to learn the so-called Chinese Kung Fu. He was fine as long as he could leap onto roofs and walls, create small shock waves with his fists, and take on 10 people alone. Still, it was rather difficult for Shuhang to make his wish come true. All the techniques in his possession were cultivation techniques, and he didn't have the ownership of any foundation establishment cultivation technique. He was unable to teach one to Joseph. Other than that, Joseph had missed the best period to cultivate, and even if he started to practice a foundation establishment technique right now, he would have a hard time obtaining any results. However, if Venerable White could find a way to turn ordinary people into martial arts experts, like the one seen in movies, perhaps there was still hope to make his dream come true? The objective wasn't to build the foundation needed to cultivate, but to strengthen one's body until the user could leap onto roofs and walls, and take on 20 people alone. Senior White, how about making a martial arts expert training system? Shuhang said in all seriousness. Martial arts expert training system? You want to teach people how to cultivate? Venerable White asked in puzzlement. No, these martial arts experts I'm talking about aren't the experts of the world of cultivators. Senior White, you have also seen several movies as of late, and China's homemade wuxia movies are closely related to the concept of martial arts expert. The objective here isn't to reach immortality, but to become strong enough to leap onto roofs and walls, master fist techniques, and to take on tens of people alone, Shuhang said. Oh, so you meant that type of expert. But, if they can't become immortals in the end, what use is there to it? Venerable White asked. Reaching immortality isn't the final objective, it's good enough as long as they can strengthen their bodies, Shuhang said. A lot of people have already missed the best period to cultivate, and they are fated not to walk far on the road of cultivation. Even with the help of a foundation establishment technique, they won't obtain good results after decades of training as long as they lack body-tempering liquid and qi and blood pills. Therefore, it would be pretty good if there was a martial arts expert system that could allow them to become strong enough to leap onto roofs and walls. Why did you suddenly think of this system? Venerable White asked out of curiosity. It's because someone pestered me recently, and I was forced to accept them as my nominal disciple, Shuhang said, somewhat embarrassed. Then, he told Venerable White about Joseph's situation. However, Shuhang had another idea in mind as well. If the martial arts expert training system really came into existence, not only Joseph, but Mama Song and Papa Song could also benefit from it. Interesting. In that case, it would be better to get rid of some of the cultivation-related features of cultivation techniques and enhance the part aiming to temper one's physical body. It should be feasible to create a superhuman martial technique that shows quick results. However, it must be tested a bit first, Venerable White said with a nod. This system has around a 3-star difficulty. Not bad, not bad. Compared to the learning God system and the money-making system, this martial arts expert training system is more suited to my tastes. In that case, Shuhang, it's decided. The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose as he lifted the pen. Senior White, did you decide which system you are going to create? Song Shuhang asked. I've decided. I want to create the My spirit beast egg just hatched. Venerable White said suddenly. Song Shuhang was confused. Just now, I used your divine beast training system to register another account. Then, I took a look at the novice mission, and I just happened to have with me a spirit beast egg I found a long time ago. As such, I decided to hatch it, Venerable White said smugly. Venerable White turned around to open a wooden box. The wooden box was about 50 centimeters in size, and a shining rune was floating above it. It was the rune of the magical technique used to hatch spirit beast eggs. Song Shuhang rubbed his forehead. Sure enough, that smack Senior White had given him just now had caused him some trouble. Senior White, what kind of spirit beast are you incubating there? Song Shuhang asked. I actually have no idea either. I picked this spirit beast egg up a long time ago while adventuring outside. Now, I don't even remember where I picked it up, Venerable White said. He had found so many things during the course of his life that he could no longer keep track of them. Is the spirit beast egg that Senior White found and kept that of a divine beast? Could it be a dragon? Phoenix? Qilin? Black tortoise? Or is it some other divine beast? Anyway, with Senior White's talent in picking up treasures, Song Shuhang wouldn't be surprised by whatever divine beasts came out of that spirit beast egg. Senior White finding a divine pet wasn't big news. Senior White not finding a divine pet would be big news. The spirit beast is already breaking out of the shell, let's see what it is. Venerable White opened the box. The runes above dissipated, revealing a brown thing lying within. It was a hairy ball-shaped thing, with seemingly no relationship whatsoever to the egg of a spirit beast. As such, was that hairy ball the spirit beast that had come out of Senior White's spirit beast egg? It's about to break the shell, Senior White said expectantly. Heavens, that hairy ball wasn't a spirit beast, but a spirit beast egg? Which beast's egg was growing hair? Exactly what you would expect from the things found in the world of cultivators, unscientific, but very cultivation-like. On the other hand, the luck of that hairy spirit beast egg had finally changed for the better today. Venerable White suddenly remembered about its existence after seeing the divine beast training system, and decided to take it out. Otherwise, given the huge number of treasures Senior White had, who knew how long this hairy spirit beast egg would have stayed forgotten before he thought about it again. Crack, 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 the hairy ball-shaped spirit beast egg started to crack, and a tiny paw came out of it. The paw was also brown, and it had 5 fingers. The paws of newly born spirit beasts were somewhat illusory, and didn't have a fixed shape. After all, the bodies of spirit beasts were made of spiritual energy for the most part. This was the reason ordinary people couldn't see them. Only if the spirit beast allowed it would ordinary people see it with the naked eye. As for cultivators, they would have to open their eye aperture to see spirit beasts in their normal state. Anyway, this was Song Shuhang's first time seeing a newly born spirit beast. As soon as the paw came out, the newborn spirit beast stopped moving, breaking the shell of the egg had drained all its energy. Now, it would have to recover its strength first and only then break the rest of the shell. Venerable White held his chin, and said, "It wasn't able to come out? Should we help it by breaking the shell of the egg?" "I think it's better if we wait and let it break the shell on its own," Song Shuhang said. He had raised a silkworm before, and it was mandatory to let the silk moth break out of the cocoon on its own. If one helped the silk moth by cutting the cocoon open, the silk moth would die sometime later. "Alright, I'll let it come out on its own then." Right. I should check its information first. Senior White put on the Divine Beast Training System spectacles. After the completion of the novice mission, the system would unlock the ability to appraise first-stage spirit beasts. However, the first spirit beast was a special case, and one could appraise it regardless of its rank. Venerable White looked at the hairy beast egg through the spectacles. After a short while, somewhat depressed, he said, "Ah. It seems I don't have the privilege to access the next part." Song Shuhang was confused. "I've made a mistake. Earlier, after linking my mental energy to yours, I created a child account named White in the Divine Beast Training System right next to your Tyrannical Laser Song 1 main account. This child account is likewise able to make use of the Divine Beast Training System and complete the tasks. However, I didn't expect that its privileges would be limited by the privileges of the main account. It seems that the child account can only use the features that the main account has already unlocked. As such, if I want to use the feature to appraise spirit beasts, I have to wait for the main account, Tyrannical Laser Song 1, to unlock it first by completing the novice mission. Only then would the child account, White, gain the privilege to use it. Fellow Daoist Ruhur really put in a lot of thought while creating this system. I was too careless." Venerable White took off the spectacles, returning them to Song Shuhang. "In that case, it seems I'll have to complete the novice mission as well, right?" Song Shuhang asked. "Yes, I'll have to wait for you to hatch a spirit beast egg and unlock the feature." "Shuhang, why don't you give it a try?" Venerable White said. Then, he squatted beside the small box, and glanced at the spirit beast inside the hairy egg as it was struggling to break out. "I can't recognize the type of spirit beast from the paw." "All right. Such being the case, I'll also try hatching a spirit beast egg." Song Shuhang took out the egg of an invisible sword insect from his inner world, as well as the spirit beast seal. As soon as the invisible sword insect was born, he would use the beast taming technique of the 33 divine beasts sect to tame it. After getting ready, Song Shuhang put on the Divine Beast Training System spectacles. Then, a system notification appeared on the interface before Song Shuhang's eyes. Novice mission: look for a spirit beast egg and hatch it. Complete. Unlocked the feature to appraise first-stage spirit beasts, as well as an ordinary food recipe for first-stage spirit beasts. The recipe was already sent to your personal storage space. Please check it. Song Shuhang. Senior White hatching that hairy spirit beast egg had turned into his novice mission. Thereupon, he turned around and looked at the hairy spirit beast egg beside Venerable White. At this time, another system notification appeared on the interface before his eyes. Novice mission: post-patch reward, appraise a spirit beast regardless of its rank X1, obtain a spirit beast training method regardless of the beast's rank X1. Crack. At this time, the hairy spirit beast egg beside Venerable White was finally split open. The brown-colored radiance transformed into dots of starlight that shot out of the egg. Then, the starlight condensed in front of Venerable White, turning into a baby spirit beast. Isn't that a kangaroo? Song Shuhang looked at the newborn spirit beast. Strong hind legs and big tail, its appearance was the same as a kangaroo's. Kangaroo, a marsupial, as well as the mammal that could jump the highest and farthest. The only difference between a kangaroo and the spirit beast before his eyes was that it had a sharp horn on the top of its head and a row of bones coming out of its back, just like a stegosaurus. I've never seen a spirit beast like this. Sure enough, it doesn't seem like a spirit beast from China's world of cultivators. Venerable White stretched out his hand and caressed the head of the kangaroo, pinching its small horn. The small kangaroo displayed a happy expression, and cried in a low voice. At this time, the result of the appraisal appeared on the interface before Song Shuhang's eyes: mutated, fighting beast. Rank: none. Mutated spirit beast born in captivity. This mutated spirit beast is very strong in close combat, and it can reach all kinds of different levels depending on the cultivation method used to raise it. It possesses outstanding combat awareness, and when acting cute with its master, it will use its tail and hind legs to make close contact with them. During the initial period, feed it ordinary food for first-stage spirit beasts. Senior White, the spirit beast you incubated is a fighting beast, a mutated spirit beast. It possesses outstanding close combat fighting capacity. During the initial period, you can simply feed it ordinary food for first-stage spirit beasts. In addition, it can reach different levels of strength based on the cultivation technique you use to train it. Song Shuhang told Senior White about the result of the appraisal. You can obtain different results based on the cultivation technique used to raise it. In other words, this fighting beast can learn cultivation techniques? Venerable White looked pensive. Song Shuhang gazed at the small kangaroo. According to the description, when acting cute with its master, it would use its tail and hind legs to make close contact with them. Was it going to rub against its master like a small puppy? But, while he could imagine the kangaroo rubbing its tail against its master, he couldn't really imagine how it would work with the hind legs. However, Song Shuhang was soon going to discover how this fighting beast would use its tail and hind legs while acting cute with its master. Just as he was sizing up the spirit beast, the fighting beast also raised its head and looked at Song Shuhang. The eyes of the fighting beast were like sapphires, very pretty. After seeing Song Shuhang, it got excited and happily jumped over, leaving Venerable White and arriving next to Song Shuhang. It sniffed Song Shuhang and happily cried out in a low voice. Song Shuhang was confused. Possibly because my mental energy was synchronized with yours during the hatching, this fighting beast has seemingly recognized you as one of its masters, Venerable White replied after thinking for a moment. Song Shuhang cried out, "Heavens!" The fighting beast happily circled around Song Shuhang while jumping. Then, it suddenly turned its body around and swung its big tail. Bang! Song Shuhang felt something bump into his knee. Given the height of the fighting beast, it just happened to hit his knee when it swung its tail. The strength of this little guy was actually greater than Lady Onion's. Was this how it planned to act cute with its master and use its tail to make close contact with them? The little guy happily cried out and looked at Song Shuhang with the face of someone trying to curry favors. It was really acting cute. Bang, 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 the little guy swung its tail non-stop, hitting Song Shuhang's knee again and again. Song Shuhang. Now then, can't you just change your way of acting cute? This thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. Then, possibly because there was a mental connection between the fighting beast and its master, the kangaroo really changed its way of acting cute. It took one step back and pressed its strong tail against the ground. Then, its two, likewise powerful, hind legs shot forward. When its two legs shot forward, they accurately hit Song Shuhang's calf. It was quite painful. This was the second method to act cute the fighting beast knew. Song Shuhang. The strength in those pair of legs was considerable. Even with Song Shuhang's current strength, the hit made him feel some pain in his calf. Exactly what you would expect from a spirit beast specialized in close combat. More importantly, this little guy was still in its infancy. It already had such strength even though it had just come out of that hairy egg. If this guy were to grow up a little, just how terrifying would it become while acting cute? It was said that kangaroos could reach a height of 1.6 meters and over 100 kilos of weight after reaching adulthood, and they could kill a person with a sweep of their tail. And some individuals could even grow over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over their bodies. What creature had a cute little face, yet very strong muscles? Was it Neza? No, it wasn't Neza. It was a kangaroo. If a mere kangaroo from Australia could end up becoming such a killing machine, then Senior White's kangaroo that was a spirit beast would have much more room for growth. Not to mention 2 meters, even if it were to grow to 10 meters, Song Shuhang wouldn't be surprised. Moreover, since it was known as the close combat expert of the spirit beast realm, it was inevitable that this cute, kangaroo-like, fighting beast would end up becoming a mass of muscles in the future. At that time, one could well imagine the scene where a giant kangaroo with a size of over 10 meters was happily crying out and acting cute in front of its master. First way of acting cute, sweeping its tail towards its master and hitting them, with the master crying out in pain and getting sent flying through the air. Second way of acting cute, see its master and gleefully jumped over. Afterward, prop itself with its tail and use the hind legs to ruthlessly hit the master, ending their poor life. It was truly a scary pet. Fortunately, it was Venerable White's pet. With Venerable White's strength, even if the aforementioned examples were to happen, he would surely remain unfazed. At this moment, the fighting beast sent tens of kicks toward Song Shuhang to curry favor with him. It then let out a few whimpers, seemingly expressing its love. Then, it bounced back to Venerable White, reaching out its head towards him. Venerable White then reached out to stroke the little thing's head and pinch its small horn. The fighting beast kangaroo let out a few happy whimpers. Song Shuhang, what the heck, why do you act like a prim and proper pet when you're with Venerable White, yet use your tail and legs when you're with me? You're treating us differently 'cause of our looks, aren't you? There was no hope, there was not a shred of hope in this world where look was everything. Strange, why did it kick you? Venerable White asked doubtfully. However, it seemed that the fighting beast had no evil intentions toward Song Shuhang. While kicking Song Shuhang, it was seemingly trying to curry favors with him. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched as he replied, according to the appraisal of the Divine Beast Training System, there are a few ways this fighting beast can use to act like a spoiled brat towards its master. After seeing its master, it would use its tail and hind legs to make close contact with them in an attempt to look cute. Senior Ruhua, was the data that you collected really correct? Was this fighting beast really just trying to act cute? Or was it actually its fighting instinct causing trouble? I have to say that such a way of acting cute is truly unique. Venerable White pinched the horn of the fighting beast once again. The fighting beast happily swung its head around as it let out a cute sound. Song Shuhang. Damn it, since it can act intimate in such a way, the next time, it should act the same way with me too. Anyway, what are we going to feed it? Venerable White asked. According to the information in the database, it would be fine to feed it with ordinary first-stage beast food, Song Shuhang answered. But I don't have any beast food with me, Venerable White said. I don't have any either, but the system had sent me an ordinary first-stage beast food recipe. Would we take a look and see if we can prepare some of it? Song Shuhang said. Prepare beast food? That's rather troublesome, how about we just buy some? I'll look for fellow Taoist medicine master and ask him. He collects all kinds of strange medicinal materials, so he might have some beast food, Venerable White said. Thereupon, Venerable White used his phone to call Medicine Master. Hello, Senior White. What can I do for you? Medicine Master sounded like he was out of breath. Fellow Taoist Medicine Master, were you cultivating just now? Venerable White asked. Yeah, cultivating really uses up a lot of energy, Medicine Master said as he panted. Well then, I'll keep this short. Do you have any food for spirit beasts in stock? Venerable White asked. Huh? Spirit beast food? Apologies, Senior White, huff, but I don't have anything of the sort right now. Why don't you ask Senior Yellow Mountain? After all, he has Daodu, so he should have some beast food, Medicine Master said. After all, Medicine Master specialized in medicine, and he was not a veterinarian. Alright, I understand. Thanks, fellow Taoist Medicine Master, Venerable White replied. No problem, Senior White, bye. Medicine Master finished speaking and hung up quickly. Venerable White held his chin, deep in thought. Senior White, what now? Song Shuhang asked. I was thinking, next year we might have to prepare a big gift for fellow Taoist medicine master, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang said, huh? Oh, nothing, let's take a look at the spirit beast food recipe first, Venerable White said. Huh? Are you not going to ask Senior Yellow Mountain? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable White laughed as he said, there's no use in asking him. Have you ever seen Daodu eat beast food? True monarch Yellow Mountain dotes so much on Daodu that he would only allow Daodu to eat the best food. He even has an immortal chef prepare all of Daodu's meals. So, true monarch Yellow Mountain couldn't possibly have any beast food. Right. Song Shuhang nodded. The first time they met, Daodu had indeed complained that true monarch Yellow Mountain had never given him any dog food. It was only when he surfed the internet back at Song Shuhang's place that he was able to order various kinds of dog food. Yellow Mountain is really a fool, how can there be a dog that doesn't eat dog food? Daodu. Song Shuhang then took out a notebook and pen from his spatial bracelet. Ever since he'd got a spatial magical treasure, he had stuffed even learning materials and textbooks into it. Shuhang wrote down the recipe of that ordinary first-stage spirit beast food the Divine Beast Training System had told him about, and then handed it over to Venerable White. Senior White took a look at the recipe. Luckily, all of these materials are pretty common, so it shouldn't be difficult to acquire all of them. Oh, yeah, I might have these materials in my treasure house. Shuhang, just wait for a bit, I'll just go and see if I have these materials. Without waiting for Song Shuhang to reply, Venerable White had already whizzed off into the distance, leaving Song Shuhang and the fighting beast by themselves. Song Shuhang looked at the nearby kangaroo-like fighting beast. One man and one beast looked at each other affectionately. The fighting beast's jewel-like eyes shone, and it bounced toward Song Shuhang's side. Bang, 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 its tail attacked non-stop. Then, it used its tail to prop up its body and used its hind legs to kick Song Shuhang's calf. Song Shuhang sighed softly. What a tragedy, he refused to accept this way of acting cute. This was definitely an attack on his person. At such a moment, shouldn't the virtuous Lamia come out and lend him a hand? Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, the virtuous Lamia came out of his body. Then, she crouched and looked at the kangaroo-like fighting beast. The kangaroo also looked at the virtuous Lamia. They continued to stare at each other. Then, the virtuous Lamia reached her hand out and stroked the head of the kangaroo. The little kangaroo made a cute whimper, happily accepting the virtuous Lamia's petting. Song Shuhang. This damn appearance-picky brat. A few minutes later. Venerable White still had yet to return. He had simply too many treasure house, and if he wanted to look for something, he would have no choice but to look through every single one of them. It was a joy as much as it was an annoyance. The virtuous Lamia was still there, playing with the kangaroo-like fighting beast. Since he had nothing to do, Song Shuhang wore the spectacles again and started using the basic egg incubation skill to incubate the invisible sword insect egg. Under the guidance of the Divine Beast Training System, Song Shuhang carefully sealed the egg inside a small box, that small box being the one that Senior White had used to incubate the fighting beast. In the end, Song Shuhang successfully managed to condense an egg hatching rune on the small box. The incubation process of spirit beasts was very fast, and the lower the stage of the spirit beast, the faster their incubation speed would be. Invisible sword insects are bug-type spirit beasts of the 4th or 5th stage, so the incubation time for these should be fairly long, right? Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, a sound was issued from the box. Has it hatched already? Crack! The noise of eggshell cracking could be heard coming from within the box. Song Shuhang opened the box, and sure enough, the hard shell of the insect egg had cracked. Sharp, blade-like energy had pierced the eggshell. Indeed, invisible sword insects are extremely sharp, and they have a natural advantage over other types of spirit beasts when it comes to breaking something like an eggshell. No wonder it was able to come out so quickly, Song Shuhang thought. Song Shuhang then held the spirit beast seal in one hand as he took out the spectacles to appraise the invisible sword insect. Novice mission completed, reward granted. Novice mission, post-patch reward, appraise a spirit beast regardless of its rank X1, obtain a spirit beast training method regardless of the beast's rank X1. Luckily, the post-patch rewards for the novice guidance mission from the main account were still issued. Mutated spirit beast, invisible saber insect. An insect with spirit beast blood. Rank, none. A variant of the 5th stage invisible sword insect. Specific rank of the invisible saber insect cannot be determined. The training of the master will determine the growth of the invisible saber insect, making it reach different realms. It's incredibly sharp, with hardness surpassing that of ordinary treasured weapons. The host can use it as a saber after holding it. In the initial stage, the host can use ordinary first-stage beast food to feed the insect. If coupled with saber chi and saber intent, the effects will be even better. Song Shuhang, invisible saber insect? What is this thing? A defective invisible sword insect? At this time, the newborn invisible saber insect swayed from side to side and flew out of its eggshell. At the same time, its body gradually became transparent, entering into an invisible state that not even cultivators could see through. Notification: Invisible Saber Insect Training Plan. Before the insect turns completely invisible, hold the Spirit Beast Seal in one hand and operate the 33 Divine Beasts technique, hitting the body of the insect with strength. Something unexpected will then happen. Song Shuhang. Given this training plan, there was no doubt about it, Venerable Ruhua had definitely some relationship with the Spirit Beast sect. If one wasn't a member of the 33 Divine Beast sect, how could they possibly know how to operate the Spirit Beast Seal? In the sky, the invisible saber insect quietly hovered in midair. It looked like a straight saber. From Song Shuhang's point of view, he was unable to see the eyes of the insect. The invisible saber insect was gradually becoming transparent. If it completely turned invisible, then even Song Shuhang, who was its master, would no longer be able to find it. Therefore, Song Shuhang grabbed the Spirit Beast Seal and operated the 33 Divine Beasts technique, pouring his true chi into the seal. As soon as his true chi entered the Spirit Beast Seal, the seal resonated with it, allowing Song Shuhang to complete two important steps, the activation and master recognition processes. The Spirit Beast Seal that Venerable Ruhua had given to Song Shuhang was brand new, never used by anyone else before. Back then, this seal was a regulation magical treasure in the 33 Divine Beasts sect. It was as popular as smartphones nowadays, and everyone had one. After acquiring a brand new Spirit Beast Seal and injecting true chi into it, the Spirit Beast Seal would activate and recognize its owner. It was similar to how, in the current era, people would be able to buy phones and activate them in a few steps. After Song Shuhang was recognized as its master, his true chi circulated within the Spirit Beast Seal according to a special route. Once the true chi had circulated in the whole seal, the seal's feature to collect a wisp of the beast's soul would be activated. Song Shuhang held the Spirit Beast Seal in his hand and patted the invisible saber insect. The invisible saber insect had been born not too long ago, and was thus ignorant as to what was happening. It kept hovering in a daze and was slapped in the face by that Spirit Beast Seal. Song Shuhang sensed that a wisp of the invisible saber insect's soul was collected within the Spirit Beast Seal, and then imprinted there thanks to the true chi of the 33 Divine Beasts technique that was poured inside earlier. The saber insect was successfully tamed, and Song Shuhang had now formed a faint mental connection with it through the seal. Exactly what you would expect from a remnant of the Divine Beast Department, its means of controlling spirit beasts were truly amazing. In the sky, the invisible saber insect began to move around. The insect's body was sharp and hard like a treasured saber, yet was still able to twist and move around like a snake. Buzz, 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 the invisible saber insect let out a delicate cry. At the same time, it told Song Shuhang that it felt very comfortable. It feels comfortable? Could it be that I made it feel comfortable when I hit it with the spirit beast seal? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Thereupon, before the insect turned completely transparent, he raised the spirit beast seal again and operated the 33 divine beasts technique, hitting the invisible saber insect one more time. Clang, buzz, 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 sparks flew from the body of the invisible saber insect as it let out a happy cry, signaling Song Shuhang to keep hitting it. His saber insect, it can't be possible be a masochist, right? Song Shuhang couldn't help but turn his head around and look at that kangaroo-like, fighting beast. If this saber insect was a masochist, then that kangaroo was definitely a sadist. Its way of acting cute in front of its master was to actually sweep its tail towards them, or hit them with its hind legs. Such a bizarre way of acting cute was simply unheard of. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the invisible saber insect let out another cry. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and held the spirit beast seal, pouring the true chi of the 33 divine beasts technique into it, and then continuously hit the invisible saber insect with it. Clang, 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 buzz, 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 the invisible saber insect happily cried out. Sparks continually flew from its body, and with Song Shuhang's constant beating, the body of the invisible saber insect seemingly grew bigger. Also, it seemed that every time Song Shuhang hit the insect, the speed at which it was becoming transparent slowed down. Song Shuhang began to beat the insect faster and faster, continuously slamming it with the spirit beast seal, to the point that even afterimages had appeared. Buzz, 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 the sound that the invisible saber insect was letting out also became happier. It was urging Song Shuhang to beat it faster and harder. When Song Shuhang's right arm became tired, he switched to using his left arm, and then continued beating the insect. This time, Song Shuhang had exerted all of his strength, and wasn't holding back. He had decided to use all the power of his third stage, 4 meridians realm. Dazzling Star Meridian, Overcast Moon Meridian, Blazing Sun Meridian, Immaterial King Meridian, the power of the 4 meridians had burst forth. On top of that, Song Shuhang was even using his 4th stage physique, making it so that the power of his attack was no less than that of a 4th stage cultivator. Yet, even with attacks of such strength, the invisible saber insect seemed to be enjoying itself. Yi Si curiously poked her head out from behind Song Shuhang to look at the invisible saber insect, who was becoming bigger and happier as time passed by. Amazing, even though it was just born, it wasn't injured after getting hit by Shuhang's powerful attacks. It's like an actual saber when being forged, becoming harder the more the blacksmith hammers it, Yi Si said. Exactly what you would expect from a mutated invisible sword insect. A long time later. Heavens, I didn't think that beating something would tire me out so much, Song Shuhang said. He had been holding the spirit beast seal and putting a lot of strength in each strike. Every blow was infused with his full power. After beating the insect for so long, of course he'd grow tired. During this period of time, Song Shuhang had been switching between his hands whenever one hand got tired, and he had already switched them several times. How many times have I hit it? Song Shuhang asked. I didn't count. Yi Si said. At this moment, Song Shuhang's spectacles displayed a number on the interface. 966, 967, 968, 969, I've already hit it nearly 1,000 times, how much longer do I have to keep beating it? Song Shuhang said. For something to be completely tempered, maybe you need to hit it 1,000 times? Yi Si replied. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth as he said, 1,000 times? Then I'll hold through. At this moment, his arms and meridians were already experiencing some swelling and pain. Generally speaking, a cultivator of the third stage would erupt the full power of the dazzling star, overcast moon, blazing sun, and immaterial king meridians only when putting their life on the line. For someone with a constitution of the third stage, using the 4 meridians at full strength for 30 to 40 moves was already quite the feat in any case. A cultivator at the third stage shouldn't be able to sustain the usage of such power for long. Song Shuhang's physique had already reached the 4th stage realm, and this was the only reason as to why he was able to continue hitting the insect for nearly 1,000 times. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and switched the Spirit Beast seal to his right hand, continuing to beat the invisible saber insect. Like someone nearing the finish line in a race, Song Shuhang once again sped up and produced afterimages. 998, 999, 1000. Song Shuhang roared. At the same time, the Spirit Beast seal fiercely hit the invisible saber insect's body. Buzz, 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 the invisible saber insect called out and floated around Song Shuhang, seemingly very happy. However, it wasn't truly satisfied yet. From the mental link that had formed between Shuhang and the insect, Shuhang could tell that the insect wanted him to continue hitting it. Song Shuhang, Mom, I was wrong, I'll never casually beat someone ever again. Could 1,000 hits actually not be enough? Do I have to hit it 10,000 times? Song Shuhang switched between hands once again, gritted his teeth, and continued to beat the invisible saber insect. Having already persisted through hitting it 1,000 times, he couldn't just give up halfway, right? Maybe this would decide how far the invisible saber insect would be able to reach in the future. I have to hold on and fight for the future of this invisible saber insect. Perseverance will always lead to success. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and became determined to hit the insect until he could no longer. Clang, clang, clang. Buzz, 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 clang, clang, clang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Si held her chin as she continued to watch the changes happening to Song Shuhang and the invisible saber insect. Song Shuhang injected his 33 divine beasts' innate true qi into the Spirit Beast seal, and continued to hit the invisible saber insect. The saber insect's body kept getting strengthened from the beating. Also, a part of the true qi had entered the invisible saber insect's body, starting to circulate inside. It was precisely this portion of the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi that allowed the invisible saber insect to keep increasing in size. Afterward, an even purer version of the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi was transmitted back from the body of the invisible saber insect to Song Shuhang through the Spirit Beast seal. This feature is similar to that of a ghost spirit, Yi Si muttered. Ghost spirits would not only help the master in their practice, but also refine the quality of the master's true qi. Now, the invisible saber insect was doing the same thing. Song Shuhang had been constantly practicing as he was hitting the invisible saber insect. Aside from true qi, another wisp of energy that was hard to describe was transmitted back from the body of the invisible saber insect. When that energy was transmitted back to Song Shuhang's body, it strengthened his constitution a little. But, since Song Shuhang's physique was already at the 4th stage realm, the changes weren't that obvious. This was, in fact, the biggest secret of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Each chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique was similar to the whale swallowing technique, and could allow the user to devour and absorb the power within Spirit Beast crystals through various methods. Thus, the disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect would often encounter a situation where their true qi was overflowing and their dantian ready to burst. Song Shuhang had also suffered quite a bit for this reason, and he was forced to look for body-tempering cultivation techniques so as to avoid exploding and dying. Later, he had to drink the Demo-Dragon medicine, which enabled him to push his constitution to the 4th stage realm. he had been forced to do all the above-mentioned things. However, the disciples of the orthodox 33 Divine Beasts sect had no demo-dragon medicine to drink. Therefore, the solution they came up with to prevent the overflowing true qi from destroying their bodies was for the disciples to pour their superfluous true qi into spirit beasts through some special methods, which would temper the spirit beast and also increase its growth speed. During the process, one could obtain a purer version of the true back from the body of the spirit beast. The quantity of this true qi wasn't much, but its quality was very high. Not only that, the spirit beast tempering process would likewise improve the physique of the disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. From a certain point of view, the 33 Divine Beasts sect was a sect with a small, built-in cheat. Time passed, minute after minute, second after second. Senior White had yet to come back. The virtuous Lamia and the kangaroo-like fighting beast quietly sat on one side as they watched Song Shuhang fiercely beat the invisible saber insect. The invisible saber insect was emitting buzzing sounds, still far from being satisfied. 11:11. Song Shuhang exerted his all once again as he landed his 1111th strike. Damn, I really can't continue this anymore. The pain coming from his meridians had been getting stronger and stronger, while the power he could display after opening his 4 meridians smaller and smaller, he was now exhausted. But right at this time, the invisible saber insect suddenly transformed. The insect's body became perfectly straight, and 1111 beautiful saber patterns appeared on it. Each pattern was something Song Shuhang had lovingly engraved on the insect while hitting it earlier. These various patterns seemed to be all linked together, just as if they were there from the very beginning. If the newly born invisible saber insect was like a treasure saber, the current one was like a sharp saber tempered 100 times that was handed down from generation to generation. The invisible saber insect let out a happy cry, and no longer asked Song Shuhang for a beating. With Song Shuhang no longer beating it, the invisible saber insect's body turned transparent, and finally disappeared. Even Song Shuhang, who was the master of the saber insect, could no longer see it with the naked eye. One would be able to see the invisible saber insect only if they practiced a special ocular technique or had a very high realm. With that said, although Shuhang couldn't see it, the connection between the two had gotten better after he had repeatedly struck its body and tempered the insect. As such, he could sense that the invisible saber insect that was right beside him, to the point of being able to tell even its precise position. Song Shuhang then reached out his right hand towards the void and grabbed. The invisible saber insect sensed his thoughts, and gently fell into his grasp. When he grabbed it, he felt as though he had been holding a real saber. The size and weight of the invisible saber insect seemed to have been tailored just for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang then tried out a basic saber technique. He actually wanted to try out something like the flaming saber technique or the strong gale saber technique, but since his arms were currently swollen and in pain, and he couldn't operate his true qi, he settled for basic saber techniques. He then displayed the basic saber technique, and the saber qi exploded. This saber qi didn't come from Song Shuhang, it came from the invisible saber insect instead. It was treasured saber that possessed its own saber qi. Moreover, due to the invisible saber insect being Song Shuhang's tamed beast, he felt as though the two of them were one entity when he was holding it in his hand. Everything felt really natural. In addition, the invisible saber insect was just born. If fed and raised properly, its realm would constantly improve. As such, Song Shuhang had no need to worry about getting a new weapon. For a sabersman, possessing a good treasured saber was of utmost importance. Song Shuhang's broken tyrant saber was also a treasured saber, which could cut down the body of 4th stage cultivators. However, Song Shuhang's realm would inevitably rise, and when he reached the 5th stage, broken tyrant saber would be inadequate. But the invisible saber insect was different, it was a weapon that could grow together with him. After testing the saber technique, Song Shuhang copied the pose of a certain Lion King guy from a TV series, who had a dragon-slaying saber with him. With a saber in hand, I have the world within grasp. Yi Si then followed with an applause. Clap, clap, clap. But Shuhang, I seem to remember that you dreamt of becoming a chivalrous swordsman once? Have you finally come to terms with being a sabersman? Yi Si asked. Song Shuhang, heavens yeah, I finally saw the light. Song Shuhang brandished the invisible saber insect as he said, every person has talent for differing things, and they will have things they aren't good at. My talent when it comes to swordsmanship is below 0. Therefore, I shall no longer insist on walking that path. Yi Si blinked as she said, so, you've accepted that you can only wield sabers? Sometimes, ideals and reality do not match. In addition, sabers aren't that bad either. For example, a straight saber like this invisible saber insect is a beautiful weapon, Song Shuhang said. To a certain extent, straight sabers were as beautiful, if not more so, than swords. Sure enough, it was definitely the logic of a loser trying to find excuses from themselves. Yi Si covered her mouth and laughed gently. Right, Yi Si, how much weight do you think this invisible saber insect can handle? Song Shuhang asked. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen a saber insect, Yi Si said. Why are you asking such a question? I was thinking about riding a flying sword. Oh wait, it should be ride a flying saber. Song Shuhang stroked the invisible saber insect as he said, the invisible saber insect was born with the innate ability to fly, and now that I have tamed it, would I be able to fly if I were to ride it? Yi Si laughed, and said, Shuhang, riding a sword and stepping on a sword that's able to fly on its own are two different things. Haven't you already ridden a flying sword with the seniors? Riding a sword and stepping onto a sword that could fly were two completely different concepts. While riding a flying sword, one wouldn't step on the actual sword but on the layer of light the sword had generated. This was a common method of riding a sword in the cultivation world. First, sword light was condensed on the flying sword or sword orb. Then, the cultivator would step onto the layer of light and instantly travel hundreds of miles. This was the method used by ordinary cultivators of the 4th stage when they were just starting learning how to ride a sword. This method was safe, and was the least wasteful. More importantly, one could fly while enjoying the beautiful scenery around them, and it wasn't a problem to bring people with them. Generally speaking, most cultivators that were hovering in midair and standing on their flying swords were actually using this method to fly. A better way of flying would be to become one with the body of the sword and transform into a sword light, instantly traveling thousands of miles. This method was faster, however, it also consumed a lot more. Normally, not even high-level cultivators would use this method unless they were in a hurry. There were, of course, even faster ways to ride a flying sword. For example, Senior White's Heavenly Peng's flying technique, which was part of the 9 miraculous flying techniques of the divine beasts, was a top-tier flying technique. Yeah, but as long as I can step on a sword and fly, I'm fine with it, Song Shuhang said. This was the fault of all the Xianxia TV shows that he had seen. In those shows, the cultivator would step onto the flying sword, either placing their hands behind their back and assuming the pose of an expert, or assuming a surfing position. Then, the wind would blow in their faces, making their long hair and clothes flutter in the wind. This was the concept of cool that Song Shuhang had in his head. Yi Si laughed as she said, then, you can go ahead and try. Then, I'll try. Yi Si, please look after me. If something were to go awry, please catch me, Song Shuhang said. After all, his fear of heights hadn't disappeared. After saying this much, Song Shuhang gently patted the invisible saber insect. After receiving its master's order, the invisible sword insect quietly floated toward Song Shuhang's feet. Next, Song Shuhang carefully tried to step onto the saber insect. Are you able to fly? Song Shuhang asked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The invisible saber insect let out a cheerful noise, showing that it was fairly relaxed, not feeling burdened at all. The sword insects possessed great strength and speed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cut through the magical techniques protecting the bodies of fourth-stage cultivators by relying on their sharpness and sword chi alone. In that case, let's try and fly. Song Shuhang said. Although he would soon reach the fourth stage, that didn't prevent him from wanting to experience the wonder of being able to ride a sword and fly in the air in advance. The invisible saber insect rose in the air with Song Shuhang on it. However, they didn't fly too high up. They were still in the peripheral region of the forbidden area, and just like in an underground area, they would end up bumping into the ceiling if they flew too high up. The invisible saber insect flew around a little. "Ye see, how's it?" Song Shuhang asked. Ye see looked at Song Shuhang, who was in the air. How should she describe it? Since the invisible saber insect was invisible, it looked like Song Shuhang was merely floating in the air. Though looking fairly cool, Song Shuhang was doomed to be disappointed if he wanted to look like someone riding a flying sword. "It's pretty good," Ye Si said. "Then I'll just be flying around," Song Shuhang said. Senior White wasn't back yet, so he could just fly around for a while. So, under Song Shuhang's order, the invisible saber insect carried him toward a distant place. After having flown for a while, Song Shuhang suddenly felt something was wrong. "Wait, weren't Ye Si and I chased by a group of invisible sword insects and then ended up where Golden Disc was?" Song Shuhang suddenly thought. Then, Venerable Ruhua had appeared, scattering the invisible sword insects and saving Song Shuhang. But, where did all those invisible sword insects go? Did they all fly back to their original nest? Or were they still wandering around? "Saber insect, can you sense the positions of those sword insects?" Song Shuhang said. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The invisible saber insect let out a cheerful cry and answered Song Shuhang's question. The saber insect told him that several of its peers were nearby. There was no doubt that the peers that the invisible saber insect was referring to were the invisible sword insects that Venerable Ruhua had scattered around earlier. Sure enough, those invisible sword insects hadn't gone too far, they were still in the vicinity. "Let's go back first," Song Shuhang said. At this moment, he felt that it would be better for him not to bother those invisible sword insects, at least not until Senior White came back. Once these invisible sword insects were disturbed, there would be thousands that would end up chasing him down. After hearing Song Shuhang's orders, the invisible saber insect obediently turned around and flew back towards Ye Si's position. At this moment, hundreds of invisible sword insects that Song Shuhang couldn't see had locked onto the invisible saber insect beneath his feet. The invisible saber insect was a mutated invisible sword insect. So, in theory, they were members of the same race. However, those hundreds of invisible sword insects were sending out ferocious glares towards the saber insect right now. "There's a traitor amongst us." If it didn't want to become a sword insect, did it really have to change into a saber one? The sword insects gathered around, and surrounded Song Shuhang and his invisible saber insect. For the invisible sword insects, the saber insect was not only a variant, but also great nourishment. Once a mutated invisible saber insect was found within the group of invisible sword insects, it would either be abandoned by the group, or be chopped into pieces and eaten. And at this moment, the sword insects chose to go with the second option. Hundreds of sword insects with malicious intentions were quietly approaching Song Shuhang. At this moment, Song Shuhang's quick-witted invisible saber insect sensed its peers. Buzz, 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 the saber insect urgently called out to warn Song Shuhang. The sword insects are approaching. Song Shuhang suddenly got a toothache. Sigh, what he had feared actually came true. A second ago, he was worrying about the invisible sword insects chasing him down, and now, the invisible sword insects were really approaching him. How unlucky. Song Shuhang sighed. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have played this ride the flying saber game, at least not until Senior White was back. Let's hurry and get back to EC. Song Shuhang said. Let's see if I'm able to hold off these invisible sword insects if I join forces with EC. If it didn't work, he'd just take EC and run. As long as they were able to escape to the inner world, the invisible sword insects would no longer be able to deal with them. The invisible saber insect sped up, whizzing toward EC alongside Song Shuhang. At that same time, EC took out her life-bound golden book and moved the virtuous Lamia and the kangaroo-like fighting beast onto it, flying toward Song Shuhang. She was his ghost spirit, and their thoughts were interlinked. Thus, after Song Shuhang discovered he was in a precarious situation, she sensed it as well. EC got closer to Song Shuhang and allowed him to get on the golden book. Afterward, she turned around and fled toward the place where the golden disc was. How many invisible sword insects are following us? EC asked out loud. If there weren't that many sword insects, she and Song Shuhang could try to fight them together. Song Shuhang gently patted the invisible saber insect, and asked, how many invisible sword insects are there? And, where are they currently? Dealing with invisible enemies really gave you a headache. Fortunately, his invisible saber insect could see the other sword insects, and they wouldn't fall into a difficult position. The invisible saber insect, buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, the saber insect was full of questions as it couldn't understand Song Shuhang's question. After all, it had just been born, and wasn't able to understand relatively complex questions. Where are your peers at this moment? Song Shuhang asked again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The invisible saber insect finally answered Song Shuhang's question. Have we been surrounded already? Song Shuhang's liver started hurting. The speed of the invisible sword insects was truly incredible, even faster than Yi Si's golden book. We've been surrounded, Song Shuhang said. Yi Si said, I'll create a defensive barrier in a 3-meter radius around the golden book. When I do that, Shuhang, you operate the flaming saber technique to send an attack in all directions and see how many invisible sword insects there are. If there's too many of them, we'll immediately flee. I'll do my best. Song Shuhang swallowed a true chi restoring pill. He had consumed a lot of energy when he was beating the invisible saber insect earlier. At this moment, his meridians were still swollen and in pain, and he had no idea how many times he could use the flaming saber technique. Right, does your phone have a signal right now? Perhaps try to log into the 9 Provinces #1 group and ask the seniors if there is any fellow Daoist that knows how to deal with these invisible sword insects, Yi Si asked. You have a point, Song Shuhang said. Thereupon, he opened his size-reducing purse and prepared to take his phone out. Hold on. I've already asked this question in the 9 Provinces #1 group, and I'm waiting for the seniors to reply. At this time, Lady Onion's voice was transmitted from within the size-reducing purse. Song Shuhang paused, and nodded. So what did the seniors say? Lady Onion seemed to be getting more and more attentive, making herself helpful at critical times. Still, how did Lady Onion know the password to unlock his phone? Up until now, only Senior Northern River has replied, but he only said that he will go look for some information. None of the other seniors have replied, Lady Onion said. She spent all day inside the size-reducing purse, and she should have been very bored. Fortunately, there were now things like smartphones, and she could go online to watch movies. She also had several cultivation-related medicinal pills next to her, and she could practice while binge-watching TV series. As such, she wasn't really that bored in the end. Still, what about the phone's password? Song Shuhang was as foolish as ever. In the capacity of a small monster onion that always followed him around, none of his actions could escape her eyes. Let alone his phone's password, she even knew the password to Shuhang's online wallet. Lady Onion was only waiting for Shuhang to return to school and stop running about everywhere. At that time, she would finally try to buy things online using Shuhang's account. Meanwhile, in the 9 provinces #1 group, Lady Onion was using Shuhang's account to ask the seniors for some help with regards to the invisible sword insects. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Help. One lone Shuhang was surrounded by a group of sword insects. The scene is a bloody one. Does any of the seniors have any suggestions? Picture: sword insect, sword insect, sword insect, sword insect, Shuhang, sword insect, sword insect, sword insect, sword insect. This is how the current situation looks. This is urgent. Not too long ago, Shuhang had changed his name in the group to Tyrannical Saber Song 1. After that, he had never taken the time to change it back. Recently, his Daoist name in the group had been Tyrannical Saber Song 1. The first to respond was Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Right, Northern River's Loose Cultivator had also changed his Daoist name. His current Daoist name in the group was True Monarch Northern River, which did indeed sound better than Northern River's Loose Cultivator. But regardless of whether his name was Northern River's Loose Cultivator or True Monarch Northern River, he continued to be the 9 provinces #1 group's always online holy warrior. True Monarch Northern River, One Lone Shuhang. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, replying to Senior Northern River. This is Lady Onion using Shuhang's account. That lone Shuhang is currently surrounded by invisible sword insects, and isn't able to get online. So that was the case. True Monarch Northern River said, anyway, I haven't had much contact with invisible sword insects. I do, however, seem to remember having seen the travel records of a cultivator who had encountered and dealt with them. I'll go look for it. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, do hurry up, Senior Northern River. Whether or not Shuhang will be cut up into pieces by those invisible sword insects depends on the speed at which you are able to reply. True Monarch Northern River, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, this scene is simply bloody. True Monarch Fallout, truly bloody, indeed. Fairy Lychee, bloody +1, Fairy Dongfang 6, Lady Onion, tell Shuhang to use ocular techniques. Fairy Dongfang 6 was well versed in the 9 bewitching dance steps, and the signature of this move, the bewitching eyes, excelled in breaking illusions. Fairy Dongfang, Shuhang doesn't have any ocular techniques, and his eye aperture's talent can only achieve a bullet time effect, which isn't any good for seeing invisible sword insects, Lady Onion replied. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, speaking of invisible sword insects, I've always wondered something. Even though they aren't perceivable through a cultivator's sight or mental energy, they do still exist, right? Since they're physical entities, can't you just pour a bucket of dye or sprinkle some powder on them to reveal their positions? Even if their ability to become invisible is outstanding, it still shouldn't be able to turn the dye invisible as well, right? Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless idea is feasible. Sun-splitting halberd guada, picture of a cute puppy. Sun-splitting halberd guada, picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. Wait a moment. Sun-splitting halberd guada, this can't be right, you're definitely not Thrice Reckless. Who are you, and by what means did you steal Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's account? Are you Senior Spirit Butterfly? Senior Spirit Butterfly, are you using Brother Thrice Reckless account to chat with us? How could our Thrice Reckless actually be this smart? He unexpectedly brought out such a sensible suggestion. This was definitely not Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. If it was the real Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, he would certainly say something like, oh, there's a group of invisible sword insects? It would be a great experience to feel the thrill of being chased down by them. Indeed, you're Senior Spirit Butterfly, right? Fairy Dongfang 6 agreed. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, it has to be Senior Spirit Butterfly. He indeed has the hobby of using another's account to get online and chat with us. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, thrice reckless suddenly felt depressed. Although I have the tendency to seek death, it doesn't mean that I have a low IQ as well, alright? Am I actually a joke to you guys? Fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer, you are mistaken. This old man doesn't have the hobby of using someone else's account to chat online. Venerable Spirit Butterfly suddenly sent a message. Besides his daughter Soft Feather's account, he didn't log in to other people's accounts. Fairy Tribulation Transcender, Soft Feather, I can testify for my father. It was Senior Thrice Reckless who sent the message. I was beside him when he sent it. At this point, True Monarch Northern River had come back. Everyone, don't panic. That should be the real Thrice Reckless. Actually, Thrice Reckless is really smart. Don't forget that it was fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless that invented the charging technique shared within the 9 provinces #1 group. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was actually a very creative person. In addition, fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless method seems indeed feasible. Lady Onion, why don't you tell little friend Song Shuhang to try it out? True Monarch Northern River said. But keep in mind that invisible sword insects have a layer of sword chi protecting their body. When using fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless method, be sure to break through the sword chi first. I understand. I'll go and tell Song Shuhang what to do, Lady Onion replied. After that, Lady Onion raised her head, and recounted the method that was suggested by Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber in the group just now. As for whether Song Shuhang could find anything that could be used like dye or powder, it was no longer Lady Onion's problem. After recounting everything, Lady Onion prepared to shut down the 9 provinces #1 group, and get back to watching the TV series she was binging. But right at this time, Fairy Tribulation Transcender, Soft Feather, wrote in the group, Senior Song, where are you right now? Aren't you with Senior White? How come you are alone and surrounded by invisible sword insects? Right. Little friend Shuhang, wasn't Venerable White with you? True Monarch Northern River also remembered this matter. Senior White left a while ago and headed to his treasure house to get ingredients to make the ordinary first stage beast food. But, he has yet to come back, Lady Onion answered using Song Shuhang's account. So that's what happened. Senior White had temporarily left. The various fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group thought to themselves. After all, had Venerable White been there, Song Shuhang wouldn't have fallen in this dangerous situation. That sounds amazing. I really envy Senior Song's experiences. Those invisible sword insects also seem really interesting. Fairy Tribulation Transcender, Soft Feather, added. Getting surrounded by a group of invisible sword insects sounded really exciting. Just how cool would it be if she could also fight the invisible sword insects alongside Senior Song? Truly a scene befitting a movie. Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Soft Feather, do you like invisible sword insects? Yes, I find them very interesting, Fairy Tribulation Transcender, Soft Feather, said. In that case, I'll go buy some for you tomorrow, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. Thank you, Father, Soft Feather replied. Actually, buying invisible sword insects didn't seem exciting at all. However, she didn't want to reject her father's kind feelings. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Sun-Splitting Halberd Guada, right, I didn't rub for good the dog head I sent earlier. I'll start anew. Speaking of dog head combo, didn't fellow Taoist Guada have the picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed? How come you used letters this time? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked out of curiosity. Because I've updated my dog head combo. Fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer, don't tell me that you didn't notice that the dog in the picture of a cute puppy I sent earlier isn't the same one as before? The one in the picture this time is a poodle, and I just took a picture of its cute head. In a while, I'll take another picture where I'm furiously rubbing its head, and combine them together. I didn't have the time to take a picture until now. As such, I was forced to use letters earlier, sun-splitting halberd Guada said. After saying this much, he quickly sent the picture of a cute puppy. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, sun-splitting halberd Guada, head of a dog being furiously rubbed. Sun-splitting halberd Guada, Phoenix Slayer, stop messing up my dog head combo. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, meow, I'm going to bite you. Sun-splitting halberd Guada, whatever. In the end, I still don't have both pictures ready. I'll send the dog head combo again when I have the complete set. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, hey, you are leading the conversation astray. Is no one here concerned about the fact that little friend Song Shuhang is currently surrounded by a group of invisible sword insects? Little friend Song Shuhang, what is your current situation? Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team said. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Shuhang is still thinking about what he should use to replace dye or powder. Fear not, he's not dying anytime soon. I'll report to the seniors if anything happens, just like a live thread. Next time, I'll ask Shuhang to buy me a mobile phone with a high-definition camera so that I can directly stream the event online. Speaking of streams, I just remembered fellow Taoist Creations live concert from the last time. I almost lost my life back then. Scholar Drunken XXX sighed. Senior Creations live concert? Oh, right. I have the live version of Senior Creations' latest song, 7 Deaths Song, and it's very cool. I'll share it in the folder of the group. Fairy Tribulation Transcender, Soft Feather, said happily. True Monarch Northern River, Soft Feather, don't. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Soft Feather, don't. Fairy Dongfang 6, Soft Feather, don't. Soft Feather, truly disappointing. Senior Creations songs are obviously excellent, so why does none of the seniors like them? Right, senior song should like Senior Creations songs. After all, I heard the 7 Deaths song through his mobile phone first. On the Spirit Butterfly Island, Venerable Spirit Butterfly looked from afar at his daughter's disappointed appearance, quietly sighing. Then, he uploaded a file to the shared folder of the 9 Provinces #1 group. The file, Thoughts on How to Transcend the Heavenly Tribulation of the 4th Stage, was successfully uploaded. System notification, Venerable Spirit Butterfly shared the file, Thoughts on How to Transcend the Heavenly Tribulation of the 4th Stage, in the group. The file Venerable Spirit Butterfly had uploaded was a document with some thoughts regarding the heavenly tribulation one would have to face while advancing from the 3rd to the 4th stage. That thing was the real deal, with no useless padding. In addition, it was the analysis of a 7th stage Venerable. If this document were to spread, loose cultivators would surely cry from joy. If this file called Thoughts on How to Transcend the Heavenly Tribulation of the 4th Stage were to end up in the hands of loose cultivators of the 3rd stage, their success rate while advancing to the 4th stage would definitely increase by a big notch. And inside this file that discussed the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage was a small thesis about the effects of Dharma King Creation's music on inner demons generated during the heavenly tribulation. To his surprise, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had discovered that Dharma King Creation's 7 Deaths song was pretty good at dealing with inner demons. At the end of the file was also attached a small video. It was a video of Venerable Spirit Butterfly's beloved daughter, Soft Feather, transcending the heavenly tribulation. After all, a thesis still needed to be verified. This video of Soft Feather transcending the heavenly tribulation was a pretty good example. The complete version of the 7 Deaths song was also present in this video where Soft Feather was transcending the heavenly tribulation. Soft Feather had used the song as her background music while resisting the heavenly tribulation back then. Of course, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had slightly modified this version of the 7 Deaths song to avoid harming the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces #1 group, greatly reducing the lethality of its sound. In addition, it was the recording of a recording, and other than being unpleasant to the ear and causing nausea if one was exposed to it for a long time, it didn't have any other negative effects. Hopefully, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group will like it. Venerable Spirit Butterfly gently sipped his spirit tea. The 9 provinces number 1 group quieted down, and a lot of people silently downloaded the file Venerable Spirit Butterfly had shared in the group. After reading the document, several fellow Taoists couldn't resist the urge to play that video. Although the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group knew that the video might contain a trap, the thesis they had just read was too good. Therefore, they decided to watch the video even though it might be dangerous. It was simply an overt plot. Soft feather, your father can only do this much for you. Venerable Spirit Butterfly quietly sipped his tea. In the size-reducing purse, Lady Onion also downloaded the document. After meeting Song Shuhang, her strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Additionally, once she started practicing Yi Si's Tome of Never-Ending Tears, she felt that she had to find the right method to cultivate her heart. Someday in the future, she, too, would face the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. Therefore, it was important to increase her knowledge related to the heavenly tribulation in advance. Lady Onion first opened the document with the thesis, reading it from beginning to end. Although there was a lot of things she didn't understand properly, the thesis was incredible, exactly what you would expect from something Venerable Spirit Butterfly had written with his own hands. Lady Onion felt that she now had a better understanding of dealing with the heavenly tribulation. Even if she was far from advancing to the 4th stage and facing this particular level of the heavenly tribulation, it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance. After reading the document, Lady Onion clicked on the video. In the video, Soft Feather was standing above a huge number of formations and facing the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. Soft Feather is really cool. Lady Onion looked at Soft Feather in the video and felt somewhat envious. If she had the same strength as the current Soft Feather, she would definitely be able to thrash Song Shuhang, right? The thought alone was wonderful. But, what should she do after thrashing Song Shuhang? Should she plant him in the Enlightenment Stone and place him in the size-reducing purse? Then, she would exchange roles with Song Shuhang. Just like Song Shuhang, she would go adventure outside, barge into secret realms, and face a large number of terrifying invisible sword insects. As for Song Shuhang, he would stay in the size-reducing purse, watching the TV, eating medicinal pills, practicing, and lazing around. Wait. Stop right there. She felt that there was something wrong with this situation. Why on earth should she take risks outside and barge into secret realms after defeating Song Shuhang, just to use the medicinal pills she had collected to raise him? Song Shuhang would get to stay in the size-reducing purse and watch the TV, and eating all the medicinal pills she had gathered outside with much difficulty, while doing nothing himself. This was wrong on so many levels. As long as she thought that she would have to slave outside and risk her life to obtain cultivation resources just to feed the lazy Song Shuhang, Lady Onion felt like crying. This was the after effect of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. As long as one's mood dropped, they would feel like crying. In the video, Soft Feather was facing the various waves of the heavenly tribulation. Then, the final wave of the heavenly tribulation started to condense. In the picture, Soft Feather wasn't scared in the slightest. Music. Soft Feather snapped her fingers in the video. Next, the hoarse voice of a man echoed. At this time, in the outside world, Yi Si created a whole 6 defensive layers to resist the attack of the invisible sword insects. The invisible sword insects were still testing the waters with their attacks. Although they had surrounded Song Shuhang and Yi Si, they didn't attack them en masse. Instead, 2 to 4 invisible sword insects would step forward and bump into Yi Si's defenses. From the looks of it, the invisible sword insects were somewhat worried about the invisible saber insect or some other thing on Song Shuhang's body. Anyway, since the invisible sword insects hadn't rushed at them together, Yi Si's powerful defensive magical technique could easily ward off the attacks. Since we don't have dye or powder, can we use a magical technique with a similar effect instead? For example, a colored water-type magical technique or something similar? Song Shuhang asked. There might be similar magical techniques, but I haven't studied any of them, Yi Si said. From the looks of it, we are unable to make use of the method that Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber took the trouble to come up with, Song Shuhang said. Senior White hasn't returned, either. In that case, how about trying to kill a wave of these insects and then fleeing to the inner world as we wait for Senior White to return? Alright. Let's test the strength of these invisible sword insects, Yi Si said with a nod. Song Shuhang grabbed his treasured saber broken tyrant with his left hand and the invisible saber insect with the right one. After eating that medicinal pill, he had recovered some of his true chi, and he should be able to use the flaming saber technique a few times. As soon as Song Shuhang grabbed the invisible saber insect, the invisible sword insects around went crazy. They had reacted to the attack signal of the invisible saber insect. Thereupon, several hundred invisible sword insects charged toward Yi Si's defensive formation at once. After mere 3 breaths, the first layer of Yi Si's defensive formation was broken. There are a lot of them, more than 300, Yi Si said in a grave tone. Do we still want to fight them? I think it's better if we flee, Song Shuhang said. But right at this time, the hoarse voice of a man was transmitted from Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse along what seemed Lady Onion's scream. This dignified voice, which was even more high-pitched than that of a tenor, wasn't Dharma King Creation's voice? And the song seemed to be none other than his 7 Deaths song. Song Shuhang still remembered and Fairy Lychee's windmill spin and Dharma King Creation's 7 Deaths song fused together, creating a melody that made people wish they were dead. However, why was Lady Onion listening to Dharma King Creation songs? And in the size-reducing purse on top of that. Wasn't this the same as seeking death? Still, this wasn't the main problem right now. As the sound spread from the size-reducing purse, the consequences followed. Listening to this song made people feel dizzy and a little nauseated. They would be unable to concentrate and feel as though their body had been hollowed out, and this was the 7 Deaths song after getting weakened. Otherwise, had this been the original version, Song Shuhang would have been KO'd after just a few sentences. Sheet, let's immediately return to the inner world. Song Shuhang focused and prepared to bring everyone to the inner world. But right at this time, the invisible sword insects attacking Yi Si's barrier stopped at once. The invisible sword insects stopped their attack. Yi Si said curiously. They stopped? Is it possible that, Song Shuhang looked at his size-reducing purse. Lady Onion's pitiful cry echoed from within the purse. Save me! Song Shuhang opened the size-reducing purse and took out his mobile phone. Dharma King Creation's voice became even louder and clearer. Buzz, 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 the surrounding invisible sword insects cried out. This song has rather interesting effects. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then said, Yi Si, let's seal our hearing. He minimized the video and looked for Dharma King Creation's name in his contact list. Song Shuhang's finger hovered above Dharma King Creation's contact for a short while. Then, he clenched his teeth and pressed on the call button. Dharma King Creation picked up very quickly. Hello, little friend Shuhang. Is something the matter? Yo. Yo. That, yo. Yo, at the end of the sentence was just Dharma King Creation rapping. Song Shuhang. How come you aren't speaking? Yo, yo. If you don't say anything, I'll hang up. Yeah. Dharma King Creation continued. Song Shuhang said, Senior Creation, don't. Actually, it's like this. I suddenly felt the urge to listen to one of your songs. Therefore, I was wondering if you had the time to sing one for me. Song Shuhang said the truth. You want to listen to one of my songs? Yo, little friend Shuhang, did you finally understand the beauty of my music? Dharma King Creation said happily. Yes, Senior Creation. In particular, that 7 Deaths song of yours, now that I've recalled it, I feel as if my whole body is soaring in the sky, truly terrific. Unfortunately, you decided to hold your concert abroad. Otherwise, I would have definitely loved to come over to cheer for you. Song Shuhang said. No problem yo. I'll come back to China in a short while. At that time, I'll first hold a concert in Jiangnan University town. Yeah. Dharma King Creation said. Then, he also added, anyway, you said you wanted to listen to my songs, right? Lucky you, I just happen to have a new one here. Yo. I haven't had the time to make it listen to anyone else. Therefore, you'll get to be the first one to appraise it. Very well, Senior. I'm all ears, Song Shuhang said. After saying this much, he increased the volume of his phone and activated the speakerphone feature. At the same time, he turned on the sound recording as well. Cough. Senior Creation cleared his throat. He then took his guitar and started to sing as he played it. A new song for my fan little friend Shuhang. Yo. Check it out. The song of nature yeah. A mountain, a temple, and an ancient well yo everything is so peaceful. A Taoist priest, a monk, and nature striking directly at one's soul. Yeah, Dharma King Creation's voice spread in all directions through the mobile phone. The music disregarded defenses and didn't differentiate between friends and foes, causing mass destruction. Just as he heard Senior Creation's voice, Song Shuhang asked Yi to seal his hearing and arrange a soundproof formation around the size-reducing purse. But, even if he had sealed his hearing, the strange sound waves of Dharma King Creation's music still pierced his ears through his pores. Song Shuhang felt somewhat dizzy. Actually, if those awkward yo, yeah were removed, the lyrics of Dharma King Creation's song weren't even that bad. At this time, outside the range of Yi-Si's defensive formation, the sound of bodies dropping to the ground echoed non-stop. All the invisible sword insects flying in the air had been traumatized by Dharma King Creation's new song, fainting. When they fell to the ground, they left several sword marks on the floor. The sword insects didn't have the ability to seal their hearing, and the sword chi protecting their body couldn't block sound waves. After falling to the ground, they could only roll all over the ground. They were unable to speak. As such, they could only issue pitiful buzzing sounds. The music made their whole bodies soft, making them incapable of concentrating. It also made them feel dizzy. Several invisible sword insects tried to get up. After all, if they couldn't fight, they could still escape, right? These several invisible sword insects had decided to retreat while they still had some strength left. Their objective was to get out of the range of the music. But, just as they managed to get up with much difficulty, that yo KO'd them again. Not even giving the insects the possibility to get up, this music was truly going against the rules. Ancient humans fussed about the fact that you had to spare people that had surrendered, but this song didn't even let off the dead. At this time, the invisible sword insects wished they were dead. After struggling for a while, quite a bit invisible sword insects started to foam at the mouth, fainting. The fact that they had fainted was actually a blessing in disguise. In fact, some more tenacious invisible sword insects were still getting tormented by the music. Their will was unable to get them out of the range of the devilish music, and only prolonged their agony. Truly tragic. Dharma King Creation sang to his heart's content, and this time, he had surpassed himself while singing. After all, it was one of those rare occasions where a fellow Taoist of the 9 provinces #1 group was showing interest in his music, to the point that they even called him and asked him to sing a song. As such, he had to give his 200%. Dharma King wanted to use this song to thoroughly subdue Song Shuhang, and turn him into his #1 fan in the 9 provinces #1 group. After concluding his performance, Dharma King Creation licked his lips, and although somewhat reluctant, stopped. Then, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his throat. At this time, a few members of the staff next to Dharma King Creation had already been KO'd and were lying on the ground. These staff members were in charge of taking care of the matters related to Dharma King Creation's world tour. They were elite members that the Warring Buddha sect had selected, and every single one of them was deaf. Under normal circumstances, they were responsible for making arrangements for the concert, and they could even musically accompany Dharma King Creation during the concert with the addition of a few protective measures. But the lethality of Dharma King Creation's new song was one level higher than usual, and the people present on site felt as if the music had directly invaded their souls. Even deaf people were affected. Exactly what you would expect from the Soul King. Other than their ears, people could also use their souls to experience his music. Little friend Shuhang, what do you think? This new song was pretty good, right? Dharma King Creation said. After Dharma King Creation stopped singing, Song Shuhang unsealed his hearing. His mobile phone had stopped shaking and wasn't emitting those terrifying sound waves anymore. It was a sign that Dharma King Creation was done with his performance. It was very good, Senior Creation. I've already recorded this song so that I can listen to it every day, Song Shuhang said. Senior Creation, with this new song, your performance will absolutely reach new heights. Actually, Dharma King Creation's fans were truly incredible. Each time, they were devastated by his music until they started foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness, but upon waking up, they would become even wilder. Some people had even crossed most of Europe to attend the concerts Dharma King Creation was going to hold. It was unknown what was going through the heads of people nowadays. Ahahaha, thank you for your kind words, little friend Shuhang. Let's meet when I come to Jiangnan for the concert. Dharma King Creation laughed loudly. After concluding his call with Dharma King Creation, Song Shuhang looked all around, seemingly very satisfied. Saber Insect, how are your peers now? Song Shuhang asked as he gently patted the nearby invisible saber insect. The invisible saber insect quietly turned over its body, crying out pitifully while foaming at the mouth. Buzz, 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 sheet. He had forgotten to add a soundproof formation on the body of the invisible saber insect. As a result, his own invisible saber insect had become one of the biggest victims of Dharma King Creation's live performance through the mobile phone. There was another spirit beast nearby, the kangaroo-like fighting beast. This spirit beast had also been KO'd by Dharma King Creation's music since it didn't have a soundproof formation to protect it. At this time, it was lying on the ground, its eyes white and hind legs twitching from time to time. The invisible sword insects seemingly fell to the ground. None of them is currently attacking my barrier, Yi Si said. At this time, the area around Song Shuhang was littered with invisible sword insect foaming at the mouth. Too bad that neither Song Shuhang nor Yi Si could see this beautiful scene. Aha, it worked. Song Shuhang was very pleased with himself. Senior Creation's music was simply a weapon of mass destruction. Since the invisible sword insects had all fainted, Yi Si operated her golden book and brought Song Shuhang far from that place where a tragedy had just taken place. Along the way, Yi Si used a healing technique on Shuhang's invisible saber insect. The invisible saber insect gradually recovered. Saber insect, which place is the safest? Song Shuhang asked. Buzz, the invisible saber insect cried out, confused. Song Shuhang said, which place is the farthest from your peers? The invisible saber insect looked all around and saw the ground littered with the twitching bodies of his peers. It could feel their pain since it was a victim as well. However, this feeling didn't last long, because the invisible saber insect discovered that the twitching and foaming invisible sword insects had slowly started to get up. Moreover, their eyes were bloodshot. They had seemingly entered into a strange, frenzied state. Chapter 978. While our background music is playing, we sword insects have no equals. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The invisible saber insect immediately warned Song Shuhang. Huh? The invisible sword insects got up? Song Shuhang said, surprised. These insects were able to recover so quickly from the Song of the Soul King? They actually had such a strong resistance to Dharma King Creation's voice? Even Song Shuhang himself couldn't bear the Dharma King's voice, becoming weak all over and wanting to vomit despite having blocked off his hearing. Buzz, 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 the invisible saber insect called out once again. Right after the invisible sword insects recovered, they gathered to launch another attack on Song Shuhang and Yi Si. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Si's defensive barrier was simultaneously struck 100 times by the insects. The second layer of the defensive barrier began to falter. Shuhang, the song didn't work? Yi Si asked. It's fine. Even if the invisible sword insects were able to recover from the song, just let them listen to it a few more times. Song Shuhang raised his phone. I was smart enough to record Dharma King Creation's song just now. Yi Si, continue to block my hearing, and get the saber insect and the fighting beast to come into the soundproof barrier. No problem, leave it to me, Yi Si said. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and played the recording of Dharma King Creation's song. He then brought out a physical strength restoration pill from his spatial bracelet and swallowed it. After having listened to Senior Creation's voice, his entire body seemed to have been emptied out. He even had to take some medicine to aid himself. Finally, Song Shuhang hit the play button on his phone and set the volume to max, a new song for my fan little friend Shuhang. Yo! Yo! Check it out. The song of nature, yeah. Dharma King Creation's voice spread from the phone. The lethality of the recording was, of course, weaker than that of Dharma King Creation directly singing directly through the phone, but it was a deadly weapon nevertheless. Buzz, 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 the invisible sword insects attacking Yi Si's defensive barrier stopped. The physical strength they had recovered with much difficulty was now being drained once again. The sword insects that were the closest to the defensive barrier fell on the ground and rolled around, struggling in pain with foam forming at their mouths as they fainted. However, the sword insects that were a distance away from Song Shuhang seemed to be undergoing strange changes. Their eyes began to become redder and redder, seemingly being influenced by Dharma King Creation's singing and becoming more and more excited. These sword insects that were far away no longer continued to surround Song Shuhang. They began to gather together instead. Each sword insect stuck to another, compressing themselves to fit more tightly together. Their eyes continued to become redder and redder, and their body also seemed to have begun vibrating together with Dharma King Creation's singing. Had Soft Feather been there, she would have definitely been very happy. After all, she would have found some kindred spirits. After sensing the power of Dharma King Creation's music, the somewhat distant invisible sword insects got stimulated and went into a frenzy. However, the frenzy they entered due to the singing did not make them lose their reason and make them start attacking indiscriminately. Instead, they instinctively gathered together. I've got a bad feeling about this, Song Shuhang said, using his mind to directly communicate with Yi Si. Same here, Yi Si replied. At that same moment, she pointed into the distance. I'm getting a frightening feeling from something over there, it's making me feel creeped out. Yi Si's voice had just fallen when uncanny red light suddenly appeared in the area she was pointing toward. The light was apparently made of red, bean-sized dots that had condensed in what seemed to be a giant sword. At this moment, the invisible saber insect anxiously called out, Buzz, you're saying that each of those red dots is an invisible sword insect, and they've now gathered together? Song Shuhang said in surprise. The red dots were the eyes of the invisible sword insects. Each red dot was rhythmically shaking, synchronized with the frequency of the vibration that was coming from the phone held in Song Shuhang's hand. These guys are shaking along with Senior Creation's song? Song Shuhang had a bad feeling about this. Did Dharma King Creation's music no longer have any effect on these invisible sword insects? As time continued to pass, more and more invisible sword insects kept fusing with that giant sword. The number of red dots in the giant sword continued to grow, with the sword chi of the invisible sword insects also merging together. The sword insects all originated from the same source, so when the sword chi born from their body merged together, there wasn't any conflict between it. At this time, Dharma King Creation's performance had reached the climax. The singing had become hoarse. And at that point, the giant sword made of the invisible sword insects rose up high. Then, it came chopping down toward Song Shuhang. While our background music is playing, we have no equals. An invisible sword insect. Inner world. Song Shuhang roared. The sword was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made Yisi's scalp go numb, as she had not a single shred of confidence in being able to take that strike. When else would be a better time to escape than now? The inner world had long been prepared, so when Song Shuhang roared, Song Shuhang and the others were instantly dragged into it. However, just as they were dragged into the inner world, the giant sword chopped down, with the sword chi slashing at Yisi's defensive barrier. The defensive barrier was shattered in an instant. Yet, the giant sword and the sword chi were unable to reach Song Shuhang and the others. However, although the sword chi didn't reach them, the sword intent ignored the limits of space, and suddenly sliced at Song Shuhang's forehead. Song Shuhang's body had already been transferred to the inner world, but that intent had still chased him down and struck him. The virtuous Lamia appeared beside Song Shuhang, and completely wrapped him up. The majority of the sword intent was warded off by the virtuous Lamia. But even so, a small streak of sword intent that got through the virtuous Lamia and cut Song Shuhang's forehead. Song Shuhang's forehead now had a small cut on it. Inner world. Shuhang, are you alright? Yisi asked. Song Shuhang shook his head. I'm alright, it's only a small wound. What was that thing just now? The giant sword itself and the sword chi had obviously been blocked, but there was still an indescribable force that was able to reach his body. It was sword intent, but definitely not your ordinary sword intent. That sword intent was able to ignore the limits of space and lock you down, chasing you until here, Yisi said. Song Shuhang touched the wound on his forehead. This is sword intent? It seems to be really different from the saber intent I know. Song Shuhang had been able to understand saber intent, specifically the heavenly burning saber intent, that he had learned from Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. When Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven chopped down with his saber, the saber intent within had the power to burn the heavens and the seas, as well as all the things in the universe. When Song Shuhang took a saber intent condensing lotus seed, he was also able to comprehend some of his own saber intent. But, his saber intent hadn't been successfully formed yet, and even he himself had no idea as to what its final form would be. Just now, the sword intent of the invisible sword insects that merged together and chopped down gave him a feeling of vastness. Being faced with such a sword felt like he was facing an entire legion. There are many different kinds of sword intent or saber intent. Even the personality of each cultivator being different from another can bring about a new type of sword intent, and the same goes for saber intent, Yisi explained. For example, sword intent. Some people comprehend it through heaven and earth, grasping a sword intent as vast as the sky, others comprehend it by meditating by the sea, grasping a sword intent as vast as the sea, others are born as soldiers, which allows them to grasp a deadly sword intent. Others are born as kings, and it is then not strange for them to grasp a sword intent with a king's resolve. The only limit is your imagination. Your sword or saber intent will be as big as your resolve. Just as there is not a single pair of same leaves in the world, there is no exact same saber or sword intent. I see. Song Shuhang nodded. From what Yi Si said, those powerful cultivator used their own experiences as a base to grasp their saber intent or sword intent. But, as soon Song Shuhang recalled his life experiences, he couldn't recall anything. After all, he had just been cultivating for a few months. As such, what kind of saber intent would he be able to grasp? Among his various Taoist names was thrice Song Tyrannical Saber, Tyrannical Saber Song 1. Therefore, would his saber intent be tyrannical? For example, when slowly pulling out his tyrannical saber intent would explode, scaring the enemy out of their wits? No, being tyrannical would probably lead him to an early death. It was decided, these days, he'd eat a lot of saber intent condensing grass and get more saber intent condensing lotus seeds so that he'd be able to condense out his saber intent earlier. After experiencing the power of sword intent, Song Shuhang was now greatly looking forward to his own saber intent. Anyway, I was lucky that the virtuous Lamia was here. If she hadn't blocked the strike, the sword intent would have hit my forehead, and I would be a goner. Alright, virtuous Lamia, you go back first, Song Shuhang said. The virtuous Lamia blinked at Song Shuhang, and then returned into his body. As soon as the virtuous Lamia disappeared, Song Shuhang suddenly cried out, "Ah!" There was an unbearable pain coming from between his eyebrows. It was the wound that the invisible sword insects had left behind. The sword intent within had suddenly started creating trouble. Earlier, the virtuous Lamia had Song Shuhang wrapped up, and the light of virtue was suppressing the sword intent. Now that the light of virtue had retreated within Song Shuhang, the sword intent immediately burst out. Song Shuhang felt as if he was facing a large army alone. Then, the army launched its attack against him, with every soldier of the said army having imposing sword intent. The virtuous Lamia came out on its own initiative and wrapped around Song Shuhang. In the next moment, the sword intent in Song Shuhang's forehead was suppressed again. But, he could sense the sword intent had still not dissipated. It felt as though it had rooted itself in Song Shuhang's forehead, desiring to stay there. Song Shuhang looked at Yi Si. Yi Si, can I still be saved? When Venerable White gets back, he should be able to remove sword intent of this level for you. Yi Si thought for a while, then said, also, try to comprehend your own saber intent. You should be able to use your saber intent to destroy this wisp of sword intent. Use my own saber intent to root out the sword intent. Song Shuhang touched the wound on his forehead. The main problem was that the wound happened to be on his forehead. What if he was careless and ended up injuring his brain while rooting out the sword intent? He would not turn into an idiot, right? Wasn't this a bit too risky? Yi Si covered her mouth and laughed. You don't need to be this worried. The sword intent merely left a small wound on your forehead, and it didn't even injure your skull. While using your saber intent to root it out, you'll only have to touch the area with the wound. Therefore, your brain won't get injured. Song Shuhang laughed. Ahaha. Afterward, he took out a blade of saber intent condensing grass. He had to seize this opportunity to continue his experiment from before. While he was in the peripheral area of the forbidden area, he wanted to try if he could create saber intent condensing lotus seeds by simply holding the saber intent condensing grass in his mouth and using his lotus blossoming tongue skill, without the need to swallow down the grass. If it was possible, he would avoid feeling all that unnecessary pain. Back then, Venerable White and Venerable Ruhua had suddenly fallen from the sky, generating a powerful earthquake and a few explosions. As a result, Song Shuhang got a scare and accidentally swallowed down the saber intent condensing grass. He felt so much pain that even tears flowed out. Thereupon, he decided to continue the experiment now that he was in his inner world, where no one could disturb him. Song Shuhang held the saber intent condensing grass in his mouth and took a deep breath, preparing to use his lotus blossoming tongue skill. But right at this time, little Kai suddenly screamed. Her body quickly flew over and slammed into Song Shuhang's waist. The virtuous Lamia didn't stop little Kai because the force behind her attack wasn't big enough to be considered threatening. Ah! After his waist got hit, Song Shuhang opened his mouth and called out. Then, the saber intent condensing grass slid down his throat. Song Shuhang's eyes started to tear up. This scene seemed very familiar. In the next moment, sharp pain was transmitted from his throat, just as though someone had pierced it with a knife. Absolutely tragic. Song Shuhang grabbed his throat with both hands, and bean-sized tears streamed down his face non-stop. Eating raw saber intent condensing grass was truly terrific. While resisting the pain coming from his throat, Song Shuhang quickly operated his lotus blossoming tongue skill. Then, with the help of the innate skill, the saber intent in his throat transformed into 4 lotus flowers. After the lotus flowers withered and disappeared, the various lotus seeds condensed into a larger one. Little Kai, what are you doing? Song Shuhang looked at little Kai, who was still using her claws to grab at his waist. Teacher, it's not my fault. Little Kai blinked her eyes. Everything is that kangaroo's fault. After waking up and seeing me, it suddenly came over and kicked me with its hind legs, making me fly over here. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked in the distance. That kangaroo-like fighting beast had already woken up. It was expressing its goodwill to Song Shuhang, and had the face of someone trying to curry favors. Song Shuhang. Then, it rushed over and used its tail and hind legs to hit Song Shuhang. Let's have some kangaroo meat tonight, Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said. After that, he sighed and put away the saber intent condensing lotus seed he had just condensed. Ye see, help me up and act as my protector, Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said. Ye see covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she grabbed the kangaroo-like fighting beast with her left hand and little Kai with the right one, pulling them away from Song Shuhang. I really can't be free from worries. Song Shuhang grabbed another blade of saber intent condensing grass and placed it in his mouth. Then, he looked all around and made sure that no one would disturb his experiment this time. Song Shuhang smiled smugly as he operated his lotus blossoming tongue skill. This time around, no one ruined his good deed. The lotus blossoming tongue skill was activated, and Song Shuhang noticed that the skill extracted all the saber intent within the saber intent condensing grass, transforming it into the lotus flowers that had appeared before his eyes. Success! The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. Such being the case, there was no need for him to swallow down the saber intent condensing grass again and experience that sharp pain if he wanted to condense out some saber intent condensing lotus seeds. He needed 5 seconds on average to create a saber intent condensing lotus seed, and he could condense out several of them within a day if he had enough free time. Since I have free time right now, and Senior White has yet to return, I should seize this opportunity to condense out a whole 100 saber intent condensing lotus seeds and see if I can grasp my very own saber intent. Song Shuhang said. Are you preparing to eat so many saber intent condensing lotus seeds all at one? Yi Si asked. Yes. After all, these lotus seeds are different from pure saber intent condensing grass. Not only they are delicious, but they don't have any side effect either. As long as one feels like it, they can simply treat them as snacks. Even if you eat 1,000 of them in one day, there won't be any problem, Song Shuhang said. Thanks to Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's flaming saber technique, he had already reached the threshold of saber intent. Therefore, 100 saber intent condensing lotus seeds should be enough to allow him to comprehend his own saber intent. Time flew by. Song Shuhang used his lotus blossoming tongue skill non-stop, continuously transforming the blades of saber intent condensing grass into lotus seeds and storing them inside a small sack. While transforming the blades of saber intent condensing grass, Song Shuhang would, from time to time, leave the inner world and come back immediately afterward. It was for the sake of checking if Senior White had returned. However, even though he checked a few times, he didn't find any trace of Senior White. On the other hand, the invisible sword insects had calmed down, and that giant red sword made of invisible sword insects had disappeared. But, one could still see the sword marks on the ground. The invisible sword insects had left these marks through their sword chi while flying at low altitude. Anyway, Senior White was taking a bit too much to gather those ingredients. Alright, I have 100 lotus seeds now. Song Shuhang threw the last lotus seed into the small sack beside him. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Would he be able to condense his own saber intent after eating 100 lotus seeds? Song Shuhang lifted the sack with the saber intent condensing lotus seeds. Isn't the sack a little too light? Song Shuhang said curiously. Then, when he opened the small sack and took a look inside. Sheet, what was going on here? He clearly remembered that he had condensed out 100 saber intent condensing lotus seeds. As such, why there were only 20 left at this time? Where had the other 80 lotus seeds gone? Yi Si got curious and also came over. Strange. I, too, saw you perform those actions 100 times. Why are there only 20 lotus seeds left now? Is it possible that the lotus seeds merged together? Song Shuhang thought of this other possibility. Since after his lotus blossoming tongue skill evolved, the lotus seeds he could condense had gained the ability to fuse with each other. Right now, his lotus blossoming tongue skill could create 4 lotus flowers at once, which would then leave behind 4 small lotus seeds. Then, right after taking shape, the 4 small lotus seeds would fuse into a larger seed. As such, was it possible that these 100 lotus seeds had done the same? If that was the case, did it mean that each of these lotus seeds was now equivalent to 5 ordinary, large-sized lotus seeds? Song Shuhang pondered for a short while and stretched out his hand into the small sack, took out a lotus seed, and started to eat it. The flavor of the tasty saber intent condensing lotus seed permeated his taste buds. It was delicious. Then, realizations about saber intent resurfaced in his mind. However, it felt as though the effects of this lotus seed hadn't been enhanced at all. They were the same as that of an ordinary large-sized lotus seed. If that was the case, hadn't he just suffered a great loss? Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at the remaining 19 lotus seeds in the sack, falling into deep thought. But right at this time, a small golden hand extended into the sack and took a saber intent condensing lotus seed out of it. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. He raised his head and looked at the owner of the hand. Then, he saw a calm-looking virtuous Lamia hold a saber intent condensing lotus seed between her fingers, open her mouth, and swallow it down. After gobbling up the lotus seed, her cold face remained unchanged and expressionless. Song Shuhang. Yi Si. Even if you guarded day and night, you wouldn't be able to guard against a thief living within your very own house. Who would have thought that the virtuous Lamia would secretly steal the saber intent condensing lotus seeds and eat them? Earlier, not even Yi Si was able to notice the petty actions of the virtuous Lamia. The main reason was that she had her body wrapped around Song Shuhang at this moment. During this process, her posture would change frequently, and Yi Si didn't pay too much attention to her. In addition, the petty actions of the virtuous Lamia were very covert, and Yi Si couldn't even see them from her position. Just in this fashion, 80 of the 100 saber intent condensing lotus seeds that Shuhang had condensed out with much difficulty were eaten by the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Sure enough, there was something wrong with his golden light of virtue. Whose golden light of virtue would steal things and eat them? The golden light of virtue was made from the power of virtue, and it was essentially the result of a magical technique. Song Shuhang had no choice but to consider the fact that his magical technique had now developed and transformed into a spirit. At #%8 around 80 saber intent condensing lotus seeds. She isn't going to comprehend saber intent as well, right? Yi Si said. Although Light of Virtue was just a magical technique, Song Shuhang's virtuous lamia was clearly different. Light of Virtue comprehending saber intent? I feel that there is something wrong with this statement. Song Shuhang forced a smile. But, just as he was speaking, Fairy at #% made her move. She took the small sack in Song Shuhang's hand and poured the entire content in her mouth. Earlier, she was still covertly stealing the lotus seeds, but now that she had been discovered, she directly went for daylight robbery. After swallowing all the saber intent condensing lotus seeds, the virtuous lamia really started to transform. A layer of pale silver light resurfaced on her right palm. The silver light was ever-changing. In the end, a short saber condensed in the hand of the virtuous lamia, and terrifying saber chi exploded from the blade. The virtuous lamia gently brandished the short silver saber. In the next moment, an overbearing aura spread from it. Saber intent? Song Shuhang asked Yi Si. Yes, that's indeed saber intent, and very overbearing saber intent at that, Yi Si said with a nod. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and pointed toward a distant place, where little Kai and the fighting beast were lying. The monster bird and the spirit beast weakly lay the ground after the virtuous lamia brandished the short saber. Little Kai had unfurled her wings as her weak body lay on the floor. The fighting beast had likewise lost its mobility and was lying on its back, with its tail twitching. As soon as that short saber materialized, a tyrannical saber intent spread in the surrounding area. The saber intent was overbearing and capable of capturing one's soul. In other words, it was a type of kingly saber intent. When this saber intent was used, people with weak will would have no choice but to lower their heads. Yi Si was Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, and from a certain point of view, she, Song Shuhang, and the virtuous lamia were one single entity. As such, she wasn't affected by this overbearing saber intent. She really comprehended saber intent. Song Shuhang sighed. Light of Virtue learning saber intent, scary, wasn't it? After learning a formidable cultivation technique someday in the future, the virtuous lamia was truly going to be beyond godlike. The virtuous lamia tilted her head and looked at the short silver saber in her hand. As before, her face was still expressionless. After a short moment, she put the short silver saber away, and the tyrannical saber intent disappeared. Then, she kept wrapping her body around Song Shuhang, continuously changing her posture and acting as if she had never stolen those saber intent condensing lotus seeds or comprehended saber intent. Can the virtuous lamia get rid of that sword intent that has taken root in my forehead? Song Shuhang asked. At the same time, he issued the virtuous lamia an order. After receiving Song Shuhang's order, the virtuous lamia stopped moving. Soon after, she bent down, positioning her upper half body on the same level as Song Shuhang's. Next, the short silver saber reappeared in her hand. She then aimed the saber at Song Shuhang's forehead and started to gesticulate, seemingly wondering how she should slash down. Song Shuhang said, F***CK. The virtuous lamia wasn't planning to pierce his forehead with the saber to eradicate the sword intent, right? Stop, 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 Song Shuhang called out. Sure enough, it was better to create more saber intent condensing lotus seeds and comprehend his own saber intent if he wanted to root out that sword intent. Or directly wait for Venerable White's return and ask him to get rid of the sword intent in his stead. Ye see, I'm going to condense out another batch of saber intent condensing lotus seeds. This time, I'll give the seeds to you so that you can safeguard them, Song Shuhang said. It was to prevent the virtuous lamia from stealing them again. At #% tilted her head and quietly floated behind Song Shuhang. She kept changing her posture while maintaining her poker face. Yi Si looked at the actions of the virtuous Lamia. Was it just her misconception? Because she felt as though at #% was practicing a cultivation technique while continuously changing her posture. In the meantime, Senior White was holding a large box in his left hand as he smugly looked at the vehicle beside him. After gathering the ingredients needed for the first stage beast food, Senior White got out of his treasure house and passed by a shop that sold vehicles. There, a passenger vehicle immediately caught his eye. It was a limousine-like passenger vehicle, more than 10 meters long. To be honest, it looked somewhat ugly, but Venerable White found it really interesting. When he saw this vehicle, many ideas on how to modify it popped up in his head. Thereupon, Senior White made up his mind and decided to buy the vehicle. Finally, as for not being able to drive modified vehicles on public roads, it wasn't really a problem for high-level cultivators. "I feel that this vehicle suits me a lot," Venerable White said, very pleased. Still, it didn't take much time to buy the car. But, it took Venerable White a considerable amount of time to drive it to a remote location and move it to his spatial magical treasure. After all, Venerable White couldn't just make a 10-meter-long car vanish in front of a group of people. After all, it wasn't a magic show. It isn't as easy to find an uninhabited place nowadays, Venerable White said to himself. Afterward, he took out his phone. Just now, while he was driving the car, his phone had apparently gotten a lot of new messages. After turning on the phone, Senior White saw that Song Shuhang had sent a call for help in the 9 Provinces #1 group, together with a picture of a cruel scene where one lone Song Shuhang was surrounded by a group of sword insects. For real? I only left for a short while, yet little friend Shuhang ended up getting attacked and surrounded by a group sword insects? Was his luck that bad? Venerable White said as he looked at the time on his phone. Alright, perhaps he had been away for a while already. The problem was that he wasted a lot of time while driving the car to an uninhabited place. Also, his treasure house was simply too big, and it wasn't easy to find things. During his free time, he might get some puppet clones to reorganize his treasure houses and put everything in order. Similarly to modern warehouse management system, he'd have a single file that recorded the location of each item. That way, whenever he had to look for something, he'd only need to open up the electronic device and type the names of the things he wanted to find in the various treasuries. Wait, this isn't the time to think about ways to rearrange the treasure houses. I have to go rescue Shuhang first. Venerable White put away his phone, and operated his space-related innate skill. He disappeared from where he was, and headed for the forbidden area. At the same time, in the inner world, Song Shuhang had amassed another 100 saber intent condensing lotus seeds. This time, the virtuous Lamia didn't steal his seeds. She had already comprehended her own saber intent, so maybe that was why she no longer showed interest in them. Meanwhile, the monster bird Little Kai and the fighting beast were held by Yi Si and placed side by side to make sure that they wouldn't disturb Song Shuhang. The invisible saber insect was floating beside Song Shuhang, silent and motionless. It had been paying attention to the saber intent condensing lotus seeds in Song Shuhang's hand, for its intuition was telling it that it was a good thing. A distance away from them, the ancestor of the Chu family was still in a coma, but his injuries hadn't worsened. Song Shuhang looked at the 100 saber intent condensing lotus seeds and took a deep breath. I want to condense out my saber intent in a single breath, he confidently said. Yi Si responded, Shuhang, I think that you're especially unlucky today. It might be better to stop raising such flags. Song Shuhang replied, that wasn't a flag, that was complete self-confidence. Without another word, he picked up a saber intent condensing lotus seed and swallowed it down. After swallowing it, he carefully felt out the saber intent within. Every time he took a saber intent condensing lotus seed, his understanding of saber intent would deepen. Additionally, his understanding of saber techniques also went up a notch. Basic saber techniques, strong gale saber, inverted scale saber technique, scarlet heavens flaming saber technique, and also, the holy light sword technique. Wait, there was something wrong here. Wasn't the holy light sword technique a sword technique? Why would swallowing saber intent condensing lotus seeds increase his understanding of the holy light sword technique? Song Shuhang was confused. Then, a bold idea came to his mind. Could it be that, the holy light sword technique, in its essence, wasn't actually a sword technique, but rather a saber technique? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. F***ck, no wonder someone with terrible sword talent like him was able to learn it after looking at it twice. Could the two words, sword technique, actually be a facade, and the real name of the technique be holy light saber technique? Song Shuhang's heart was in great pain. Shuhang swallowed saber intent condensing lotus seeds one after another. After taking the 60th lotus seed, Song Shuhang's eyes seemed to have become sharper. Then, he swept the place with his eyes and issued a mental order. The sound of sabers chopping down could be heard in the surrounding area. This was the sign that saber intent was about to take shape. A person about to condense saber intent would only have to sweep something with their eyes to turn their thoughts into strands of saber chi that would chop down. Although this saber chi was very weak, only being able to cut up a leaf, it still looked really cool. This was why a lot of sword and saber practitioners liked to train their sword or saber under big trees, especially in fall, which was the season when the leaves would fall from the trees. When fall arrived, leaves from the big trees would fall unendingly. Experts who were able to use saber intent or sword intent would then stand under big trees, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle with profound gazes. Afterward, without even bringing out a saber, with just a thought, the nearby leaves would get chopped up into pieces. As a result, pretty junior sisters or junior brothers would be immediately attracted to him or her. Every fall, such experts would be able to gain the hearts of quite a number of people. Yi Si rested her chin in her hand as she said, "You condensed the embryonic form of the saber intent after taking 60 lotus seeds. Shuhang, it seems you will be able to form your saber intent without using up all 100 lotus seeds." The saber intent condensing lotus seed was truly a cheat-like item. Disciples of prominent families or big sects would still need to take other herbs to avoid the pain that would come with eating raw, saber intent condensing grass. Moreover, even if they had the herbs that would lessen or negate the pain, they would only be able to take a fixed amount of saber intent condensing grass every day. If they ate too many, the powerful saber intent inside the grass would end up hurting the disciples. But, Song Shuhang could eat saber intent condensing lotus seeds just like candies, eating even 100 of them in a single go. Perhaps the value of these saber intent condensing lotus seeds is even higher than what Senior White had estimated, Yi Si said softly. Senior White's evaluation of these saber intent condensing lotus seeds only took into account their potency. It did not, however, take into account the other characteristics of the lotus seeds, such as the fact that one could take as many as they wanted in one go. Very soon, Song Shuhang had already eaten his 88th lotus seed. "I can feel it. I can sense a mysterious power." Song Shuhang laughed. He then stopped swallowing lotus seeds and sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and sensed the saber intent of the 88 lotus seeds. But, after meditating for a short while, he shook his head and stood up. "No, this won't work." "What happened, did you fail?" Yi Si asked doubtfully. "No, I didn't fail." Song Shuhang thought for a while, then reached out to the invisible saber insect. The invisible saber insect fell into his hand on its own. Song Shuhang wielded the saber insect and performed all the saber techniques that he had learned. Starting with the most elementary one, the basic saber technique, then the strong gale saber, then the holy light sword technique, and then the flaming saber technique. Every time that he used a saber technique, Song Shuhang felt the intent in his mind becoming more and more vivid. This was precisely the saber intent that belonged to him. His saber intent was now in the process of breaking out of its shell. Song Shuhang said, "This is the feeling. Break out, my saber intent." Then, he switched technique, and began using the recently learned inverted scale saber technique. Dragon dance style, dragon scale style, inverted scale style. The saber chi appeared lifelike, just like a real dragon wrapping around Song Shuhang. This three-style saber technique was a defensive saber technique. Among the three, the inverted scale style was the most powerful defensive stance of the technique. In the past, Shuhang had thought that things might develop into the opposite direction after reaching the extreme. Perhaps the inverted scale style of the inverted scale saber technique still had a following style after it, for example, a very tyrannical offensive style. Unfortunately, the inverted scale saber technique he had obtained was an incomplete technique, and there wasn't a fourth style. At this time, the distant little Kai was watching intently. She looked at the lifelike dragon that was beside Song Shuhang. She had never seen such a beautiful saber technique. Virtuous Buddhist sabersman. She silently recited the Taoist name that her teacher had given her. Perhaps practicing saber techniques wasn't that bad of a choice. Still, if she wanted to practice the saber, she would first have to learn how to wield it with her wings, at least before she could break through to the fifth stage realm and gain the ability to assume human form. Otherwise, she'd have to make her wings indestructible so that she could use them as a saber. Using her wings to wield a saber would affect her flight capability. So, she preferred the second option. Then, a body tempering technique that would allow her wings to become strong was indispensable. But, where could she find such a body tempering technique? Little Kai looked at her teacher. Right, she had a teacher now, so she could just ask her teacher about these kinds of things when it was time. Just as little Kai's eyes shone, Song Shuhang suddenly shouted, "Break!" Just as he used the inverted scale style, the saber intent within his body reached its limit and broke out of its shell. In the next moment, hundreds of strands of saber chi burst out of Song Shuhang's body. The air around him was constantly sliced up, letting out a series of explosions. "You made it!" Sob, sob, sob. "Congratulations, Shuhang." Yi Si was so filled with emotion that she even started tearing up. Sob, sob, sob. "Shuhang, what kind of saber intent did you condense?" The saber intent of the virtuous Lamia was very overbearing. As her master, what kind of saber intent would Song Shuhang have? Song Shuhang had been exposed to Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning saber intent, which was also a very tyrannical saber intent. Would Song Shuhang's saber intent be influenced by Taoist priest Scarlet Heavens and be tyrannical as well? At this moment, Song Shuhang exhaled a mouthful of air. Then, the nearby wave of saber chi dispersed. Shuhang held the invisible saber insect, and didn't say anything. Then, he raised his head and looked toward the sky of the inner world. Yi Si wiped her tears as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Yi Si, I have possibly grasped some fake saber intent. There is a chance the saber intent condensing lotus seeds I ate were fake," Song Shuhang said. Yi Si looked confused. "My saber intent is unscientific," Song Shuhang said. Saber intent was never supposed to be scientific. What use would science have in explaining saber intent? "How about you let me have a look?" Yi Si said curiously. "I'll say it first, you are not allowed to laugh at my saber intent," Shuhang said as he held the invisible saber insect, releasing his saber intent. Powerful saber intent was released from his body. However, the saber intent didn't attack. Instead, it wrapped around Song Shuhang's body, head, arms, and knees. Is this defensive saber intent? Yi Si blinked her eyes. Saber intent was usually used to attack. It was something incredibly overbearing and good at breaking defenses. After condensing out their saber intent, sabersmen would become very adept at breaking enemy defensive magical techniques. If they needed 10 slashes to break defensive magical techniques before, they would need only 1 after they had added their saber intent to the attack. But, Song Shuhang's saber intent didn't go on the offensive. Instead, it condensed on his head, torso, arms, and knees, protecting the key parts of his body. Yi Si had never seen such saber intent. Then, she recalled the saber technique that Song Shuhang had used right before condensing his saber intent, the inverted scale saber technique, a defensive saber technique. Yi Si felt as though she had faintly grasped the reason behind this defensive saber intent. If there was a defensive saber technique, it should also be possible to condense out defensive saber intent. Cough. Yi Si reorganized her thoughts and prepared to comfort Song Shuhang and mend his broken heart. But, before she could open her mouth to comfort him, the saber intent on Song Shuhang's body had another change and transformed again. His saber intent started to materialize. To be more precise, it wasn't the saber intent that was materializing. The saber intent drew out Song Shuhang's saber chi, and the two merged with a 1:9 ratio, materializing. In the blink of an eye, a glistening set of armor that seemed to be made of steel appeared on Song Shuhang's body. Glistening was the right word to describe it. After all, the shining armor was literally emitting light. Why did it turn into armor? Yi Si couldn't help but call out. After all, what Song Shuhang had condensed out was saber intent. Heavens, why had saber intent transformed into armor? Just what was the relationship between saber intent and armor? Heavens, although it was defensive saber intent, it was still saber intent. That's why I said it was unscientific. Song Shuhang faintly sighed as he continued to silently gaze at the sky. I'm suspecting that what I've condensed isn't saber intent, but armor intent. Perhaps what I've taken before wasn't saber intent condensing grass, and a large amount of armor intent condensing grass had slipped into it. In addition, what I've been practicing might as well be a defensive armor technique and not a saber technique. Armor intent? Yi Si nodded silently. She had totally believed his words. After all, if one were to see that steel armor filled with intent on Song Shuhang's body, no one would believe that it was saber intent. I've decided. From today onwards, I'll change my Taoist name to Tyrannical Armor Song 1, Song Shuhang said after clenching his fist. Teacher, your armor is very cool, little Kai said. In her eyes, the armor-like saber intent that her teacher had condensed out was really cool. The armor was simply a work of art, and the facial beauty level of her delicate teacher had increased by a whole 20 points after wearing this armor made of saber intent. What little Kai said is correct. Yi Si had been rather worried about how she should comfort Song Shuhang. As such, her eyes immediately lit up. Shuhang, no need to be this dispirited. At least, your armor saber intent is very cool. In addition, don't you feel that your armor saber intent is very unique? Completely out of the ordinary and different from everyone else's. Song Shuhang kept looking at the sky. Tyrannical Helmet Song 1 isn't bad either. I've decided, I'll change my name in the 9 provinces number 1 group first. Yi Si. Little friend Shuhang had already lost hope. Cough. You don't have to worry, Yi Si. I'm fine. It's just that I find this armor too unscientific, and I can't wrap my head around it at the moment. I've got an iron will, and it won't crumble just because of some armor saber intent. If this is everything that takes to defeat me, what I have been cultivating for. Song Shuhang turned his head around and said resolutely to Yi Si. Anyway, let's not ridicule this armor. I'll first try to root out the sword intent in the wound on my forehead. Yi Si. Song Shuhang used his saber intent once more, and another strand of it came out of his body. Under Song Shuhang's control, the saber intent reached the wound on his forehead and prepared to wipe out the sword intent within. Under normal circumstances, after coming into contact, the sword intent and the saber intent would happily battle and attack each other, but things went rather differently this time, and it truly made one's liver ache. The sword intent that the invisible sword insects had released after gathering together came over in a very overbearing manner. It was like a powerful army, unstoppable. But Song Shuhang's saber intent didn't confront the enemy attack head-on. Instead, it holed up like a turtle and waited for the sword intent to come over. The sword intent attacked fiercely, and the saber intent withdrew into passive defense. The sword intent attacked non-stop, and the saber intent firmly resisted. Go for the kill. You are saber intent. When it comes to offensive power, you are even superior to sword intent. Song Shuhang said unhappily. His liver was in so much pain that it had started to harden. But his saber intent didn't seem to have any intention to counterattack. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. He was deeply disappointed in this world full of fake goods. Luckily, I still have the virtuous Lamia. Later, I can use her saber intent to scare people off. In the end, the virtuous Lamia and I are one entity, and her saber intent is mine as well. As for the saber intent he had condensed out, no, what he had learned was armor intent. Anyway, he was now an armored warrior, different from swordsman and sabersman. He would specialize in hand-to-hand combat, with his fists capable of breaking through the horizon and his feet smashing the earth. Then, just Song Shuhang was preparing to change his profession from sabersman to armored warrior, his saber intent finally got into action. The saber intent, who had been holed up like a turtle up until now, suddenly slashed out. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Song Shuhang's eyes. The sword intent was like a powerful army, galloping toward him to take him down. But, right at this time, saber light suddenly flashed. The saber light was incredibly huge and overbearing, and it slashed at the enemy army. The sword intent that the invisible sword insects had released after coming together was smashed to pieces by this saber attack. After smashing that army-like sword intent to pieces, Song Shuhang's saber intent retreated, holding up like before and not moving in the slightest. Song Shuhang cried out, "Heavens, now, this was the saber intent he wanted." The saber intent between his eyebrows dispersed, and the virtuous Lamia also returned back into his body. "Teacher, did you succeed?" Little Kai asked. "Yes, he has succeeded," Yi Si replied. She could feel that the sword intent in the wound on Song Shuhang's forehead had been wiped out already. "And not only I've succeeded, but I've also discovered that my saber intent isn't half bad," Song Shuhang added. Although somewhat lazy, when his saber intent erupted, the resulting saber light was extremely powerful. Through their mental connection, Yi Si also learned about the power of the saber intent as it erupted. Sure enough, that saber intent seemed very strong. The only problem was that it was somewhat strange. "Right, Shuhang, since your armor saber intent has yet to disperse, shall we test how strong its defensive capabilities are?" Yi Si suggested. "Alright, and it's also time to check whether Senior White has returned," Song Shuhang replied. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the invisible saber insect. After grabbing the invisible saber insect, he noticed that it was happily eating the remaining saber intent condensing lotus seeds. Song Shuhang had used only 88 of the 100 lotus seeds to condense his saber intent. As for the remaining 12 seeds, the invisible saber insect ate them all. Sure enough, it was impossible to guard against a thief living within one's very own house. Buzz, 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 the invisible saber insect let out a happy cry, telling to Song Shuhang that it had eaten its fill. "Were you able to digest the saber intent condensing lotus seeds after eating them?" Song Shuhang lifted the invisible saber insect, and asked. "Buzz, buzz, buzz," the invisible saber insect called out. The question Song Shuhang had asked was too complicated, and it was unable to understand its meaning. It was only able to tell Song Shuhang that the seeds were tasty and that it liked to eat them. Song Shuhang held his chin and, somewhat pensive, said, "Ye see, the invisible sword insects outside could all use sword intent after they converged, right? In that case, this invisible saber insect of mine should also be able to learn how to use saber intent after eating enough lotus seeds, right?" Yi Si replied, "Theoretically speaking, that should be the case. I've decided. I'll feed it a few saber intent condensing lotus seeds every day from now on. If the saber insect also manages to condense saber intent, it couldn't be better. At that time, if mine and that of the virtuous Lamia were added to the mix, I alone would have 3 different types of saber intent." Song Shuhang said with a smile. "Yes, and you'll have sword intent as well," Yi Si added. "Although what I use is a book-type magical treasure and excel at displaying magical techniques, I've grasped sword intent as well. Wahahaha. When the time comes, we'll be able to unleash 3 types of saber intent and 1 of sword intent while using the 3 heads and 6 arms technique." "So cool," Song Shuhang said. Yi Si covered her mouth and laughed. After a short moment, Song Shuhang grabbed the invisible saber insect and left the inner world alongside Yi Si. Shuhang was planning to test the defensive power of armor saber intent on his body with the help of the invisible sword insects. In addition, his comprehension of the various saber techniques he knew had likewise deepened after he had condensed out his saber intent. Therefore, he needed to battle to fully understand how much he had grown. "Bastards, come and fight me!" Song Shuhang shouted after making his appearance. Player Song Shuhang used the taunt skill to draw the attention of the enemy. But, player Song Shuhang's taunt skill failed. The reason was that Venerable White was standing not too far from them, grabbing something invisible and patting it with his palm while threatening it. "Tell me, where is little friend Shuhang?" "Sob, sob, sob," the invisible sword insect cried out in pain. Venerable White had finally returned. After hearing Song Shuhang's voice, Venerable White turned his head around. "Senior White, you have finally returned," Song Shuhang said. "Ahahaha, I wasted some time while buying something along the way." Venerable White gazed at the armor saber intent on Song Shuhang's body and held his chin, falling into deep thought. Soon after, he used his right fist to hammer his left palm. "That armor you have condensed out really reminds me of sword intent. Is that armor intent?" "No, this is saber intent." Song Shuhang took off his helmet. Indeed, one could take off the various parts of the armor, just as though it was a real item. "Impossible," Venerable White said. "But, this really is saber intent," Song Shuhang said in all seriousness. Venerable White pondered for a short while, and said, "You definitely condensed some fake saber intent then." Tears immediately streamed down Song Shuhang's cheeks. After Venerable White made his appearance, the invisible sword insects retreated to one side, not daring to breathe. Actually, Venerable White himself was also very curious as to why the invisible sword insects were this scared after seeing him, to the point that they didn't even dare to attack them. Invisible sword insects were extremely fierce bug-type spirit beasts that feared nothing, not even death. Their strength was around the 4th, 5th stage, and they were totally invisible, not even the mental detection of cultivators could detect them. To ordinary cultivators, they were as deadly as a wild Zed for LOL players. In addition, sword insects were territorial spirit beasts. Under normal circumstances, they would dare to attack even an 8th stage profound sage even if the other party were to invade their territory, let alone a 7th stage venerable. They did not fear death, and even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would smear their faces with their blood and guts. Only if one had studied techniques to tame animals like Venerable Ruhua could they make the invisible sword insects move to one side without putting up a fight. Venerable White hadn't studied such techniques, but when he approached the invisible sword insects, they started trembling and retreated, keeping a distance of 10 meters between the two sides. They were so frightened that even their hearts were about to stop. Senior White himself was baffled, and had no idea what was going on. The invisible sword insects kept a distance of 10 meters between Venerable White and them. At this time, they were vigilantly looking at the opposite party. They were confused as to why the strength of this pretty cultivator before their eyes had decreased so much. He had seemingly dropped from the Tribulation Transcender realm to the Venerable realm in one go. Still, the invisible sword insects were never going to forget his aura and mistake him for someone else. As long as they sensed that aura, they would feel their souls tremble. In front of him, they did not even dare to resist, let alone attack him. Finally, a fat sword insect that was slower than the others when it was time to run got captured. It was precisely the same invisible sword insect that Venerable White was patting and threatening earlier, asking it about Song Shuhang's whereabouts. This proved two things: 1, when one met a ferocious animal, the speed at which they had to run away definitely had to be faster than the people around them. 2, fatties were at a disadvantage when it came to running, and they were the ideal targets for the ferocious animal due to them being oversized. With Venerable White there, sword insects didn't dare to attack them, and Song Shuhang's plan to use the invisible saber insects to test the defensive capabilities of his helmet intent, armor saber intent, failed. However, there was no need to be impatient, for there were several other methods he could use to test the strength of his armor saber intent. For example, he could tell Yi Si to launch several powerful attacks toward him and test the intensity of the armor that way. He didn't necessarily have to use the invisible sword insects. "Senior White, should we leave this place?" Song Shuhang asked. After this trip to the forbidden area, he was exhausted. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to look for a place to sleep. "Leave?" Senior White said. "Shouldn't we explore the forbidden area a little first?" "About that, the forbidden area has already explored in its entirety," Song Shuhang replied. Moreover, the master of the forbidden area, the Great Northern Emperor, had already come back to life. And he had also discovered a method to treat Li Yingzhu's disease. The Great Northern Emperor had given him a thick block of ice with a supplementary cultivation technique within that could alleviate the symptoms of Li Yingzhu's disease. In addition, he would refine the ice soul pill for him after he had gathered all the ingredients. According to the estimations of the Great Northern Emperor, he could start refining the pill within 10 days. Song Shuhang was planning to take out some time tomorrow and head to the crystal-clear water pavilion to give this block of ice to Li Yingzhu. "But I didn't get to explore it." Venerable White held his chin, and said, "We are already at the entrance of the forbidden area. How can we return empty-handed when in front of a mountain of wealth?" "Senior White, the master of the forbidden area, is awake," Song Shuhang explained. "In other words, the forbidden area isn't an ownerless place anymore." The forbidden area has a master?" Venerable White sighed. "That's really a pity. As long as one barged inside an ownerless forbidden area or treasure house, it could be regarded as treasure hunting or exploration. But, if they barged inside a forbidden area with a master, it was robbery. In short, two completely different things. Therefore, Venerable White had no choice but to give up on exploring the forbidden area. Then, he gazed at the various invisible sword insects in front of him and his eyes lit up. "Shuhang, I feel that these invisible sword insects are very suited to become mediums for my disposable flying swords," Venerable White said. "I was originally thinking of manufacturing 10,000 rough meteor swords and put them together to form a great formation. But, manufacturing 10,000 meteor swords is rather exhausting, and it would be way better if I could just modify these invisible sword insects and turn them into a sword formation." "I see. But, Senior White, other people can't see these invisible sword insects, right?" Song Shuhang said. Creating a formation with 10,000 swords was rather cool, but if the other party couldn't even see them, what was the point? It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as I can see them. Venerable White gazed at the somewhat fat invisible sword insect in his hand, eager to get into action. The bodies of invisible sword insects had the same shape as a sword, and it would be rather interesting if he could engrave a formation on their bodies and turn them into disposable flying swords. Still, is it possible to control these grown-up invisible sword insects? Song Shuhang asked. Earlier, when he saw these grown-up invisible sword insects, Venerable Ruhua sighed and said that it was not worth it to raise them. Therefore, he caught only a few so that he could breed the next generation. You have a point, controlling them is indeed going to be a problem. Venerable White furrowed his brows. In the end, these sword insects were living creatures, different from the wood he had used up until now. They had their own will, and controlling them was going to be different from controlling disposable flying swords. Right. Senior White, you can start by raising invisible sword insect larvae. I have a lot of invisible sword insect eggs here with me, thousands of them. As such, we can carry out this experiment with the larvae of the sword insects, and raise them into friendly invisible sword insects. At the appointed time, the invisible sword insects will lay eggs again, and you'll be able to quickly gather 10,000 of them, Song Shuhang suggested. All right. Venerable White nodded. Then, he looked at the invisible saber insect next to Song Shuhang, and said, "Did you confirm that the eggs you have are eggs of sword insects and not saber insects?" Song Shuhang said with a smile, "This invisible saber insect is a variant. It's already rare to find one every 1,000 sword insects." Good. In that case, give me the eggs of those invisible sword insects. Is there anything in particular you want in return? Venerable White asked. Don't I owe Senior White a lot of spirit stones already? Song Shuhang said. Even if I lent you those spirit stones, the two matters are unrelated to each other, Venerable White said. In that case, let me think a bit, right, Senior White, after you finish developing the learning god system, money-making system, and martial arts expert training system, can you give me a few copies? Song Shuhang said. He wanted to book the martial arts expert training system for his disciple Joseph, and if the effects were good, he could perhaps give a copy to his parents as well. Other than that, he could gift the learning god system to his 3 roommates. Gao Mumu and Yangda's grades were pretty good already, and if they had the learning god system, they could obtain even better results. But, Tubo was definitely the one that needed the learning god system the most. A system that could allow one to learn everything while lazing around was simply too good. Sure, Venerable White said with a nod. The trip to the forbidden area had finally come to an end. At this time, Song Shuhang, Yi Si, Little Kai, and the ancestor of the Chu family were sitting in Venerable White's new 10-meter-long car and heading toward the territory of the Chu family. Senior White was wondering how he could modify this car while driving. Song Shuhang was sitting in the front passenger seat while using his hand to support his head, currently in meditation. The ancestor of the Chu family was lying in the back, still unconscious. Senior White had taken a look at his injuries and treated them. He was going to regain consciousness in a few days. Shuhang, do you think it would be more interesting to be a student, a professor, or a principal? Venerable White suddenly asked at this time. Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Why had Senior White suddenly asked this question? Wait. When True Monarch White Crane transferred to his university as a student earlier, it said that Venerable White had also transferred to the Jiangnan University. However, that nearby school that taught how to perform acrobatic feats with excavators suddenly piqued Venerable White's interest, and he didn't show up for the first day of university. Was Senior White wondering whether he should show up as a student, a professor, or directly as the principal? I think being a student is the best. Not much to worry about, and everything is fine as long as one can keep up with the studies, Song Shuhang replied after pondering for a moment. Actually, being a professor shouldn't be bad, either. In particular, famous professors are very respected. As for the role of the principal, I'm not too clear. I don't even know what the job of Jiangnan University's principal is. There aren't many opportunities to see him during the year. Oh. Venerable White nodded. Senior White, do you have any plan? Song Shuhang asked. I enrolled at the Movie Director Academy earlier. I had told you that I wanted to become a director, right? But before becoming a director, I want to gain some basic knowledge as well, Venerable White said. It makes sense, Song Shuhang said. However, there is a possibility I might close up for a short while in the near future, like for 2 months. At first, I was planning to close up for 300 years in a row, but since there are so many interesting things happening as of late, I've decided to take it easy, Venerable White said. Therefore, since there is a time conflict, I wanted to see if there was an accelerated course for movie directors. Accelerated courses aren't reliable. Instead, it would be best to take private lessons from the professors of a movie school, Song Shuhang said. You have a point. Venerable White's eyes lit up. In that case, after going back in a while, we'll grab a few professors from a movie school. Song Shuhang. We can't do that. Those professors aren't youngsters anymore, and they might not be able to withstand this type of treatment. Just as they were discussing, Venerable White suddenly applied the brakes. Is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked. Yes. There was a reaction from Meteor Sword. Su Clan 16 is transcending her heavenly tribulation. In addition, something interesting has happened. I'll go take a look, Venerable White said. 16 is transcending the tribulation? Senior White, bring me with you, Song Shuhang said. You want to see little 16 transcending the tribulation? Venerable White turned his head with a smile, and said, however, I can't bring you there. Why? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Take a look at your realm. You are already at the peak of the 3rd stage, with the 4 mysterious meridians inside your body all open and your mental energy and constitution having reached the 4th stage rank. As long as your true chi increases a little, the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage will descend. As such, if you go to take a look at Su Clan 16 as she transcends her tribulation, it's very likely that you'll start transcending the tribulation alongside her. At that time, not even I will be able to save you too as you face 2 heavenly tribulations, Venerable White said while driving. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. F***ck, I am about to transcend the heavenly tribulation? Although he was aware that he had already opened his 4 meridians, Song Shuhang thought that he still had some time before facing the heavenly tribulation. After all, he had just transcended a heavenly tribulation during summer vacation, and he subconsciously thought that there was still a long time before the next one. But after Venerable White's reminder, he discovered that the heavenly tribulation was like a sword dangling above his head, and could fall down at any time. It's over, Song Shuhang said. Senior White, I don't know anything about the heavenly tribulation that one has to face while advancing from the 3rd to the 4th stage. I don't even know what kind of formations one has to arrange. Don't worry, I know that you know nothing, and that's why I'm going to recommend you something good, Venerable White said. Take out your mobile phone and open the 9 provinces #1 group. Then, take a look at the shared files. Fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly has uploaded something good there that will be very helpful for you. Actually, Venerable White wasn't that worried about Song Shuhang transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage rank. Song Shuhang was different from others since he had a ghost spirit of the 5th stage realm. The ghost spirit and the master were one single entity. In other words, Yi Si could help Song Shuhang as much as she wanted during the heavenly tribulation, and it would not be counted as an external interference, which would have caused the heavenly tribulation to become stronger. After hearing Senior White's words, Song Shuhang immediately took out his mobile phone. Very soon, he found the file that Venerable Spirit Butterfly had uploaded, thoughts on how to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. Senior Spirit Butterfly, thanks a lot. Song Shuhang prepared to download the file. But right at this time, he discovered something strange. Why was the file already marked as downloaded? Who downloaded it? Was it Lady Onion? Earlier, Lady Onion had used his account to ask for help in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang opened the document. The document explained in detail the fundamental knowledge about the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. As if that wasn't enough, it was a venerable level character using his point of view to explain the things one had to keep in mind while transcending the heavenly tribulation and how to solve potential problems. Absolutely perfect. Very well. In that case, I'll first leave, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, wait a moment. Stop the car first. Venerable White was still driving the car, and if he were to suddenly disappear, Song Shuhang and the others would definitely get into a car accident. Don't worry, how can I forget about something like this? Venerable White applied the brakes and stopped the car on one side of the road. After stopping the vehicle, Venerable White also added, right. Shuhang, can you and your ghost spirit Yi Si share your sight? Yes. Other than our sight, we can share our memories as well and send fragments of it to each other, Song Shuhang replied. The ghost spirit contract link between them was getting stronger and stronger as time passed by. Good. In that case, I'll bring fellow Taoist Yi Si with me and head toward the place where Su Clan 16 is transcending her tribulation. That way, you'll have an idea as what to do when it is your turn to transcend the tribulation, Venerable White said. Thank you, Senior White, Song Shuhang said. Yi Si was watching some TV series at the moment. This 10-meter-long car had an LCD monitor as well. After hearing Senior White's words, she raised her head, and said, Senior White, Song Shuhang and I are one single entity. Is there really no problem if I go over there? Don't worry. As long as Song Shuhang's main body doesn't go over, nothing will happen, Venerable White said. Yi Si pondered for a moment, and said, all right. I'll make a trip over there. Although she really wanted to keep watching the TV series, she felt that gathering information on the heavenly tribulation for Song Shuhang was more important. Venerable White grabbed Yi Si, and said, Shuhang, I'll leave the car to you. You can drive it back yourself. Then, without waiting for Song Shuhang to reply, Venerable White disappeared alongside Yi Si. Song Shuhang shouted, wait. Senior White, I don't have an A-type driving license. Limousine-like vehicles belonged to the yellow plate category, while Song Shuhang had only studied and applied for a C1 type driving license. However, Venerable White had already whizzed to where Su Clan 16 was. Song Shuhang looked at the 10-meter-long car and sighed faintly. What to do now? Vehicles were continuously passing by, and he couldn't even store the car in his spatial bracelet. Otherwise, if he made a very eye-catching 10-meter-long car disappear under everyone's eyes, it would surely end up in the newspapers tomorrow. What could he do? Should he ask the police for help? No, it was better not to. If the police came over, it would definitely give rise to a lot of misunderstandings and bring unnecessary trouble. For example, the vehicle was now parked by the roadside, but who had been driving it before? Where was driver now? Who was the owner? They might even suspect that he had stolen the car. Forget it. It's better if I drive it myself. Song Shuhang made up his mind. As long as he was a little careful, he should be able to drive this 10-meter-long car. Then, if he met the police, he would instantly teleport to his inner world along with the vehicle. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, a figure suddenly waved at him from afar. It was a man with a tall and strong build. However, Song Shuhang didn't recognize the opposite party. Sure enough, it really was you, Mr. Shuhang. You seem worried, do you need help with something? The tall man wore a bright smile on his face. Aquatic aura was emanating from his body. Song Shuhang had sensed such aura from Yu Jiaojiao's body in the past. Was the opposite party a member of the sea race? Since they could change their appearance, were they a great monster of the 5th stage? No, that didn't seem right. The actual strength of the other party seemed to be around the 3rd stage. In that case, was this person a rather special sea monster? And you are? Song Shuhang said. Ahaha, I'm a member of the celestial flounder sea race, Wang Ping. Last month, I served under young Miss Jiaojiao for a period of time, but recently, I started working under young Miss Jiaojiao's neighbor, Mr. Wu, the tall man said with a smile. I'm a peacock flounder, and I have powerful disguising abilities. Thereupon, even if my strength is insufficient, I can still assume human appearance by relying on the innate skill of my race. Now, I'm using my innate racial skill to buy a few things in the human world for Mr. Wu, an easy job. This person turned out to be a former subordinate of Yu Jiaojiao. No wonder he recognized Shuhang. Mr. Shuhang, you seemed worried earlier. Is something troubling you? Wang Ping asked. It's like this. Senior White suddenly disappeared, leaving behind this 10-meter-long car. I can't drive it with my current driving license, and I can't leave it by the roadside either, Song Shuhang said. Aha, so this is what happened. In that case, allow me to help you, Mr. Shuhang. After all, my driving license enables me to drive 10-meter-long passenger vehicles, Wang Ping said with a smile. I don't know how to thank you. Song Shuhang said. Wang Ping asked, Mr. Shuhang, where do you want to drive this car to? Is there some uninhabited place nearby? Any place that ordinary people don't pay too much attention to is fine, Song Shuhang said. Wang Ping pondered for a moment, and said, yes, there is a reservoir 2 kilometers from here. Since that place is rather secluded, the members of the sea race decided to transform it into a temporary base. After we started running the place, there aren't many ordinary people there. As long as one is careful enough, they can easily evade the eyes of ordinary people. Very well. You can drive to that place first, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After arriving at an uninhabited place, he could store the car in his spatial bracelet and head toward the ancestral land of the Chu family with his silver dragon puppet. Wang Ping happily got in the car. Then, he took out his mobile phone, and asked, right. Mr. Shuhang, can I take a few pictures? Song Shuhang was confused. This car is simply too cool, and it's my first time driving a vehicle like this. Therefore, I was thinking of taking a few pictures and uploading them to my WeChat moments, Wang Ping said. Sure. Song Shuhang then asked out of curiosity, but, if you want a car like this, can't you buy one rather easily? Wang Ping was a member of the sea race, and there was a lot of treasures buried at the bottom of the sea. Couldn't they take a few of those treasures and bring them up, exchanging them for money? It's not difficult for us to collect money, but the members of the sea race that haven't reached the 5th stage realm can't leave the water for long. Thereupon, we usually don't buy houses or cars in the human world until our strength is high enough. But after I reach the 5th stage realm, I'll definitely buy a lot of luxury cars. Wang Ping said with a smile. I see. Song Shuhang nodded. He had learned something new today. Wang Ping took a few selfies and a group photo with Song Shuhang, uploading them to his WeChat moments. When I went out to make purchases today, I met young Miss Jiaojiao's old friend, Mr. Tyrannical Saber Shuhang. Thanks to him, I was able to drive a luxury car, letting me satisfy my craving for luxury cars ahead of time. After uploading the pictures, Wang Ping fastened the safety belt. Mr. Shuhang, sit tight. The 10-meter-long car set out, heading toward that reservoir 2 kilometers from them. After Wang Ping uploaded those pictures, his friends and colleagues saw them as well. In the reservoir area, 3 sea monsters lived there, and just like Wang Ping, they were subordinates of that Mr. Wu. They were in charge of making purchases and moving the items to the bottom of the sea. These 3 sea monsters likewise saw the content of Wang Ping's moments. F***ck, the car Wang Ping is driving is super cool. Whose car is that? It must feel good to drive it. Actually, I find that youngster somewhat familiar. What was his name again? Tyrannical Saber Shuhang. According to what Wang Ping said, he's an old friend of young Miss Yu Jiaojiao. Hold on, I remember now. Isn't this human cultivator that senior brother Gao Sheng? He had the strength of the second stage, and he shot that movie with young Miss Jiaojiao. Isn't he the same person Mr. Wu told us to pay attention to? He is very likely Mr. Wu's rival in love. It is said that he and young Miss Yu Jiaojiao lived in the same house in the past. When he got wind of it, Mr. Wu flew into a rage and smashed his beloved cruise ship. Chapter 984, A Perfect Plan with No Loopholes. And now, this Song Shuhang, who was possibly Mr. Wu's rival in love, was about to reach their reservoir. What to do? If Song Shuhang came over and they turned a blind eye, Mr. Wu would surely fly into a rage if he got wind of it, and there was a chance they might get punished or lose their job. After all, if the rival in love of their boss came over, they had to do something to protect the boss' fragile dignity. However, they were also reluctant to make a move against Song Shuhang, for they were kind-hearted sea monsters. At this time, they were between a rock and a hard place. After a short moment, the 3 sea monsters decided to contact Mr. Wu and ask him about his intentions. It shouldn't be up to them to take responsibility for this matter. After the phone was picked up, a cute voice, seemingly that of a young man, was transmitted from the other side. Hey San, it's you. Is something the matter? Are the goods I requested out of stock? The things that Mr. Wu used to buy in the human world were all rather rare, and it wasn't strange for them to be out of stock. Mr. Wu, that's not it. The cuttlefish-shaped sea monster cleared his throat and said, it's like this. Wang Ping met a human cultivator when he was outside making purchases, and he decided to bring him to our temporary base. Oh? And what is the problem? Mr. Wu asked in puzzlement. They frequently had dealings with human cultivators, and it wasn't a big deal to bring a human cultivator over. The identity of that human cultivator is somewhat problematic, the cuttlefish sea monster said. What about his identity? Can you say everything at once instead of saying one thing at a time? Mr. Wu said. Cough, that human cultivator is surnamed Song and named Shuhang. It's none other than young Miss Yu Jiaojiao's human friend, the cuttlefish sea monster said in a low voice. Mr. Wu was dumbfounded. After a while, he roared, F***ck, is that guy surnamed Song coming over to thrash my place? No, that's not it. Wang Ping was the one that invited Mr. Shuhang over as a guest, the cuttlefish sea monster said. Beat him up. Mr. Wu clenched his teeth, and said, it doesn't matter if he's coming over to thrash the place or not. As long as he's surnamed Song and named Shuhang, give him a good beating. It's just a small human cultivator of the second stage, so you 3 should be able to deal with him, right? According to Mr. Wu's information, that human cultivator, who was also his rival in love, was at the second stage, and he had met Yu Jiaojiao on a lone island due to Senior White. Yes, we should be able to. The 3 of us are at the third stage realm, the cuttlefish sea monster said. However, he is young Miss Yu Jiaojiao's friend. Won't she get angry if we beat him up? If young Miss Yu Jiaojiao got angry, the 3 of them could expect dark times ahead. Don't worry, just think about beating up that bastard. If Yu Jiaojiao gets angry, I'll take the blame. I won't treat you guys unjustly, Mr. Wu said as he patted his chest. I understand, the cuttlefish sea monster said. He was just waiting for this sentence. Then, he also asked, right. Mr. Wu, to what degree should we beat him up? Until he's lightly injured, or until he's severely injured? It would be troublesome if the injury is too serious. Yu Jiaojiao might get upset, and this would make my heart ache. Just give him some minor wound, alright? The type that can be healed in 1 or 2 days. Still, you have to mercilessly strike his face and humiliate him. In addition, you must record the whole process, got it? Alright, got it. The cuttlefish heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Wu hadn't lost his mind. If it was just a bunch of superficial wounds, young Miss Yu Jiaojiao wouldn't cause too much trouble in case she got angry. After hanging up, the 3 sea monsters looked at each other. Take out the video camera and place it in a good place. Then, we'll wait for Mr. Shuhang to come over to beat him up. Right, there is also Wang Ping to deal with. After he comes back, Little Jiao, you'll use your innate skill to paralyze him. He's also at the 3rd stage realm, and he might hinder us while we beat Mr. Shuhang up. We'll explain to him the situation later, the cuttlefish sea monster said. No problem, leave it to me, a somewhat transparent and jellyfish-like sea monster nearby said. Thereupon, the 3 sea monsters started to make preparations. They had to make sure that the wound was light, and also to hit the face. Such a job required technique. At that time, the angle from which the scene was shot had to be a good one, and Song Shuhang's cries also had to be pitiful. If Song Shuhang's screams weren't pitiful enough, the 3 sea monsters also had another trick up their sleeve. The last member of the 3 sea monsters was a female monster that possessed the bloodline of Western sirens. Her singing was exquisite, and she could also imitate other people's voices. If Song Shuhang's cries weren't good enough, she could copy his voice and scream in his place. As long as the angle was good enough, everyone would think that it was Song Shuhang's voice. The plan was simply perfect, without any loophole. In the meantime, at Su Clan 16's current location, the heavenly tribulation was raining down non-stop. The previous waves of the tribulation mostly consisted of lightning of tribulation, with some of the other elements randomly sneaking in. Since it was her second time transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage, Su Clan 7 and Su Clan 16 had made ample preparation. In addition, 16's strength was also somewhat higher than the last time. 16 had relied on her saber and saber intent to cut the previous several waves of the lightning of tribulation. She didn't even need to use the great formation that could aid her to transcend the tribulation, nor had she unsheathed her secret weapon, Venerable White's meteor sword. 16 had been rather relaxed while transcending the tribulation so far. In the sky, the black clouds and the raging streaks of lightning dispersed, but the heavenly tribulation was not over yet. Next is the final wave of the heavenly tribulation. Su Clan 7 was standing on guard not too far from her. He kept some distance because he didn't want to get involved in 16's heavenly tribulation. In the sky, the streaks of lightning disappeared, but the flames and lightning of tribulation started to intertwine amidst the clouds of tribulation, transforming into the last wave of the heavenly tribulation. The last wave also had a certain probability of producing an inner demon. The last time, Su Clan 16 suffered defeat in the hands of this last wave of the tribulation, getting injured by the lightning of tribulation and almost dying in the process. Therefore, the nearby Su Clan 7 tightly grabbed his treasured saber. Given little 16's strength, she shouldn't have any problem cutting the flames and lightning of tribulation. The only problem was that her inner demon might manifest. After all, it was already 16's second time transcending the tribulation, and the probability that an inner demon might appear was rather high. Compared to the anxious 7, 16 was instead full of confidence. The flames and lightning of tribulation in the sky hadn't given her any pressure. She was convinced that she would be able to cut the flames and lightning of tribulation as long as she had her saber in hand. Boom! The flames and lightning of tribulation intertwined, with fire and lightning raining down. Su Clan 16 gently stomped her foot, and the formation beneath her feet activated, empowering her body. In the next moment, saber intent that could overshadow the sky shot toward the flames and lightning of tribulation alongside her saber chi. The faint cry of a dragon spread from the saber light. A faintly discernible projection of a white dragon appeared behind Su Clan 16. Su Clan 16 was way more overbearing compared to the last time she'd transcended the tribulation. The saber light chopped upward, clashing against the flames and lightning of tribulation in midair. But right at this time, the saber light transformed into a white dragon that quickly wrapped around the flames and lightning of tribulation, breaking into pieces its main body. As for the remaining fragments of the flames and lightning of tribulation, they were blocked by the auxiliary formation beneath Su Clan 16's feet. During the whole process, Su Clan 16 didn't show any weakness. Not a single fragment of lightning or fire of tribulation could enter into a range of 100 meters from her. They all got disintegrated in midair by her saber intent and saber light. After the flames and lightning of tribulation, the tribulation of the inner demon didn't appear. Su Clan 16 had successfully transcended the tribulation, and the true chi in her body started to transform, changing from liquid true chi into innate true yuan. Her color of her mental energy also became silver. Su Clan 16's mental energy had already reached the 4th stage rank before she started transcending the tribulation. Now, it strengthened even further. The corner of her mouth rose as she put her saber back into the scabbard, stretching out her hand and wiping the sweat off her forehead. Then, she made an OK sign with her hand to the far-off Su Clan 7. After that, she sat cross-legged and operated her meditation technique, trying to condense a true chi core in her original dantian now that she had broken through. The far-off Su Clan 7 finally heaved a sigh of relief. But, just as he was heaving this sigh of relief, something changed in the sky. The flames and lightning of tribulation that Su Clan 16's saber chi had shredded to pieces earlier condensed again, rushing towards Su Clan 16, who was currently sitting in meditation. She had clearly transcended the tribulation already, but the heavenly tribulation was refusing to act according to the script. Su Clan 7 flew into a rage, and prepared to draw his saber to thoroughly scatter the remaining heavenly tribulation. But a streak of sword light was even faster than Su Clan 7. It was Venerable White's meteor sword. It automatically left the sheath and transformed into sword light, piercing through the heart of the remaining flames and lightning of tribulation and scattering them. Su Clan 7 heaved another sigh of relief. It's not over yet. At this time, Venerable White's voice echoed beside Su Clan 7's ear. Su Clan 7 said, "Senior White, can you not suddenly appear behind someone's back and start talking? I'm sorry, but the heavenly tribulation influenced the coordinates of my teleportation. I was originally planning to appear in front of you," Venerable White said. Yi Si likewise appeared, faintly smiling at Su Clan 7. Then, she looked at Su Clan 16, who was sitting in meditation, and the clouds of tribulation above her head. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly tribulation would have come to an end after 16 had dealt with the flames and lightning of tribulation. Her realm had likewise started to change, and she was in the middle of advancing to the 4th stage innate realm. As such, the heavenly tribulation should have dispersed already. But now, after the flames and lightning of tribulation dispersed, a new cloud of tribulation started to condense above Su Clan 16's head. The crackling sound of lightning could be heard coming from within this cloud. After a short while, the huge muzzle of a cannon drilled out of the cloud of tribulation. This muzzle was made of golden lightning. "What's that?" Su Clan 7 said after clenching his teeth. Why had this big guy appeared in the sky after the tribulation had ended? He could feel that the energy inside the muzzle of that cannon was no joke. It should be a new variation of the heavenly tribulation, Venerable White said after looking at that muzzle popping out of the cloud of tribulation. This heavenly tribulation was very strange. It felt as though it was intentionally messing with Su Clan 16. Su Clan 7 clenched his teeth, and said, "I'll go scatter it." Little 16's tribulation had already come to an end, and she had already started to advance to the fourth stage. Therefore, even if he were to scatter the heavenly tribulation, it shouldn't influence her realm. There was no need to take unnecessary risks and transcend this mutated tribulation. 7. Don't act rashly. If you step forward now, you'll cause that mutated heavenly tribulation to become stronger, making it even more unpredictable. Venerable White stretched out his hand and held 7 back. Moreover, I'm here, and little 16 has my meteor sword. Even if something unexpected happens, my meteor sword can protect 16 without problems. Have faith in me. After hearing these words, 7 took a deep breath and calmed down. Next to Venerable White, Yi Si gazed at that cannon made of lightning in the sky, deep in thought. The heavenly tribulation was upgrading as of late. Today, the muzzle of a cannon suddenly popped out. How much was left before missiles started raining down? Would the heavenly tribulation that cultivators had to face become even more modern in the future? Just imagine the scene: fire of tribulation, lightning of tribulation, metal of tribulation, and so on, turning into missiles and raining down from the sky and exploding non-stop. It was simply too scary. Sure enough, it was something to be wary of, and it was better to let Shuhang know about it so that he could make the necessary preparations. Thereupon, Yi Si transmitted the picture of that cannon made of tribulation lightning to Shuhang alongside her idea. Shuhang quickly replied, "Yi Si, don't worry. Actually, there might be a reason behind this cannon-shaped heavenly tribulation. In ancient times, a few magical treasures already had the shape of a cannon. Earlier, when we barged into the forbidden area, didn't Senior White too also take out a magical treasure that resembled a cannon? Therefore, it's not that strange that the heavenly tribulation transformed into a cannon after mutating. Still, I feel that excessively modern heavenly tribulation is unlikely to appear, or at least not this quickly. After all, the world of cultivation is just too different from the world of science." Yi Si said, "I still think you should be careful. My sixth sense as a woman and cultivator is telling me that your heavenly tribulation absolutely won't be a normal one." Shuhang said, "Yi Si, no flags. I just want to lead a normal cultivation life and advance further with no problems. Flags scare me. At the appointed time, if my heavenly tribulation really undergoes a mutation, I might cry." Yi Si said, "Cough, the heavenly tribulation is about to start. In a while, I'll transmit the whole scene to you. Anyway, what are you doing now?" Senior Sister Yi Si had forcefully changed the topic of their conversation. Shuhang said, "Just now, Senior White left too suddenly, and it turned out that I don't have the qualifications to drive this 10-meter-long car. Luckily, an old subordinate of Yu Jiaojiao appeared, and is now driving the car in my stead, leading me to a nearby reservoir. After I reach the place, I'll store the car away and ride my silver dragon puppet, heading toward the land of the Chu family." Yi Si said, "Pay attention to your safety. Anyway, let's talk later. I want to record the whole heavenly tribulation and share it with you later." Shuhang said, "All right. In that case, I'll take a short nap." After concluding his call with Yi Si, Shuhang closed his eyes and leaned against the front passenger seat, starting to doze off. Possibly because he was too tired, he quickly fell asleep, and began dreaming. In the dream, an army with modern military equipment suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, the soldiers of the said army lay prone on the black cloud of tribulation, taking out firearms that Shuhang couldn't see too clearly due to the distance, and started to fire at him crazily. The bullets the guns had fired were all imbued with the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom, 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 bullets rained down non-stop, and the whole place was enveloped in the flames of war. Then, Something that resembled an anti-tank guided missile vehicle slowly drilled out of the depths of the clouds. Song Shuhang already hated this absurd modern heavenly tribulation. Then, he suddenly woke up, covered in sweat. *CK, it was a dream. Still, what a scary dream. That modern heavenly tribulation was simply too scary. Luckily, it was nothing but a dream. But, what to do if the heavenly tribulation really gets an upgrade, becoming more modern? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Previously, they had the fire of tribulation, lightning of tribulation, metal of tribulation, wood of tribulation, water of tribulation, and tribulation of the inner demon, and everyone had gotten used to it by now. At the same time, cultivators had researched countless ways to deal with this type of heavenly tribulation. All these methods had been discovered through the sweat and blood of senior cultivators, and it was their legacy. But, if the heavenly tribulation really became more modern, cultivators would definitely be caught off guard while facing it. In particular, those old seniors that had closed up for thousands of years would surely go crazy while facing the modern heavenly tribulation after they had come out. Song Shuhang rested his chin in his hand. Was it possible that they would have to fight guns with guns, and nuclear weapons with nuclear weapons? Otherwise, he could throw this topic in the 9 provinces #1 group and see what the seniors had to say about it. In the meantime, Su Clan 16 opened her eyes. She had officially advanced to the 4th stage realm, and the true qi in her body had completely transformed into innate true yuan. The true qi core had also finished condensing in her original dantian. As soon as she opened her eyes, that cannon made of lightning of tribulation in the sky opened fire. Boom! A pillar of lightning exploded toward Su Clan 16. 16 didn't panic. Her petite body gently jumped and grabbed her life-bound treasured saber, pouring all her true qi into it. Soon afterward, she slightly bent her waist and stretched her body like a bow, exhibiting a very strange offensive posture. That offensive posture. I'm not mistaken, right? Venerable White looked at Su Clan 7. That was 7's unique skill, and also the move that had conferred 7 the title of strongest spiritual emperor, the heavenly saber burying the starry sea. When the power of this saber technique fully erupted, it even surpassed the strength of Northern River's loose cultivators, 12 swords of the Milky Way, night sky. It's the modified version of the heavenly saber burying the starry sea, the heavenly saber burying the starry river. It's a saber technique that little 16 created after using my unique skill as a base. Although the power has decreased overall, little 16 is now able to bring into full play its might, Su Clan 7 said proudly. That's why I have always been saying that 16's talent is even higher than mine. Just as they were discussing, 16 gently shouted and slashed with all her might. The overbearing saber light chopped toward the sky, mowing down everything in its way. Beneath her feet, those supplementary formations to transcend the tribulation all activated, empowering her body. The formations basically weren't used during the lightning of tribulation earlier, and they thus preserved all their energy. 16 seized the opportunity to slash another time, using the heavenly saber burying the starry river again. The 2 saber lights bumped into the lightning pillar one after another. The saber light continually destroyed the lightning pillar, and the latter also continually consumed the saber light. 3 breaths later, the saber light of the heavenly saber burying the starry river that Su Clan 16 had unleashed was completely wiped out. As for the lightning pillar, there was around 1/5 of it left behind. The remaining 1/5 of the lightning pillar ruthlessly slammed toward 16. Meteor Sword steadily stopped in midair, without making any move. 16 was capable of dealing with lightning of tribulation of this level on her own. Below, 16 gently exhaled a mouthful of air. Then, she grabbed the saber with both hands and prepared to slash again. But right at this time, a burst of pure white energy automatically exploded from her body, heading toward the lightning pillar. The pure white energy was very similar to the golden light of virtue protecting Song Shuhang's body, and it was filled with the power of righteousness. The pure white energy ferociously slammed into the lightning pillar. It was likewise a type of energy that would automatically protect its master. The remaining 1/5 of the lightning pillar quickly crumbled under the attack of the pure white energy. After the lightning dispersed, the pure white energy changed into its true body, the projection of a pure white dragon. The white dragon hovered behind Su Clan 16 while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, protecting 16 all around. After seeing this scene, Yi Si immediately recalled Shuhang. If she were to share this picture with him, he would surely cry himself to sleep. Yi Si still remembered that when Song Shuhang's light of virtue was about to materialize, he would continuously think of dragons in his mind in the hope that his light of virtue would transform into a golden dragon. However, his golden light of virtue had ultimately turned into a half-snake and half-stickman entity. On the other hand, if one looked at Su Clan 16, they would see a true dragon made of pure white energy hovering behind her. The majestic, huge, and overbearing white dragon was wrapping 16 all around, with its dragon body slowly moving and displaying its kingly bearing. This was the scene that Song Shuhang had dreamt of day and night. What's the deal with that white dragon? Su Clan 7 was dumbfounded. You don't know what that thing is? Venerable White asked out of curiosity. Su Clan 7 shook his head. I've never seen that white dragon before. At the same time, 7 had a theory in mind. The fact that Su Clan 16's heavenly tribulation had undergone a mutation was possibly related with the projection of this white dragon. The structure of that white dragon is very similar to Song Shuhang's materialized golden light of virtue. Although the way the two wills manifested is somewhat different, they should have the same origin. Did 16 practice soul ferrying techniques or something of the sort? Venerable White asked. Su Clan 7 was still dumbfounded. Boom, 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 in the sky, that cannon born from the mutated heavenly tribulation kept firing. Below, under the protection of the white dragon, Su Clan 16 wasn't afraid in the slightest of the might of the heavenly tribulation. While facing the attack of the cannon of tribulation, she still decided to take it head-on. She slashed again and again with the heavenly saber burying the starry river, and along with her body getting used to the innate true yuan of the fourth stage realm, the strength of the saber technique likewise increased. After a whole 20 slashes, Su Clan 16 was gasping for breath, and the cannon of tribulation in the sky also finally misfired. Is it over? The nearby Su Clan 7 was even more anxious than when he was the one transcending the tribulation. Not yet. Given the meticulous nature of the heavenly tribulation, there should still be one last wave left, Venerable White said gravely. Sure enough, that cannon made of lightning started to melt, transforming into a spear made of lightning. There were countless dazzling runes of lightning on the spear. The spear was filled with ancient aura, and it looked like a godly weapon from ancient times. The lightning spear slowly moved upward, just as though there was an invisible hand holding it, ready to throw it down. That's bad, Su Clan 7 said, alarmed. That lightning spear had the strength of the 5th stage rank, and there was no way Su Clan 16 would be able to block it if it was thrown. The nearby Venerable White made a hand seal, and Meteor Sword issued a buzzing sword cry, a sign that it was ready to get into action at any time. But right at this moment, the white dragon behind Su Clan 16 issued a long cry and shot up in the sky on its own, clashing against the lightning spear. The lightning spear had the lethality of the 5th stage spiritual emperor rank. Could this white dragon made of light of virtue stop it? Su Clan 7 slightly unsheathed his saber and condensed his saber intent, ready to make his move at any moment. Venerable White also remained in contact with his meteor sword. At this moment, the white dragon roared as it slammed into the lightning spear, with its roar echoing throughout the whole sky. The lightning spear, which was seemingly grasped by an invisible hand, was thrown. The two collided violently. Then, a dazzling white light shone everywhere, just as if a white sun had appeared in the sky. There was no explosion, no rumbling thunder. The dragon and the spear collided in silence. After a while, the dazzling white light dissipated. In the sky, the white dragon flew around elegantly, like a king patrolling its territory. But the lightning spear had disappeared. The white dragon won? Su Clan 7 asked. Just now, that blinding white light prevented him from witnessing what had happened. The white dragon swallowed the lightning spear whole, Venerable White said. Swallowed? 7 raised his head and stared at the white dragon. What was the origin of that thing? It obviously something akin to light of virtue, but it could actually swallow the lightning of tribulation? At this time, the white dragon was still flying around in the sky. At first, it was flying slowly, but then it started to move faster and faster, making people's eyes sway all around. What is it doing? Su Clan 7 asked. Venerable White was also uncertain. It seems to be digesting. The white dragon's current appearance seemed to suggest that it had eaten, and afterwards started to exercise to digest. Digesting? Isn't it an existence made of light of virtue? It shouldn't be able to defecate, right? Su Clan 7 said. As soon as 7's voice fell, he saw that the white dragon in the sky had stopped moving, slightly lifting its tail. At last, a dazzling thing of lightning was shat out. The crackling sound of lightning was emitted from that thing, and there was also the faint aura of the heavenly tribulation on it. Su Clan 7. F***ck, it really pooped something out. That lightning spear that the white dragon had swallowed down was seemingly turned into dragon excrement and then ejected. Su Clan 7 was certain that this lump of lightning tribulation was definitely the most miserable one in several centuries. Still, that dragon excrement originating from the lightning of tribulation is definitely a treasure, Venerable White said. Fellow Daoist 7, if you take it, it might be of great use. Su Clan 7. That lightning of tribulation that had transformed into dragon excrement was definitely a treasure, but the problem was that he did not want such a treasure. Looks like fellow Daoist 7 doesn't want that treasure? Venerable White laughed. Su Clan 7 shook his head, and said, I don't want it. Senior White, if you want it, you can have it. I don't want it either. Venerable White narrowed his eyes into a smile, and said, it seems really dirty. Su Clan 7. In that case, why do you want me to take it? While they were talking, the dragon poop slowly dropped to the ground, disappearing silently. Strangely, that dragon poop made of tribulation lightning didn't explode after landing, not causing any damage to the earth. In the sky, the white dragon slowly wandered around for a while, then began to descend, and returned to Su Clan 16. The gigantic white dragon began to sway left and right behind Su Clan 16, proudly displaying its kingly demeanor. Su Clan 7 stepped on the air, and took a few steps to get beside 16. Little 16, are you alright? Don't worry. I'm alright, 7. Su Clan 16 smiled, her aura rising by a point. Venerable White also appeared next to 16, checking her condition. There's no problem, 16 is in excellent condition. Su Clan 7 finally let out a breath of relief. 16's heavenly tribulation had gone through several twists and turns, but she'd managed to survive in the end. Su Clan 16 gently held her treasured saber in her hand. Besides succeeding in transcending the tribulation, she had gained something else as well. As soon as she issued a command, an electric arc would slightly flashed on her saber. It was the power of lightning, and there was a hint of the power of the lightning of tribulation within. This mutated lightning element was much stronger than her original one. Su Clan 16 looked up, and said, 7, when will we learn how to ride a flying saber? No need to hurry. Su Clan 7 smiled and patted 16's head. At least take a break for a while. After that, I'll teach you how to ride a flying saber. Okay, Su Clan 16 cutely replied. She has successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation, and things were going according to her calculations. Next up, after she had mastered how to ride a flying saber, she would head toward Jiangnan University town. In the meantime, Wang Ping had driven the 10-meter-long car to the reservoir. Mr. Shuhang, wake up, we're here, Wang Ping said. We have arrived? Song Shuhang opened his eyes and looked around. At this moment, they were at the edge of the reservoir, and there was no trace of any ordinary people nearby. It's a nice place, Song Shuhang said with a smile as he turned around and waved his hand at the Chu family's ancestor and the fighting beast, sending them into his inner world. Little Kai stood on his shoulder, while the invisible saber insect floated right beside him. Now, I can put this car away, then, I'll finally be able to go home, Song Shuhang said in a soft voice. Wang Ping rubbed one of his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. The kangaroo and the ancestor of the Chu family had disappeared without traces, and they were living creatures. Was it some spatial technique? But, Mr. Song Shuhang's power couldn't possibly have reached the 9th stage realm, right? Sure enough, this Mr. Shuhang was unpredictable. Just as Wang Ping was pondering, 3 figures suddenly approached. One of them, the monster cuttlefish, He San, waved at Wang Ping and said, Brother Wang Ping, you're finally back. Brother He, how come you are here? Wang Ping was curious. He and his 3 companions were in charge of purchasing things. On weekdays, each one of them had a specific task to complete. After the completion of their task, the companions would then enter the reservoir to relax. They were all low-level sea monsters, and they couldn't leave the water for a long period of time. As for whether it was freshwater or seawater, that didn't matter to them, as long as they could get their bodies wet. The 3 of us were preparing to go out to buy some liquor and snacks. That was when we saw you driving a car back from afar, so we had to have a look. This car is truly cool. He San laughed. During the conversation, the monster jellyfish suddenly stepped forward and appeared in front of Wang Ping, embracing him enthusiastically. Wang Ping was baffled. Why are my 3 companions so enthusiastic today? In the next moment, the dumbfounded Wang Ping fell to the ground with a thud. He had been affected by the paralyzing toxin of the monster jellyfish, directly passing out. Afterward, the 3 sea monsters turned their bodies and looked at Song Shuhang, completely surrounded him. Song Shuhang. Were these 3 companions of Wang Ping aiming at him? Well. Fellow Taoists, what are you trying to do? Song Shuhang asked. Had he ever offended any sea monster? Wait, he did offend those sea urchin warriors, and killed quite a number of them. These 3 sea monsters couldn't possibly be relatives of those sea urchins, could they? Excuse us, Mr. Shuhang. The 3 sea monsters had serious faces as they looked at Song Shuhang and said, truthfully, we are merely following the orders. We hope that Mr. Shuhang won't blame us. Wait, can the 3 of you properly explain first? You're acting on orders, but whose orders? And, why does this person want to deal with me? Song Shuhang reached out and lightly tapped something in the air, hinting the invisible saber insect to stay calm. He couldn't feel any killing intent from any of these 3 sea monsters. More importantly, these 3 sea monsters were merely at the 3rd stage realm, so even if they came at him together, they weren't Song Shuhang's match. Thus, Song Shuhang wasn't worried in the least. He San nodded, and said, right, we should at least let Mr. Shuhang know this. Pardon us for our negligence. Then, a female monster that possessed the siren bloodline said in a pleasant voice, Mr. Shuhang, the 3 of us are here to warn you on behalf of Mr. Wu. We would like to tell you to stay away from young Miss Yu Jiaojiao. Young Miss Yu Jiaojiao is a noble existence that humans should not approach. she is female dragon that possesses the bloodline of a flood dragon. Your desire to have her is simply nothing but a dream. Be tactful and stay away from young Miss Yu Jiaojiao. Song Shuhang responded, "Ah. Yu Jiaojiao?" He then recalled what Yu Jiaojiao currently looked like. Please, Jiaojiao still had the head of a fish. No matter how deprived Song Shuhang was, he would never go for Yu Jiaojiao. He would only go for humans. You've misunderstood, Song Shuhang said solemnly. My relationship with Jiaojiao is nothing more than a very ordinary friendship. Also, I am a normal human being, and my aesthetic standard is very different from that of sea monsters like you. Nice try, Hei-san said. If you were really just ordinary friends, then why would you and young Miss Yu Jiaojiao sleep in the same house? Song Shuhang. Say no more, Mr. Shuhang. Today, let us beat you up. Please do cooperate and scream miserably. That way, we'll be able to smoothly complete Mr. Wu's task, Hei-san said. While they were talking, the monster jellyfish had already finished setting up a camera on a shelf. The female monster siren smiled as she said, "If Mr. Shuhang really isn't able to scream pitifully, I can do it for you." Song Shuhang. Well, Mr. Shuhang, are you ready? Hei-san had revealed his true form, transforming into a giant cuttlefish. Do you really want to beat me up? Song Shuhang said. Of course, but don't worry, we will be very gently. You'll get some superficial wound at most, the type that can heal in 2 or 3 days, Hei-san said. Later, nothing will happen as long as you stay away from young Miss Yu Jiaojiao. Hei-san, you idiot. I was filming already, and what you said just now was recorded as well, the monster jellyfish angrily said. It's fine. Before sending the video to Mr. Wu, just delete this part of the video, Hei-san said. The monster jellyfish said, delete my ass. Who is going to delete it, you? After the recording is transferred to the computer, there will be a single video file. I won't be able to delete a part of it. Just do a retake, do it seriously this time, the female monster siren said. Alright, let's do that. The monster jellyfish sighed, then started fiddling with the camera. Okay, I'm going to retake the scene. This time, be a little more professional and less useless talk, alright, the monster jellyfish said. Song Shuhang. Are you making fun of me? The 3 sea monsters surrounded Song Shuhang with grinning faces. They were trying to make their faces look scary so that Boss Wu would be satisfied when they sent him the video. At this time, the monster siren, with her back facing the camera, whispered, Mr. Shuhang, there is no need to worry. We'll make sure to beat you up gently. If you feel you can't scream miserably enough, I'll go behind you and scream using your voice. This way, in the video footage, one would feel as though they were hearing your screams. Rest assured, my imitating ability is very strong. Song Shuhang. In the end, Song Shuhang sighed heavily. With the 3 of you acting cute, I can't really bring myself to use cruel methods. If things were going according to a normal script, the situation would be, some big boss henchmen were ordered to warn the big boss love rival. The henchmen would be fierce and heartless, finishing their work, and only afterwards giving the rival a warning, stay away from the beautiful girl, otherwise our boss will make sure you die without a complete corpse. If these 3 sea monsters had acted how they normally should have in such a situation, Shuhang would not have minded teaching them a lesson, letting them have a taste of tyrannical armor Song 1, ugh. Tyrannical saber Song 1 saber technique. But, in the face of these 3 sea monsters, Song Shuhang just couldn't bring himself to beat them up too much, it simply didn't feel right. After sighing, Song Shuhang reached out and gently patted the invisible saber insect, making it move further away. The 3 sea demons were all only of the 3rd stage realm, so if the invisible saber insect were to make a move, then the 3 demons would end up in pieces within a few seconds. That would simply be too cruel. The 3 sea demons gradually approached. Ahem. Song Shuhang cleared his throat and said, "Well, I want to tell you something. Honestly, the three of you together aren't my match, so, are you sure that you want to go against me?" The three sea demons were stunned by what they had just heard. "The three of us together aren't your match? Are you trying to make a joke? TSK, three of you combined wouldn't be a match for any one of us. Song Shuhang, you're just a small second-stage cultivator, but you sure can talk big." He San brandished his tentacles, and said, "The three of us are all at the third-stage realm. Each one of us can beat you up, and you won't be able to do anything about it." Song Shuhang shrugged. "Okay, then let's fight. After we start fighting, don't blame me for not warning you." The monster jellyfish was the first to make his move. He had the ability to paralyze and poison his targets. With just a single embrace, even Wang Ping, who was also at the third-stage realm, immediately got poisoned and fainted. Therefore, it was clear how strong the poison was. Moreover, Song Shuhang wasn't able to see clearly how he poisoned the other party. He had no intention to get poisoned himself. In addition, when facing the three sea demons, Song Shuhang decided to try out his newly acquired ability, the saber intent armor. Thereupon, while facing the monster jellyfish's poison, Song Shuhang didn't evade. He even intentionally suppressed the virtuous Lamia, making her remain on standby and refrain from making a move. The monster jellyfish jumped right in front of Shuhang. But right at this moment, Song Shuhang's eyes shone, and sharp, intent, came slashing out of his body. The monster jellyfish, who was just about to attack Song Shuhang, froze. Its eyes met with Song Shuhang's, and it could feel that Song Shuhang's eyes were akin to a saber, desiring to slice it into two halves. "SS saber intent," the monster jellyfish said in surprise. After getting surprised by Song Shuhang's saber intent, its movement slowed down for half a beat. A Song Shuhang that possessed saber intent did indeed have the qualification to battle someone of a higher level. Song Shuhang smiled slightly as strong saber intent radiated from his body. Then, the saber intent wrapped around his torso, his head, arms, knees. The saber intent drew out Song Shuhang's saber chi. Saber intent and saber chi had been mixed in a 1:9 ratio and began to materialize. In the blink of an eye, shining armor, looking like it was made from steel, appeared on Song Shuhang. "This isn't saber intent, but armor intent?" He San cried at one side. "Armor intent your sister, this is saber intent." Song Shuhang clenched his fist. "Liar, how can this be saber intent?" the monster siren said. "No matter what intent you have, it's of no use." The monster jellyfish pounced on him once again, sending a paralyzing toxic attack toward Song Shuhang. Although Mr. Shuhang's armor did look really cool, it only covered important parts of his body. On the other hand, the paralyzing poison of the monster jellyfish would make Song Shuhang enter a state of paralysis as long as it was able to come into contact with any part of his skin. As such, this armor wouldn't be able to stop the poison. Buzz, on Song Shuhang's body, the saber intent armor let out a saber cry. Streaks of saber light shone on the armor. Under the saber light, the true form of the monster jellyfish's attack could be seen clearly. There was a number of transparent tentacles extending out of its palms, and the paralyzing poison was stored within these tentacles. In the next moment, all its attacks were blocked by the saber intent armor. Even if its tentacles aimed to attack the places on Song Shuhang's body that weren't covered by the saber intent armor, saber light would emerge from the armor, blocking and rebounding the attacks of the transparent tentacles. There were even some transparent tentacles that ended up getting cut off. Saber intent armor didn't attack on its own, the tentacles were merely cut off due to having attacked the saber intent armor that was releasing sharp saber chi. Song Shuhang crossed both his arms over his chest, remaining still and letting the monster jellyfish attack him. He really gave the impression of being a powerful expert. Damn, there isn't a weak point at all. The monster jellyfish had already attacked several times, yet it couldn't break through the defense at all. It could only retreat to avoid getting counterattacked by Song Shuhang. He San said angrily, "It's just saber intent. Even if it's saber intent, I'll simply eat it whole. No need to hurry, let me break his defense. As long as he loses that layer of armor, he won't be a match for us three. I'll cast a magic technique, you guys cover me," the monster siren said. "No need to cover her, just keep on attacking," Song Shuhang said in a grave tone with both arms crossed over his chest. "I won't attack you. So, no need to cover each other, the three of you just keep on attacking me together. Bastard! You're looking down on us." He San said angrily. Song Shuhang raised his head, and said, "Well. It's because the three of you together won't be able to beat me. I'm currently giving you a chance, I'll simply stand here, and won't move. You just have to attack me, no need to be gentle either." The saber intent armor on his body brightened up. "Attack!" The three sea monsters glanced at each other, gritted their teeth, and then launched their attacks. The monster siren cast a sound wave magical technique that possessed a strong defense-breaking effect. The monster jellyfish, besides the paralyzing poison, was actually also proficient in offensive water techniques. As for the cuttlefish He San, it was proficient in close combat, as well as its innate inkjet technique. When combined with the monster jellyfish's offensive water techniques, its inkjet technique would cause the might of their attacks to increase several-fold. The monster siren took a step back, turned toward Song Shuhang, and then screamed. Her voice condensed into a single point, transforming into an invisible spear that rushed at Song Shuhang. The cuttlefish He San and the monster jellyfish then used combined magical technique. Song Shuhang's eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't care about the sound wave technique, for he was certain his saber intent armor would be able to block it. But could his saber intent armor block the ink? It wouldn't cover his whole body, right? If he got covered with ink, the expert-like imposing manner he was radiating would be halved. However, it turned out that the saber intent armor was really powerful. A dragon pattern appeared on the armor, and the ink plus water technique was completely blocked, not letting a single bit of it get close to Song Shuhang's body. 10 minutes later. Song Shuhang remained unmoving, with his hands still crossed over his chest. "Did the three of you forgot to have your meal? Can't you use a little more strength? What's the matter with these weak attacks?" Song Shuhang shouted loudly. Sorry." The voice of the monster siren had become hoarse. In the past 10 minutes, she had performed over 240 sound wave attacks, so her throat was hurting all over. The cuttlefish He San and the monster jellyfish had already stopped using magical techniques. The monster energy of sea monsters at the third stage realm wasn't that high, and they couldn't use too many powerful magical techniques. So, they had switched to close combat, attaching Song Shuhang with all their might. "You two are in charge of close combat, right? As such, what's the deal with the angle you are attacking from? You have to attack the weak points. Isn't it common sense to discover and exploit the enemy's weak points when attacking? You're now attacking my back, that's where my armor is strongest, why the hell are you guys attacking me there?" A complete waste of strength, Song Shuhang reprimanded the cuttlefish He San and the monster jellyfish. Sorry. But, we've already attacked you from top to bottom, and haven't found a weak point, the monster jellyfish said timidly. How could there possibly be any defense in this world that has no weak point? You're too naive. Keep on looking, you have to use technique. Technique, got it? Song Shuhang said. However, he himself had no idea what the weak point of the saber intent armor was. Yes. The cuttlefish He San wanted to cry at this injustice. Why did things turn out like this? At first, they were trying all means to break Song Shuhang's armor so that they could beat him up. But, as they beat him again and again, 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, 7 minutes passed. They all felt exhausted, but Song Shuhang's armor didn't seem to have been damaged at all. That armor intent was simply too strong. What was the point of keep attacking? Also, can none of you use any magical treasures? Or any weapons? Why do you simply insist on using your tentacles? Song Shuhang pointed out. Actually, I've been using magical treasures all along, the monster jellyfish said. His magical treasure consisted in those transparent tentacles. It was a kind of magical treasure that would fuse with the user's body. I've also been using weapons. The cuttlefish Hei Sen waved its tentacles, revealing a sharp blade hidden in its suckers. Whenever Hei Sen waved its tentacles, a blade would pop out, strangling and killing the enemy. Song Shuhang said, then just use more strength. Did you not eat or what? The sorrow the 3 sea monsters felt as this moment was as vast as the sea. Do you think we haven't been using our strength? Is giving our all still not good enough for you? Actually, there was something wrong with the expression, did you forget to drink your milk? Regardless of whether it was the cuttlefish, the jellyfish, or even the mixed-blood siren, none of them drank milk when they were young. So, a more correct way to put it would be to ask the 3 sea monsters if they had drunk enough seawater before coming here and attacking Shuhang. Still, it was rather pitiful if one thought about it. After Senior White arrived at the coordinates of the 10-meter-long car, he happened to see Song Shuhang crossing his arms over his chest while 3 sea monsters were desperately attacking him. Venerable White and Senior Sister Yi Si floated in the air, and asked curiously, Shuhang, what game are you playing? Senior White, you're back. Was 16 able to get through her tribulation? Song Shuhang asked. Senior Sister Yi Si nodded. That girl has already succeeded transcending her tribulation, and I've recorded the entire scene. I'll show it to you in a bit. But, what are you doing right now? Hearing that 16 was able to successfully get through her tribulation, Song Shuhang secretly felt relieved. After all, 16 had already failed once, so if she were to fail this time, her path would stop at the 3rd stage realm. In conclusion, her successfully passing the tribulation was a great matter. Then, Song Shuhang replied, as you can see, I'm being beaten up. The 3 sea monsters were still attacking him. When they saw Venerable White and Senior Sister Yi Si in the air, they couldn't help but slow down their attack. F***ck, Mr. Song Shuhang still had reinforcements. The 3 of them were done for. Song Shuhang turned his head to face the 3 monsters, and said, where's your perseverance? Why are your attacks getting weaker and weaker? Are you really at the 3rd stage realm? Or are you fake products? Shouldn't we be sea products? The monster jellyfish subconsciously replied. Song Shuhang. In the air, Senior Sister Yi Si asked, oh, Shuhang, are you testing the strength of the saber intent armor? The test of the saber intent strength is only an accidental benefit. Actually, these 3 sea monsters are the subordinates of another sea monster called Mr. Wu. That sea monster is really interesting. He unexpectedly thought that there was something going on between Yu Jiaojiao and me, and regards me as his rival in love. So, he sent these 3 sea monsters to beat me up and warn me to stay away from Yu Jiaojiao in the future. Song Shuhang laughed. So, do you have feelings for Yu Jiaojiao? Senior Sister Yi Si blinked. How could that be? Our races are different, how would I fall in love with her? Song Shuhang said. You have a point. Senior Sister Yi Si nodded, but felt that there was something wrong with what he said. Venerable White held his chin curiously, and looked at the armor on Song Shuhang. Shuhang, is that really saber intent? Surely so, Song Shuhang said. Truly out of the ordinary. I've lived for so many years, but this is still the first time I've seen such saber intent. Since you could turn saber intent into armor, you're definitely a unique existence in the cultivation world. I'm curious as to how you practiced your saber techniques, Venerable White said. What can I do? I'm also desperate here. Song Shuhang's face was full of tears. At this moment, Senior Sister Yi Si said, Senior White, Shuhang's saber intent is actually really strong. Although it usually remains dormant, once agitated, the saber intent would counterattack. Also, its counterattack is very strong. A single slash destroyed the sword intent that the invisible sword insects had condensed out. It isn't just defense? Could it be some sort of defensive counterattack? Venerable White asked curiously. It must be. After all, it's still saber intent, Song Shuhang said with his arms crossed. Venerable White asked, in that case, when will it counterattack? The strength of these three monsters is pretty low, and there was no reaction even if they've been beating me up for a while. I originally wanted to see how powerful the saber intent counterattack would be, but I've been beaten up for the past half an hour, and I'm already tired of keeping up this position with my arms crossed, Song Shuhang ridiculed. The three sea monsters continued to shed tears, especially when they recalled how this all began. The three of them were telling Song Shuhang that they would show mercy and only lightly beat him up. In retrospect, they couldn't help but feel really ashamed, and wanted to dig and hide inside a hole. After all, these three sea monsters are only at the third stage realm. When talking about most monster cultivators, before they reach the fifth stage realm, most of their offensive ability relies on their racial skills. None of these three are attack-specialized sea monsters, which is why their offensive ability isn't that powerful, Venerable White said. Also, you'll soon be breaking through to the fourth stage realm. Your realm suppresses theirs. The three sea monsters' eyes teared up even more, soon breaking through to the fourth stage realm? Wasn't this a bit too crazy? Didn't the intelligence say that Mr. Song Shuhang was only at the second stage realm, and had just broken through to that realm? The members of the intelligence department should go F***ck themselves. If they'd known that Mr. Song Shuhang was a cultivator that was about to reach the fourth stage realm, they would have definitely not have attacked him. True. Song Shuhang nodded. So, haven't I been standing here for more than half an hour for absolutely no reason? Had I known earlier, I would have knocked these guys out with a single punch. The three sea monsters heard his words, and their eyes suddenly brightened up. Right, quickly hit us. Quickly, knock us out with a punch. We've had enough, give us a break. No need to hurry. Since they've already been beating you up for half an hour, they at least have their uses. Look at me, I'll now give them a buff to increase their combat power. With that, you might be able to trigger the defensive counterattack of your saber intent, Venerable White said. Insufficient offensive power? No problem, just add a buff. It would ensure that the offensive power of the sea monsters would increase greatly. Song Shuhang said, Senior White actually had such an idea. Ahem, did you hear that? Go and let Senior White give you a buff to increase your combat power. You might be able to break my saber intent armor with that. If the armor breaks, won't I then be completely unarmed? By then, you could beat me up and complete the task that your boss Wu assigned to you. Don't think I'm easy to deceive just because I didn't go to school, the female monster siren said with tearful eyes. Mr. Shuhang, could you please tell us how strong the counterattack of your armor is? Would the three of us be able to survive after getting hit by it? The three cute sea monsters weren't stupid, just too kind, and the information they had was missing a lot of details. Fellow Taoists of the sea race, rest assured, with me here, your safety is ensured, Venerable White said to the three sea monsters with a slight smile. The three sea monsters looked at Venerable White's smile and became dazed. This smile, we have to protect it. The three sea monsters swore to themselves. A minute later, the three sea monsters, who had now been buffed by Senior White, went ahead and surrounded Song Shuhang once again. This time, they didn't talking nonsense since the buff had a time limit. After surrounding Song Shuhang, the three sea monsters crazily attacked the saber intent armor with tentacles, fists, claws, and blades. A torrential rain of attacks fell on Song Shuhang's body. The sound of explosions could be heard coming Song Shuhang's body as the saber light continued to flicker on the saber intent armor. It was effective. He could feel that the saber intent armor was reaching a critical point under the torrential rain of attacks. Finally, a minute after the three sea monsters had begun their crazy beating of Song Shuhang, the saber intent above Song Shuhang's body suddenly underwent a change. The saber intent switched from a lax defensive state to a sharp and imposing offensive state. "It's coming!" Song Shuhang called out. In the next moment, dazzling saber lights cut across the sky. The attacks of the three sea monsters came to a stop. When they looked at the saber light, they felt great pain on their skin, just as if their bodies had already been sliced up into hundreds of pieces. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't control their bodies, just as if the space around them had been locked down. Therefore, they could only helplessly watch as the terrifying saber intent came slashing at them. They couldn't even call out for help. This defensive counterattack was simply overpowered. The saber intent released by a third-stage realm cultivator shouldn't be this strong. Dead, this time, they were definitely going to die. The three sea monsters felt desperate as their lives flashed before their eyes. From their birth all the way to their death, all of their memories flashed before their eyes. Was this their entire monster life? Their lives had been really bitter and short. If there was a next life, they really wanted to hide and cultivate on the seabed, and never go ashore until they reached the fifth stage realm. The human world was just too dangerous. Whoosh! Just when the three sea monsters thought they were going to die, their bodies flashed and moved through space, getting pulled to Venerable White's side. Boom! Below, the saber light Song Shuhang's saber intent had released covered a distance of 300 meters, cutting the ground like butter. After traveling for 300 meters, the saber light ended up exploding in a rocky area. The explosion resulting from the saber intent's counterattack generated tens of thousands of small saber intents, making a deep pit of around 10 square meters appear in the rocky area. What was originally stone had been turned into fine sand by that saber intent. Gulp! The three sea monsters couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If that blade had cut them, their bodies would have also ended up becoming fine sand. Venerable White held his chin. Its power really isn't bad. Shuhang, how was the energy consumption? At this time, the saber intent armor on Song Shuhang's body had already disappeared. When the saber intent counterattacked, it used up all the saber intent and saber chi of the saber intent armor, turning it into that one dazzling saber slash. The consumed energy wasn't that much. Song Shuhang waved his arm. I merely used saber intent and saber chi to maintain the saber intent armor. The overall consumption is the same as when I use the flaming saber technique. After he said that, a stream of saber intent burst out of Song Shuhang's body. The saber intent emerged, twirled around his key parts, and formed new armor right before their eyes. It was a sparkling saber intent armor seemingly cast from steel. Big brother, my dear big brother. This saber intent armor of yours is really going to make your opponent feel true despair. Despair from being unable to damage it, and also despair from being able to damage it. After breaking the saber intent armor with much difficulty, a dazzling saber slash would explode in their faces. Moreover, even after releasing such a powerful attack, Song Shuhang wouldn't consume much energy, and a new set of saber intent armor would form on his body in the blink of an eye. Absolutely soul-crushing. Therefore, unless Song Shuhang was defeated in a single blow, his opponent would be forced into a war of attrition, and they'd likely end up suffering a heart attack. With that said, your defensive saber intent is rather concerning overall, but that dazzling saber slash at the end managed to preserve its dignity. Therefore, the final outcome wasn't that bad, Venerable White commented. Song Shuhang laughed as he dispersed the saber intent armor. How should we deal with the 3 sea monsters? Venerable White placed down the 3 sea monsters. Well, they're rather interesting, so let's just let them go this time, Song Shuhang said. At the start, the 3 cute sea monsters had already expressed that they would only gently beat him up. In particular, that sea monster with the siren bloodline even said that she could scream for him if need be. So, when facing these 3 sea monsters, Song Shuhang really couldn't bear to be ruthless to them. Although Song Shuhang letting them free should have been something to rejoice about, the 3 sea monsters couldn't help but feel a slight sense of frustration in their hearts. By the way, you 3, convey something to your boss Wu. Tell him that the relationship between you Jiao and me is one of pure friendship. Also, my aesthetic standard is that of a human, which is very different from that of sea monsters, Song Shuhang said. Could it be that Mr. Shuhang doesn't find mermaids beautiful? The monster siren asked. It also depends on what kind of mermaid it is. If they have the head of a fish, how could I find them beautiful? Song Shuhang ridiculed. However, young Miss Yu Jiao can still make breakthroughs. Her mother is a mermaid, and she's very beautiful. When young Miss Yu Jiao gains the ability to transform into her human form, she definitely won't be any less beautiful than her mother, the cuttlefish monster Hei San stressed with dissatisfaction. Song Shuhang. What are you 3 trying to convey here? Isn't it great for you that Yu Jiao and I are only pure friends? Okay, Yu Jiao might become very beautiful after her transformation, but that's still in the future, right? Song Shuhang said. Taking a step back, Yu Jiao's aesthetic standard is also very different from mine. In the past, Yu Jiao that she prefers creatures similar to her father. For her, a handsome man should either have sturdy dragon horns or small flood dragon horns, which should also be curved at a 45-degree angle, and it would be best if it had 3 to 5 prongs. Therefore, there is absolutely no chance of anything happening between a human like me and Yu Jiao. Do you understand? The 3 sea monsters could only stare wide-eyed. Next, they silently recalled Mr. Wu's appearance. No horn. That meant their Mr. Wu also had no chance when it came to conquering young Miss Yu Jiao. Poor Mr. Wu. He was still secretly in love with her, without even having properly confessed to young Miss Yu Jiao, but he already had no chance to gain her favor. From your expressions, you seem to have understood. The misunderstanding between us is cleared up, so please tell your boss that he shouldn't cause trouble for others in the future just because he's jealous, Song Shuhang sincerely said. The 3 sea monsters nodded silently. When Song Shuhang was discussing Yu Jiao's preferences together with the 3 sea monsters, Venerable White had gone with Yi Si to check out the pit in the rocky area that had been dug out by Song Shuhang's saber intent. Venerable White squatted down to inspect the large pit with a stern expression. Senior White, is there something wrong with Shuhang's saber intent? Yi Si asked. No, this has nothing to do with Song Shuhang. Venerable White reached out with his finger, poking at various locations in the pit. Then, what are you doing? Yi Si asked. I seem to have sensed a treasure's aura, Venerable White said. A treasure's aura? Could it be that Venerable White's luck was acting up again? Wait, if Senior White's luck was acting up, then a catastrophe would surely follow. When it came to those around him, Senior White's fortune had always been a high-risk, high-reward type of thing. Survive the catastrophe and you would be able to have a share of the riches with Senior White. If you failed to endure the catastrophe, then you'd better have an already reserved spot at Senior Medicine Master's place, or directly at Yu Jiao's VIP seabed graveyard. Senior Medicine Master was currently very busy, so now wouldn't be a good time to reserve a spot at his place. Thinking of this, Yi Si cleverly retreated, distancing herself from Venerable White. Yi Si, what are you doing? Venerable White turned curiously and looked at Yi Si, who was gradually retreating. That, Senior White. I'm feeling somewhat tired, so I'm preparing to head back into Song Shuhang's body to rest, Yi Si said seriously. What are you worried about? Venerable White said. The treasure this time was pretty much unearthed by Song Shuhang's saber's blade. It doesn't have anything to do with me, so you don't have to worry about any danger. I am, at most, just working together with Song Shuhang in digging up the treasure, but it still doesn't really have anything to do with me. Yi Si gave it some thought, and felt that what Senior White had said made sense. This pit was the result of Song Shuhang's attack, so if there was a treasure that was unearthed due to that, then it should be counted as Song Shuhang's fortune. Venerable White was, at most, an accomplice, working together in digging up the treasure. Come and help me. I'll use sword intent to strike the left side, while you use saber intent to strike the right side. I have a feeling that this will help the treasure burst out, Venerable White said. Yi Si. That, Senior White. I can't use saber intent, Yi Si said. I studied sword intent. You studied sword intent? I thought that since you were a ghost spirit that has been staying with Song Shuhang, you would definitely also be unsuited for sword techniques, Venerable White said. If that's the case, then you have to look for someone who can use saber intent to help me. They can't be someone who's like Song Shuhang and has defensive saber intent. Senior White, if you just need an offensive saber intent, then Song Shuhang's golden light of virtue would be able to do it, Yi Si responded. Venerable White said, what? The golden light of virtue had saber intent? Although Song Shuhang's golden light of virtue had acted rather strange since the time it had materialized, wasn't it a bit too much for it to be able to learn saber intent? When we were in the forbidden area, the golden light of virtue comprehended saber intent. I'll go get Shuhang's golden virtue of light, fairy at #%. Yi Si giggled, turned around, and went over to Song Shuhang. A moment later, Yi Si had brought fairy at #% back with her. The virtuous lamia was attached to Yi Si's body, just like how she would be attached to Song Shuhang's body. However, if one were to look closely, when fairy at #% was attached to Yi Si, her eyes seemed to have become brighter. Even her facial expression was more lifelike as compared to when she was with Song Shuhang, with her expression totally blank. Are you able to accurately control Shuhang's golden light of virtue and make her attack with saber intent? Venerable White said. I feel like I'll be able to handle it, Yi Si said. Great. Venerable White brought out his meteor sword, drew an X on the ground, and said, then control Shuhang's golden light of virtue and make her stand here. Afterward, release her saber intent and cut at the X. On my signal, we'll both do it together. Understood, Yi Si said. Ready, Venerable White held meteor sword, and a faint sword intent resurfaced on the sword. Yi Si ordered the virtuous lamia. Fairy at #% clenched her right hand, and a saber made of tyrannical saber intent appeared in her hand. Venerable White looked at the saber intent in the hand of the virtuous lamia with interest. Now, Venerable White said. In the next moment, the virtuous lamia brandished her tyrannical saber intent, slicing at the X mark on the ground. Venerable White coordinated with the virtuous lamia, keeping up speed similar to hers. When her saber intent sliced the ground, Venerable White also pierced the ground with his faint sword intent. Success! Venerable White said with satisfaction. Senior White, what kind of treasure is down there? Yi Si asked. I've no idea, either. After all, we still haven't dug it out. However, when Song Shuhang sent that saber blade here, I felt that there was something underground that had been attracted to Song Shuhang's saber intent. That thing is definitely a treasure, I can feel it, Venerable White said. Just when they were talking. Boom! Suddenly, a flame-like energy burst out from the pit, causing an explosion. It's astral energy. Venerable White cried out as he retreated backwards while giving Yi Si a gentle strike with his hand. Yi Si's body was gently sent out of the pit. Although Yi Si's body had flown out, the virtuous Lamia didn't follow along, she was left in the pit. The flame-like astral energy gushed out and submerged the virtuous Lamia's body. The virtuous Lamia merely tilted her head, seemingly unaffected by the astral energy. However, a moment later, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Then, she suddenly tripped inside the pit, rolled around, and screamed, "Aha!" The tragic scream, however, was in a man's voice. "Isn't that Song Shuhang's voice?" Venerable White asked. "Yeah." The corner of Yi Si's mouth twitched. After screaming, the virtuous Lamia's tail twitched, and then she tilted her head as if indicating she died. "What's this?" Venerable White looked at Yi Si with curiosity. "How do I explain this? Perhaps this is fairy at #% newly found hobby," Yi Si said. "Playing dead?" Venerable White asked. Yi Si nodded. Not only did she play dead, before doing so, she would even scream using Song Shuhang's voice. All of this was part of fairy at #%'s twisted hobby. In the distance, Song Shuhang's mouth couldn't help but twitch as well, his heart was filled with suicidal thoughts. He now regretted teaching the virtuous Lamia how to play dead. Nobody would have thought that she would be so easily corrupted. "Is this astral energy a treasure?" Yi Si asked. "Not really. This energy can be used to refine pills, but it is definitely not a valuable treasure. Well, there's nothing wrong with storing it. At the appointed time, it can be added to Medicine Master's gift," Venerable White said. After saying that, he took out a small box and made a hand seal. That flame that was endlessly gushing out from the ground was then all collected into the small box. After the astral flame was collected, the virtuous Lamia was still motionless and playing dead. Venerable White jumped back into the pit. "Is she all right?" "She's completely fine," Yi Si said. Fairy at #% was golden light of virtue, so even if she was completely destroyed, she would reappear on Song Shuhang's body. As long as Song Shuhang wasn't dead, she wouldn't die, either. But right at this time, Venerable White felt around the pit, smiled, and said, "Found it." Translator, God Brandy Editor, Karisu. Senior White extended his hand toward the ground and pulled. Soon afterward, a mass of what seemed to be liquid fire was pulled out of the ground. "What's that?" Yi Si asked out of curiosity. "This thing is something akin to a fire-type spiritual vein that has undergone a mutation due to pollution. In the end, it still can be considered a mutated spiritual vein. It has several names, such as violent spiritual vein, deadly spiritual vein, catastrophic spiritual vein, murderer of cultivators, and so on," Venerable White said as he cautiously placed layers upon layers of seals on that thing. Afterward, he stored it inside a large jar. "Cultivator-killing spiritual vein? Oh, I remember now. Is this that spiritual vein that would be attracted to the body of a cultivator, run to them, and explode?" Yi Si recalled something she had once read in an ancient book. It was rumored that there was this type of mutated spiritual vein in the world of cultivators that liked to run to places with a large number of cultivators. Its ability to conceal its presence was very strong, and just like with invisible sword insects, ordinary cultivators would have a hard time detecting its presence. After concealing itself among cultivators, it would act as a time bomb, exploding whenever it felt like. There were many things that could worsen its mood and cause it to explode. For example, cultivators making too much noise while training, cultivators feeling lazy and not coming out to practice, a cultivator drinking too much after getting rejected, or even a cultivator carelessly spitting where it was hiding. In short, the weirdest and most varied reasons could trigger this thing and cause it to explode. At that point, if the nearby cultivators were too weak or a beat slower at running away, they would be done for. Nowadays, a lot of large sects had set up omnidirectional defensive barriers, and even the underground area had been fortified. One of the reasons for it was to guard against such deadly spiritual veins. Yes, it's precisely that thing. Since the reason they got polluted is different, the event that triggers them is also different. Anyway, this thing is truly capricious. Afterward, Venerable White also added, the trigger of this deadly spiritual vein in our hands should be saber intent and sword intent. As long as saber intent and sword intent appear at the same time, they would draw its attention, pushing it detonate when the time was right. After hearing these words, the three sea monsters started to sweat profusely. They hadn't expected that something so dangerous was quietly hiding beneath their feet. However, neither them nor Wang Ping knew how to use saber intent and sword intent. As such, why was this thing hiding at their place? Song Shuhang also came over, asking curiously, how strong would the explosion of this thing be? The volume of this deadly spiritual vein isn't too large, and the range of the explosion should be limited to 1,000 meters. Then, if I have to estimate the lethality of the spiritual vein, the power generated by the exploding core should not be inferior to an all-out attack from a 5th stage cultivator. If a cultivator of the 4th stage stands in the center of the explosion, they are most likely going to die. Venerable White closed the jar and placed a few more seals on it to be safe. Is there a lot of these things on Earth? Song Shuhang asked as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The heavenly tribulation would oppress and bully cultivators each time they advanced a realm, and if these murderers of cultivators were also hiding underground, how would cultivators keep living? Don't worry. The number of deadly spiritual veins is very low. The chance of encountering one is around the same as that of an ordinary person having the toilet blow in their face while flushing, Venerable White said. What? A toilet can explode? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. It was in the news recently, didn't you see? Venerable White said. If you didn't see, let's leave it at that. Anyway, the possibility of encountering one is very low. Nowadays, it's not easy to find this gadget. Song Shuhang said, but I still managed to encounter one today. You have a point. This shows that your luck is good, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. Senior White, if you hadn't been here, this wouldn't have been a lucky encounter, but a calamity. In addition, since he had chanced upon this very rare, deadly spiritual vein, was it possible that he would also encounter some explosive toilet tomorrow? Was there still time to learn some technique that would make food superfluous? After properly sealing the deadly spiritual vein, Senior White threw it at Song Shuhang. You are the one that discovered this thing in the end. Therefore, I'll return it to you. Song Shuhang caught the jar in a flurry. Senior White, stop causing trouble. This thing might explode at any time. What to do if it fell down and broke? Senior White, it's better if you deal with this thing personally. After all, you are the one that unearthed it and sealed it. Song Shuhang returned the jar to Venerable White. Keep it for now. This thing can be exchanged for a pretty good set of formations for the tribulation from the 3rd to the 4th stage. There is not much time left before your heavenly tribulation descends. Therefore, you have to quickly prepare while you still have time. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation suddenly descends and you haven't made the necessary preparations, you'll die, Venerable White said with a smile. Senior White, in that case, how can I exchange this thing for a set of formations to transcend the tribulation? Song Shuhang asked. Let me make a call first. Venerable White took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After ringing 5 times, the phone was finally picked up. Hello, fellow Taoist White? Are you looking for me? The resounding and loud voice of a man was transmitted from the other end. I wanted to carry out a transaction. I have a little fellow Taoist here that would like to buy a set of tailor-made formations to transcend the tribulation from the 3rd to the 4th stage, Venerable White said. Oh. It sounds like a young and promising fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist White, since it's you, I can give him a 20% discount and guarantee that the tailor-made set of Tribulation transcending formations will be of the highest quality possible, the man said with a smile. Thank you, fellow Taoist Nirvana. However, I wasn't planning to use spirit stones for this transaction, Venerable White said. You don't want to use spirit stones? Hold on, is it possible that that little fellow Taoist has some high-quality goods with him? The man laughed loudly. Indeed, a deadly spiritual vein. Although somewhat small, it should be enough for a set of formations for the tribulation from the third to the fourth stage? Venerable White asked. There's absolutely no problem. Those things are rather difficult to find as of late. Where is that little fellow Taoist now? The man asked. In the Jiangnan area. You can directly head to Jiangnan University Town to look for him when you have time. His Taoist name is Tyrannical Saber Song 1, but it will be more convenient to use his real name, Song Shuhang, to find him. Venerable White then added, I'll be there as well. If you really can't find him, you can look for me. The Jiangnan area? Let me see. Good, no problem. My subordinate will head there on Monday to look for fellow Taoist Tyrannical Saber. The loud and clear voice of the man echoed. Perfect, it's settled then, Venerable White said. After concluding the call with that man, Venerable White gave Song Shuhang the number of the opposite party, telling him to save it just in case. Senior White, what is the Taoist name of that senior? Song Shuhang asked while saving the number. If I'm not mistaken, his full Taoist name should be Demon Monarch Nirvana. He was once the disciple of a demonic sect, but due to his hobby being rather out of the ordinary and dangerous, he was ultimately driven out of his sect. Nowadays, he can be considered a loose cultivator, Venerable White replied. What kind of hobby did he have? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. He likes to study and research all kinds of explosive things. For example, he really liked these deadly spiritual veins. When I contacted him recently, I heard that he was still studying the latest nuclear weapons mankind had developed, and had obtained some great results, Venerable White said. Fear not. Although he is a demonic cultivator, he isn't one of those cruel and bloodthirsty types. In addition, he's an expert in the world of cultivators when it comes to transcending the tribulation, in particular, the heavenly tribulation one has to face when they advance from the third to the fourth stage. He has done a lot of research, and if he personally prepares those tailor-made formations for you, your chances of transcending the tribulation will increase exponentially. In short, he liked explosive stuff as well as researching the heavenly tribulation. At the appointed time, should Song Shuhang discuss with Demon Monarch Nirvana the fact that the heavenly tribulation was becoming modern, ready to unleash a rain of bullets on them? Who knew, perhaps there was a chance that Demon Monarch Nirvana, someone knowledgeable in modern weapons and explosive stuff, might be interested in this topic. Alright, it's pretty late already. Let's head back. Venerable White stretched himself. Do you want to head back with the limousine? Song Shuhang asked. No need, keep the car for now. We'll head to the Chu family with the power of space. Venerable White then added, on Monday, when your university starts, I'll use the limousine to pick you up and drop you off. You want to use that car to drop me off to school? Senior White, don't. That's too eye-catching. In the ancestral land of the Chu family. Venerable White and Song Shuhang instantly appeared in the skies above. The Chu family was quiet at this moment. Senior White too had already taken care of the intruders that had stormed into the Chu family, and they had been left to the disciples of the Chu family to deal with. Whether the Chu family wanted to kill or torture these intruders, Song Shuhang wasn't going to interfere. After making his appearance, Song Shuhang didn't disturb the disciples of the Chu family. He took the ancestor of the Chu family out of his inner world and quietly placed him in the core region of their ancestral land. Senior White, let's go, Song Shuhang said. Don't you want to meet with the disciples of the Chu family? Venerable White asked. No need. Today, I want to spread positivity and follow Lei Feng's good example. I won't leave my name behind after performing this good deed, Song Shuhang said. It's fine as long as I record it in the diary later. Venerable White. After carefully placing down the ancestor of the Chu family whose condition was already stable, Venerable White and Song Shuhang headed toward the Jiangnan area. Song Shuhang returned to his room, took a shower, and happily went to sleep. Now, he wanted to sleep for a whole 10 hours, and better that no one disturbed him. The next day, early morning. Upon waking up, the disciples of the Chu family discovered that their ancestor had mysteriously returned. The ancestor was still unconscious, but in no danger. His injuries had been treated, and he should wake up in a while. The Chu family was finally able to heave a sigh of relief, and the whole family celebrated joyfully. Since the whole clan was celebrating, the news that the ancestor of the Chu family had returned from the forbidden area reached the ears of some attentive evil cultivators. These evil cultivators were one group with those guys that had barged into the land of the Chu family earlier, and they had been hiding here since the beginning, watching every move of the Chu family. Some time ago, when that mysterious expert came along and crushed all their companions that had barged into the Chu family, these evil cultivators waiting outside were also scared shitless. As such, they didn't dare to show their faces again, afraid that they would follow in their companions' footsteps. But now, they got news that the ancestor of the Chu family had returned from the forbidden area alive, which was enough to move their hearts. Since he had returned from the forbidden area alive, the ancestor of the Chu family should have obtained quite a few good things, right? However, several other cultivators had barged into the forbidden area alongside the ancestor of the Chu family, but there was no news of them. What is the current condition of the ancestor of the Chu family? Do we know the details? That old fogey is in a coma. It seems he was injured in the forbidden area. The information is reliable. What about our companions that got captured by the Chu family? No idea. We are still inquiring about our companions that barged into the Chu family. Hopefully, they are still alive. Is that mysterious expert still there? We aren't sure yet. It's rumored that it was that expert that brought the ancestor of the Chu family back. In that case, let's wait. We'll enter into action when that expert leaves. Leave the matter related to the mysterious expert to me. I have a reliable information channel. The evil cultivators had gathered together and were secretly exchanging. They wished they could immediately barge into the Chu family and tie up the ancestor, prying out of him the harvest from the forbidden area. However, they still had reservations about that mysterious expert that had instantly dealt with their companions the last time. But, treasures were simply too alluring. They planned to secretly observe the situation for a while, and if that expert had left, they would raid the Chu family again. In the worst case, they would steal the treasures of the ancestor and scatter in all directions. They refused to believe that that mysterious expert would chase them everywhere just for the sake of the Chu family. Just when those evil cultivators were preparing to make another move against the Chu family, on the Spirit Butterfly Island, Soft Feather was stepping on a flying sword and skillfully flying in the sky. Senior Thrice Reckless method had worked wonders. When she tried to jump down from high altitude, her latent talent erupted when she descended 2/3 of the distance. Afterward, she easily learned the trick to ride a flying sword. "Father, I've succeeded," Soft Feather said happily. Venerable Spirit Butterfly squeezed out a smile. "Father, shouldn't you fulfill your part of the agreement? Let's head to the Chu family together." Soft Feather smiled sweetly. How was the Chu family now, and what about her friend Chu Chunying? Since I made a promise, I won't go back on my word. Venerable Spirit Butterfly stretched out his hand and slashed. Sword light flashed, falling beside him. According to the latest information he had obtained, little friend Song Shuhang and Venerable White had already finished exploring the forbidden area and had brought the ancestor of the Chu family back to the Chu family. However, those guys with poor judgment outside the Chu family were getting restless, and were about to make a move. Since Soft Feather had advanced to the 4th stage realm, he could let her deal with those guys. She was definitely going to have fun. 4 hours later, spread the news that the mysterious expert has left the Chu family, and make it reach the ears of those evil cultivators. Venerable Spirit Butterfly secretly ordered his monster butterfly subordinate. Those evil cultivators would have never thought that the reliable information they were discussing earlier was kindly provided by Venerable Spirit Butterfly's subordinates. With science and technology advancing, aside from combat force, secretly gathering information had also become a very important part of modern warfare. If the information of one side fell into the hands of the other, the faction that had its information stolen would definitely get pushed into a tight spot. Those evil cultivators believed to have this reliable channel of information at their disposal, but most of what they got out of it was fake information that Venerable Spirit Butterfly had passed to them. It was a rather tragic situation. As soon as those evil cultivators had found the perfect opportunity to raid the Chu family, Venerable Spirit Butterfly would appear on stage alongside his daughter, giving those guys a lesson about the importance of gathering information in a war. It was a free lesson from a 7th stage Venerable, totally worth it. In the meantime, Song Shuhang slept until noon. When he woke up, he discovered that Yi Si and the invisible saber insect weren't by his side, but the fighting beast was lying right next to him on its side. The beast had a rather amusing posture at this moment, and it had squeezed its way into Shuhang's quilt. The ecstatic expression of the muscular kangaroo while sleeping was truly something to behold. No wonder Shuhang felt that the bed was crowded, and had some trouble turning his body when he was sleeping. From the looks of it, it was because this scoundrel was sleeping with him. He had heard of cats often sleeping in the same bed as their master, but this bastard wasn't a cat, so why the hell did it run to his bed and sleep with him? In addition, although it had been only one night, the fighting beast had already grown quite a bit. The originally cutesy kangaroo was already 130 centimeters tall at the moment. Just what on earth had Senior White fed it? Anyway, Senior White too was raising a hamster, in the netherworld realm, while Senior White was raising a kangaroo, in the main world. It seemed the two Senior Whites had some fate with mice. Song Shuhang quickly got up and left the sleeping fighting beast in the bed. That guy was already 130 centimeters tall. If it were to prop itself up with its tail and kick Shuhang with its legs, it might hit him in a rather troublesome place. Therefore, it was better if it kept sleeping. After leaving his bedroom, Song Shuhang smelled a fragrant aroma coming from the kitchen. At the same time, he sensed Venerable White's and Yi Si's aura. They were both in the kitchen. Aside from them, he sensed another powerful aura. Did some guest come over? Song Shuhang thought as he headed toward the kitchen. After taking a few steps, he heard the conversation between Senior White and Yi Si. Venerable White said, "My intuition is telling me that we should add some more moonlight sprout to the mix. If we do that, the effects of the final product might be even better." Senior White, don't. We can't add any more of that. When you were experimenting with that ordinary first stage beast food earlier, you caused it to mutate. After the fighting beast ate it, its body grew exaggeratedly, and it's still not back on its feet. This time, we must strictly follow the recipe. We absolutely can't let the saber insect turn into a giant saber, Yi Si said. Venerable White said, "Actually, it wasn't completely my fault the last time. Fellow Taoist Eternal Fire got the type of spirit rice wrong, and it was also because the quality of the sea nymph bone I had in stock was too high." True Monarch Eternal Fire jeered, "It isn't only the sea nymph bone whose quality is too high. Fellow Taoist White, all the ingredients you have provided have quality higher than what we need. You can't blame me for this. It was already quite lucky that I had these ingredients in stock." As for the quality being too high, it's not something I can control, Venerable White said. Anyway, don't add any more of it. This time, we truly have to cook ordinary first-stage beast food for the invisible saber insect. Now, we can only test stuff on it, Yi Si said. You don't need to worry about this. Even if the saber insect gets filled to the bursting point, we can hatch some invisible sword insects and give the food to them, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. It seemed Senior White and Yi Si were trying to prepare some ordinary first-stage beast food. From their dialogue, he could deduce that Senior White and Yi Si had already tried to cook beast food once, feeding it to the fighting beast afterward. However, it seemed that the first batch of beast food was too powerful. As such, Venerable White and Yi Si were now preparing a second one. As for the guest in the kitchen, it was True Monarch Eternal Fire from the scholarly faction. Song Shuhang knocked on the door of the kitchen and said, Senior White, Senior Eternal Fire, Yi Si, good morning. It's already past morning, Venerable White said. It's already noon, Yi Si said with a smile as she turned around. Good afternoon, fellow Taoist tyrannical saber, True Monarch Eternal Fire said calmly. Ahaha. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Done. Now, cover the pot with the lid, and let it cook for 10 minutes. This time, we'll definitely succeed, Venerable White said. True Monarch Eternal Fire helped to cover the pot with the lid with a calm expression on his face, and said, actually, fellow Taoist White, each stronghold of our scholarly faction sells ordinary first-stage beast food. In addition, we also sell ordinary beast food from the 2nd to the 5th stage. At first, I indeed thought of buying the food directly. Venerable White held his chin, and said, but then, I thought that personally preparing it would be more interesting. Directly buying it would have killed all the excitement. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled and nodded. Sure enough, if Senior White was going to raise a spirit beast, he was going to enjoy the process. Afterward, he waved at Song Shuhang, and said, little friend Song Shuhang, are you free this afternoon? Yes, I'm free. Today is a day of rest, and school will begin tomorrow, Song Shuhang said with a nod. In that case, make a trip with me this afternoon. I'll transfer the ownership of those 11 mini-paradisiacal lands to you, True Monarch Eternal Fire said. Aside from the Immortal Cave in Wenzhou City, the other 10 immortal caves that True Monarch Eternal Fire had chosen were small fragments of the ancient heavenly city. The scholarly faction was still researching some of the big fragments of the heavenly city, but these small fragments didn't have much research value in the end. As such, the scholarly faction gritted its teeth and gave the 10 valuable little fragments of the ancient heavenly city to Song Shuhang in order to repay the favor they owed him. While most cultivators were still struggling to get a good immortal cave, Song Shuhang, a cultivator of the 3rd stage, was already the owner of 10 such paradisiacal lands. Alright, Song Shuhang replied. In the past, he was indeed thinking of gathering a few spirit stones to buy a paradisiacal land. Then, after the conditions were ripe, he would bring his parents to live there to prevent evil cultivators from targeting his family members. But now that the scholarly faction gifted him these 11 immortal caves, Song Shuhang's wish had been fulfilled. After taking over these paradisiacal lands, he would look for an opportunity to move his parents there. Senior White, Yi Si, want to go and have a look together? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable waved his hand. I'm not going. I want to successfully cook some ordinary first-stage beast food first. Yi Si said, in that case, I'll accompany Senior White. Anyway, our minds are connected, and once you see what the immortal cave looks like, I'll know it as well. Right, Shuhang, leave the saber insect behind too. Alright, Song Shuhang said. He hoped that when he came back, the saber insect wouldn't have become like the fighting beast, overgrown. As soon as Song Shuhang and True Monarch Eternal Fire went out, they saw Fairy Dongfang 6 riding a small electric motorbike and stopping in front of Song Shuhang with a beautiful drift. "Oh, Shuhang, you're awake. Fellow Taoist Eternal Fire, good afternoon." Fairy Dongfang 6 took off her helmet and waved at the two with a smile. On her shoulder stood Song Shuhang's disciple, virtuous Buddhist sabersman Little Kai. Fairy Dongfang 6 recently had her driver's license revoked, and it had yet to be reinstated. So, instead of driving some exaggerated off-road car, she had to switch to using an electric motorbike. "Good afternoon, Senior Dongfang 6. Song Shuhang looked at Little Kai, vaguely feeling as if something had changed in her. Little Kai flapped her wings, flew to Song Shuhang's side, and said smugly, "He, teacher, do you feel like I've changed?" Song Shuhang thought for a bit, reached out to catch Little Kai, and inspected her with his mental energy. "Is this the power of virtue? Little Kai, you went to Fairy Souls?" Song Shuhang asked. Elder Dongfang 6 had nothing to do recently, so she took me for a stroll through the Jiangnan area. Then, from last night till now, I've ferried 13 dead souls, Little Kai said smugly. "Great job." Song Shuhang gently patted Little Kai. "Also, teacher, do you have any body tempering technique for one's arms?" Little Kai inquired. You want to learn one?" Song Shuhang asked. He did indeed have body tempering technique of this type, the one that he had exchanged from Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the Steel Hands technique. This technique was used by the famous heavy metal sect when forging. After reaching the beginner level, the hands of the cultivator would become impervious to swords and spears, as well as become immune to heat and cold. Both arms would develop superhuman strength, and the user would be able to clash against magical treasures of the second stage rank with their bare hands. Then, after completely mastering the technique, the might of the Steel Hands technique would increase even further. This cultivation technique was different from the basic Buddhist fist technique. It was part of an exchange Song Shuhang had made with Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and the ownership of this skill had also been transferred to Song Shuhang, which meant that Shuhang could impart it to his disciples. Little Kai's eyes brightened as she said, "Yes, I'm planning on making my wings become as sharp as a saber so that I would be able to study teacher's saber technique." Song Shuhang was very touched as he listened. The Taoist name, virtuous Buddhist sabersman, wasn't given to the wrong person. In the future, Little Kai would definitely bring this Taoist name to new heights. Therefore, besides the Steel Hands technique, he was also considering imparting the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha to Little Kai so that her style would become more in line with Buddhist and virtuous sabersman. In other words, a powerful body befitting a Buddhist, and a virtuous style befitting a scholar. However, the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha was a secret technique of the scholarly faction, and it would be best if he could obtain True Monarch Eternal Fire's consent before teaching Little Kai this technique. With his relationship with the scholarly faction surely wouldn't refuse such a small request. "Okay," Song Shuhang said. "Your teacher shall impart to you a body tempering technique for one's arms, the Steel Hands technique. Once you master the Steel Hands technique, your teacher will impart to you a more profound body tempering technique, as well an exquisite saber technique." The only thing was, would a monster bird be able to cultivate the Steel Hands technique? If it didn't work, then he would just ask for Senior White's help to revise some of the technique's details. "Thank you, teacher." Little Kai rejoiced. On the side, Fairy Dongfang 6's mouth twitched. She had doubts as to whether handing over Little Kai to little friend Shuhang had been the correct choice. Little Kai's style was leaning more and more toward virtuous Buddhist sabersmen, and they would soon reach the point of no return. Someday in the future, a monster bird would suddenly appear, her entire body seemingly made of steel and emitting a metallic luster, and with her wings invulnerable and as sharp as a saber. Then, the monster bird would move, displaying a set of exquisite saber techniques. This was simply something unbearable to watch. Right, teacher, where are you going? Little Kai asked curiously. I'm going to go check out some immortal caves with Senior Eternal Fire, do you want to come with me? Song Shuhang asked casually. Okay. Little Kai nodded. Today, she had already spent some time with Fairy Dongfang 6, and there were almost no more dead spirits in the Jiangnan area. With nothing to do, it wouldn't be bad to follow her teacher to look at a few residences. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, Shuhang, you're planning on buying a paradisiacal land? At the side, True Monarch Eternal Fire said with a smile, it's our scholarly faction that is preparing to transfer the ownership of a few paradisiacal lands to fellow Daoist tyrannical saber. Oh, I remember now. I heard that Shuhang helped your scholarly faction a great deal, Fairy Dongfang 6 said with a smile. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll go and see if Senior White and the others have prepared that beast food, I'm planning on taking away some. See you next time then, Fairy Dongfang. True Monarch Eternal Fire nodded. After that, True Monarch Eternal Fire brought out an immortal boat, and brought Song Shuhang and Little Kai into it. Oh, right. Shuhang, wait a moment. Fairy Dongfang 6 opened the rear of her electric motorbike, and took out 2 boxes, throwing them at Song Shuhang. Catch them. These are raw materials to engrave Tribulation transcending formations, 2 sets. If you need more, you can simply contact our 250th branch. These 2 sets of raw materials were something that Fairy Dongfang 6 had prepared on behalf of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. It was the gift that Little Kai should have given to Shuhang when she was formally accepted as a disciple. Song Shuhang took the 2 boxes, and said, Thank you, Senior Dongfang. You are welcome, Fairy Dongfang 6 said with a smile. After Song Shuhang and True Monarch Eternal Fire had left, another figure appeared beside the house medicine master had bought. Strange. Just now, I clearly sensed fellow Daoist Song Shuhang's aura, but then, it suddenly disappeared. Just where does he live in the end? The figure muttered to itself. But I won't give up. I'll definitely find fellow Daoist Song Shuhang. Sob, sob, sob. The figure had seemingly thought of something sad, and couldn't help but sob. The figure was none other than the sobbing old man, who was still looking for Song Shuhang. Venerable White had personally set up a barrier and a formation around Medicine Master's house, which cut off Song Shuhang's aura, making the sobbing old man unable to find him. Just now, the sobbing old man sensed a hint of Song Shuhang's aura as the latter got into True Monarch Eternal Fire's immortal boat, but the immortal boat quickly whizzed to a distant place, and the sobbing old man was unable to lock Shuhang's aura. If I fail to find fellow Daoist Song Shuhang even today, I will have no choice but to contact fellow Daoist White, the sobbing old man said as he took out his mobile phone. He knew that he could easily get to meet Song Shuhang if he simply called Venerable White. But, the problem was that he hadn't completed the task that Venerable White had handed him over the last time, the one about training Song Shuhang in space for 1 month. Therefore, he was too ashamed, and didn't have the face to contact Venerable White on his own initiative. Sob, sob, sob. Jiangnan University will open tomorrow. I must absolutely find fellow Daoist Shuhang, the sobbing old man muttered to himself as he wiped his tears away. The speed of the immortal boat was very high. True Monarch Eternal Fire was planning to bring Song Shuhang to visit the 11 immortal caves and transfer the ownership to him within half a day. Therefore, they had to make haste. Along the way, Song Shuhang decided to help Little Kai with her practice of the steel hands technique. Body tempering cultivation techniques were different from internal cultivation techniques, and Little Kai hadn't encountered any problem during her practice of the steel hands technique so far. In addition, True Monarch Eternal Fire, a true monarch of the scholarly faction, was with them. If Song Shuhang made some mistake while instructing Little Kai, True Monarch Eternal Fire would remind him. Around half an hour later, We have arrived. Here is the first of those paradisiacal lands, the Palace of Summer, true monarch eternal fire said. The Palace of Summer? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. This name immediately reminded him of the Palace of Winter in his inner world. They both originated from the ancient heavenly city, and since the Palace of Winter existed, it was very likely that the palaces of summer, spring, and autumn also existed. Therefore, Song Shuhang instantly recalled the 4 seasons when the Palace of Summer was mentioned. Little friend Shuhang also studied the matters related to the ancient heavenly city. The Palace of Summer is precisely the palace of the Great Western Emperor of the ancient heavenly city. This Great Western Emperor was a Tribulation transcender, or perhaps even an immortal, true monarch eternal fire said calmly. Senior Eternal Fire, are you really going to give this valuable fragment to me? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Aha, it's just a fragment, and it's not like you imagine it to be, true monarch eternal fire said with a smile. Actually, this fragment of the Palace of Summer only includes the stone tablet before the original Palace of Summer in the heavenly city and the public square attached to it. Its overall size is around 50,000 square meters, and there isn't anything worth researching aside from the stone tablet. While they were discussing, true monarch eternal fire's immortal boat whizzed into the Palace of Summer. Song Shuhang could only see a huge square before his eyes. The square was paved with red flagstone, and there was a large stone tablet situated at the end. The architectural style was identical to Song Shuhang's Palace of Winter. The only difference was that the Palace of Winter was filled with chilling air, while the square of the Palace of Summer was filled with burning hot air. Aside from the stone tablet, there were several other constructions in the square. However, one could tell with a glance that those were the works of the scholarly disciples. The style of the buildings was very scholarly. Little friend Shuhang, is the Palace of Summer to your liking? True monarch eternal fire said with a smile. Absolutely, Song Shuhang said. When he was gazing at the Palace of Summer, he had a sudden idea. Could he shrink this thing like the Palace of Winter and place it in his inner world? However, the Palace of Winter was only able to shrink due to its key having fallen into Song Shuhang's hands, and because of the relationship between Yi Si and Jade Lake Empress Qinglin. With the key, one could control the Palace of Winter to make it shrink, and then bring it into their inner world. Yet, the Palace of Summer did not have a similar function. The Palace of Summer only had a single stone tablet and a public square. All the structures on it were added by the scholarly faction. Therefore, shrinking the Palace of Summer was impossible. The only way would be to directly bring it into his inner world. Wait. Perhaps it was really possible to directly bring it into his inner world? However, there was no need to rush this matter. After true monarch eternal fire had transferred the control of the Palace of Summer, and the other fragments of the heavenly city to Shuhang, he'd find an opportunity to test it out. Daoist friend Tyrannical Saber, I'm happy that you're satisfied with it. To be honest, although the Palace of Summer is a fragment of the ancient heavenly city, as a paradisiacal land, it's rather small, true monarch eternal fire said with a smile. After speaking, true monarch eternal fire reached out with his hand over the Palace of Summer, and read out a scripture. He read what seemed to be a classic from the scholarly faction. With his chanting, sheets of golden text appeared in the air, more than 50,000 golden texts appeared, wrapping around the Palace of Summer and forming an exceptional otherworldly scenery. Then, true monarch eternal fire reached out, and pulled out one of the sheets. He turned around, and handed the golden page to Song Shuhang. Little friend Tyrannical Saber, please place your mental energy mark and true chi mark on the golden page. With that, the ownership of the Palace of Summer will be transferred to you. Song Shuhang followed his instructions, placing his mental energy mark and true chi mark on the golden page, and said, "Is this fine?" It felt the same as purchasing something online then signing to show that you'd received the delivery. "Yeah, that's fine." True Monarch Eternal Fire waved his hand, and the golden page flew back to the over 50,000 other sheets. In the next moment, all 50,000 golden pages resonated and let out a sound. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt a connection with this paradisiacal land known as Palace of Summer. He could now open and close the entrance to the paradisiacal land with a thought, and also remotely monitor every movement in the Palace of Summer and its surroundings. With a single thought, he could now make the 50,000 pages form a scholarly formation and release devastating attacks. When the ownership transfer was completed, Song Shuhang felt a tremendous amount of spiritual energy emerge from the Palace of Summer. After getting transformed by those 50,000 pages, it condensed beside Song Shuhang's body. Rich spiritual energy enveloped Song Shuhang. Without even cultivating, and merely breathing, he could now lead spiritual energy into his body, tempering his physical body and enhancing his strength. If he were to train in such a state, the results would be 3 times higher compared to the outside world. This is? Song Shuhang asked curiously. That is the wonder of the paradisiacal land. True Monarch Eternal Fire slightly smiled, and said, for cultivators, money, companions, techniques, and land are all essential. Additionally, a place with rich spiritual energy would allow a cultivator to get twice the result with half the effort when cultivating. The Palace of Summer is a fragment of the ancient heavenly city, and is blessed with abundant spiritual energy. Even in this fragmented state, the spiritual energy it contains is still comparable to a low-rank spiritual vein. Moreover, with the support of the great formations the scholarly faction set up, the absorption of spiritual energy is even more efficient. So that's how it is. Song Shuhang nodded. Alright, the Palace of Summer is already yours, so let's head to the next paradisiacal land, True Monarch Eternal Fire said with a smile. There were still 10 paradisiacal lands to be transferred in half a day, time was limited. Little Kai looked at this paradisiacal land. As an arduously cultivating little monster, she of course knew the importance of a paradisiacal land. Monster cultivators that had their own paradisiacal land would at least be of the 5th stage realm. And yet, her teacher Song Shuhang already had his own immortal cave even when he was just at the 3rd stage realm. Teacher, how many caves do we still have to receive? Little Kai asked. She had heard True Monarch Eternal Fire say that there were still several paradisiacal lands to be given to Taoist friend Tyrannical Saber, but she didn't know exactly how many. There should still be 10 more, Song Shuhang answered. TT 10? Little Kai's eyes widened. Were the scholarly faction's paradisiacal lands so cheap? 11 paradisiacal lands were handed over to her teacher in a single breath? Song Shuhang laughed, and patted Little Kai. At that time, I will give you partial control over the 11 paradisiacal lands, so that you can get in there at any time to train. Thank you, teacher. Little Kai replied dully. No wonder it was said that acknowledging a teacher was a kind of skill. As long as one acknowledged the right teacher, they would get the opportunity to reach the peak of cultivation. If one acknowledged the wrong master, that would make the life of the monster miserable. All the 11 paradisiacal lands would be open to her in the future if she wanted to train. At that time, when she was in a good mood, she could go cultivate in the cave number 1. If she was in a bad mood, she could go cultivate in the cave number 11. And if her period was to come, she could go cultivate in the cave number 6. It was truly wondrous to imagine. Afterward, True Monarch Eternal Fire quickly brought Song Shuhang to the other 10 immortal caves to finish the transfer. The ownership of all the caves was finally given to Song Shuhang. Besides the Palace of Summer, the other paradisiacal islands didn't have that great of an origin. The second immortal cave was called Sword Saber Peak. Rather than being its original name, it was merely the name it had been given by the scholarly faction. On the top of the Sword Saber Peak, there were incomparably powerful sword and saber intents that hadn't dispersed even after tens of thousands of years. There were once a legendary sabersman and a legendary swordsman in the ancient heavenly city that had gone all out against one another, and traces of their saber intent and sword intent remained since after. The two intents weren't aimed towards outsiders, instead, they wound around the mountain peak, seemingly continuing the fight between the legendary sabersman and the legendary swordsman over the years. The third immortal cave was a desert with a small oasis. It was about 30,000 square meters in size. Besides the rich spiritual chi, the cave didn't have anything else to offer. The fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth immortal caves were 5 fragments of the living spring of the heavenly city. The fourth, fifth, and sixth immortal caves had a cold spring within, while the seventh and eighth immortal caves had a hot spring. These 5 fragments of the ancient heavenly city were each around 50,000 square meters big, about the same size as the Palace of Summer. True Monarch Eternal Fire speculated that the 5 caves were likely to be one entire fragment, but they were now missing a lot of parts, and could no longer be combined together. The 9th immortal cave was called Illusory City, one of the places of the heavenly city they had some records about. The scholarly faction was only able to collect a corner of the illusory city, only 10,000 square meters in size. The entire illusory city was one gigantic illusory realm, and would randomly create illusory warriors of various strength. It was a good way to increase one's combat experience. The 10th immortal cave made Song Shuhang rather speechless. It was one humongous stone with an area of around 100,000 square meters, but it was completely barren. According to True Monarch Eternal Fire, this boulder was probably a part of the foundation of the ancient heavenly city. After the ancient heavenly city was destroyed, the foundation also fell apart and was obtained by the scholarly faction. However, there wasn't really that much spiritual energy, and after it was transformed into a paradisiacal island, it didn't have much use. The last immortal cave was near Wenzhou City. It was an ordinary small immortal cave, and it had nothing to do with the ancient heavenly city. It had small streams, pavilions, and lush vegetation, and was akin to a haven of peace. True Monarch Eternal Fire had especially prepared this immortal cave for Song Shuhang to allow his family to use it. Senior Eternal Fire, thank you for your kindness, Song Shuhang said thankfully. This place was a paradise, and had abundant spiritual chi. It was simply what Song Shuhang had once envisioned to be the ideal place for him to cultivate in seclusion. True Monarch Eternal Fire slightly smiled as he said, "You are welcome. Compared to what Taoist friend Tyrannical Saber has done for our scholarly faction, these gifts are nowhere near enough to repay your great kindness." Song Shuhang had staked his small life, protecting the world of the Golden Lotus for the scholarly faction, allowing the top experts of the scholarly faction to survive. That kindness was simply too great. When compared to the entire scholarly faction, the 11 immortal caves were truly little. All the immortal caves were successfully transferred, and True Monarch Eternal Fire's task was complete. Taoist friend Tyrannical Saber, do you need me to send you back to the Jiangnan area? True Monarch Eternal Fire asked. It was already deep into the night. Song Shuhang and the True Monarch had set out at noon, and now it was already past 3 in the morning of the next day. I'll have to trouble Senior Eternal Fire, Song Shuhang said. It's nothing. True Monarch Eternal Fire brought out his immortal boat, and delivered Song Shuhang and Little Kai back to Jiangnan University Town. Inside Medicine Master's multi-storied building. When Song Shuhang and Little Kai got home, Senior White and Yi Si were still busy. The two came out of the kitchen, moving a large pot into the courtyard. Then, Senior White used the fire-controlling art to control the fire. Senior White, Yi Si, you still haven't succeeded in making that ordinary beast food? Song Shuhang asked. How long had it been? Had Senior White and Yi Si actually failed again and again? With Senior White's luck, that didn't make any sense. Heh, Shuhang, you look down on us too much, Yi Si said smugly. We succeeded in making the ordinary beast food the second time we tried. It's just that your invisible saber insect really likes ordinary beast food, and emptied the entire pot in one go. Emptied the entire pot? Then, is my invisible sword insect still good? Did it become a gigantic saber? Song Shuhang asked. The fighting beast had eaten beast food and ended up becoming too big. If his invisible saber insect were to also grow crazily, how could that possibly happen? As I said, we succeeded in making ordinary beast food the second time we tried. After the invisible saber ate its fill, it went to rest, Yi Si said. Then what are you trying to figure out now? Song Shuhang asked curiously. To be honest, after hearing that the invisible saber insect hadn't become gigantic, he had actually faintly felt a tinge of a loss. Because when he thought about it, if the invisible saber insect had become over 60 meters long, then when he wielded the invisible saber insect, he would only need to swing it around once to easily sweep through his enemies. We aren't trying to figure anything out. Yi Si and I are currently just making beast food the normal way, Venerable White said. From yesterday noon to early morning, you've been making beast food? Song Shuhang looked confused. Senior White, what are you making so much beast food for? I carelessly hatched 1,000 invisible sword insects. Venerable White dryly laughed. Currently, there were 1,000 invisible sword insects that were crying for food, 1,000 mouths that needed to be fed. No wonder Senior White and Yi Si were so busy. If that's the case, Senior White, couldn't you have just bought ordinary beast food to support the insects? Song Shuhang said. I already tried, but the ordinary beast food I bought didn't seem to be appealing to the sword insects. They didn't eat much of it. Venerable White sighed. Song Shuhang. Senior White, where are the invisible sword insects right now? Song Shuhang asked. Oh, they are all around us. The place beside you is filled with invisible sword insects, Venerable White replied. Song Shuhang immediately remembered the image that Lady Onion had sent to the 9 Provinces #1 group. Sword insect, sword insect, sword insect, sword insect, Shuhang, sword insect, sword insect, sword insect, sword insect. Then, Senior White, do you need any help? Song Shuhang asked. He had enough sleep this morning, so he currently no longer felt like sleeping. He was just a little hungry. Therefore, when he got to smell the ordinary beast food, he ended up salivating. Yi Si's help is enough. You go sleep first. At sunrise, we have to head to class. I'll drive you to school, Venerable White said. Senior White still hadn't given up on the idea of driving that flashy 10-meter-long car to class. A picture appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. In the morning, when the students who had early morning classes in Jiangnan University woke up to head to class, a flashy 10-meter-long car would stop by, attracting people's attention. The handsome Venerable White would come out from the driver's seat, and then Shuhang would come out from the passenger seat. He felt that if that scene were to actually take place, his university life would become a lot more troublesome. Nah. Today, I'll just make an excuse to go to sleep at the dormitory. Song Shuhang eventually went to bed alone. Meanwhile, little Kai stayed with Senior White and Yi Si. Before going to bed, he first meditated as usual, then practiced the 33 divine beasts technique. Nowadays, he was getting closer and closer to the heavenly tribulation before the 4th stage realm, so he had to take it easy. It was best to prepare well and try to transcend the tribulation only afterward. After practicing, Song Shuhang sat on his bed, thinking back to the 11 immortal caves he had gained today. When I'm free, I'll go to that palace of summer close to Jiangnan City and see if I'm able to bring it into my inner world, Song Shuhang said to himself. Just as he was speaking, the space in front of him suddenly fractured. Then, a shiny, black cannon muzzle drilled out of the space crack. The dark cannon muzzle was directly aimed at Song Shuhang's head. There were several glistening runes on the cannon, and each rune seemed to contain devastating power. Song Shuhang gulped. If this thing were to shoot at his head, it would definitely put the end, on Song Shuhang's life. Translator, God Brandy Editor, Kurisu. Was it the heavenly tribulation? Had his modernized and fully automated heavenly tribulation finally come? This was the first thought that came to Song Shuhang's mind. Lately, he had constantly been thinking about that modern heavenly tribulation of his that could befall at any time. Therefore, when he saw the cannon appear, he first thought about the heavenly tribulation. However, he immediately returned to his senses and concluded that the cannon couldn't possibly be part of his heavenly tribulation. After all, which heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage would drill out of a space crack? If the heavenly tribulation from the third to the fourth stage was this powerful, cultivators would have ceased to exist long ago. Besides, his current strength was still far from reaching the point where the heavenly tribulation would commence. So, who had brought this cannon here? At this time, the big cannon completely drilled out of the space crack, gently landing on the ground without issuing the slightest of sound. Then, Senior White wearing blue sleepwear yawned as he came out of the space passage. "Oh, good morning, Song Shuhang," Senior White said. "It's already night, Senior White." Song Shuhang stared at this Senior White in front of him, and silently assigned the number 2 to him. Venerable White was currently with Yi Si in the courtyard, making beast food. The one that had come from space, therefore, could only be Senior White 2, or perhaps a clone created by Senior White 2 using some magical technique. It's already been that long? Ahaha, Senior White 2 gave out a dry laugh, then pointed at the big cannon beside him. "Ah yes, I've brought you the thing we agreed on. The completely brand new, supernatural might capable of overturning the world, something, see gods, slay gods mother-child cannon. This is the mother cannon, I'll bring the child cannon next time. Anyway, with your current strength, you wouldn't be able to fire both the mother and child pair. Well, even if it's just the mother cannon, its power is still great, so it would definitely be able to kill an enemy with a single shot without a problem. This is for me." Song Shuhang looked at the big guy beside him. The power of this, god-slaying cannon, was something that Song Shuhang had personally witnessed. It was something that was truly deserving of the name, god-slaying cannon. Of course, its power in his hands would definitely not be as shocking as when it was in Senior White 2's hands. Moreover, the consumption would definitely be very great. But, as long as Song Shuhang was able to use this god-slaying cannon, it would immediately become the strongest weapon he currently had. I said I would give it to you, and so I did. In addition, I've several similar styles of god-slaying cannons. Senior White 2 sat down on Song Shuhang's bed, and saw a small bag of what seemed to be food. He then casually opened it. "What is this? It's really fragrant, can I eat it?" Before Song Shuhang could answer, Senior White 2 had already taken out a piece and placed it into his mouth. It's pretty good. What is it called, and where can I buy it?" Song Shuhang looked at the bag of food in Senior White 2's hand, the corner of his eye twitching. That bag of beast food, according to Venerable White and Yi Si, was the first one they made, and was a failed product. They had only allowed the fighting beast kangaroo to taste it, but after eating it, the fighting beast kangaroo began to grow crazily. Senior White, Song Shuhang opened his mouth and was just about to tell Senior White 2 that what he had eaten was actually beast food, but when he saw Senior White 2 happily take another piece, he was suddenly at a loss for words. It would be really awkward to tell him the truth now. Helpless, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of a story. It was said that a long time ago, Queen Victoria received a diplomat from India, and threw a banquet for them in the palace. Everyone ate very happily. After everyone had finished eating, a servant brought them a glass of water, placing it in front of everyone. It was said that according to the royal etiquette, this glass of water wasn't actually for drinking, but rather for washing one's hands after having a meal. But the Indian diplomat had no knowledge of this custom. Therefore, he drank up all the water in the glass in a single go, and even said that it was sweet and delicious. Indians were known to drink very frankly the so-called drink a cup of Ganges river water and be reborn as an Indian in the next life. The behavior of the Indian diplomat shocked the British nobles and ministers. They wanted to tell the envoy that the water was actually for washing one's hands, and not for drinking. However, they felt that it was very inappropriate to tell the envoy that, so all of them just remained silent. Song Shuhang currently felt the same way. He felt it was very inappropriate to tell Senior White too that it was actually beast food. So, Song Shuhang just gritted his teeth, and said, "Cough, that was actually self-made, so you wouldn't be able to buy it anywhere else." Self-made? Well, that's a pity. I was already preparing to get some, Senior White too said regretfully. Huh. Senior White, if you really like it, you can have this bag of food. Song Shuhang squeezed out a smile. This bag of beast food was Venerable White's failed work anyway, and it didn't really have any use. If Senior White too liked it, there was no problem with giving it to him. Anyway, with Senior White too's strength, mutated beast food like this wouldn't do him any harm. Well, I won't be polite. Senior White too accepted the beast food. But, when he took it, he felt slightly embarrassed. It feels wrong to take it all when it's your snack. So, I'll split it and only take one half, Senior White too said, and then poured out half the beast food and gave it to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang silently received half of the beast food. Frankly speaking, it was indeed rather fragrant. When Senior White and Yi Si were in the kitchen making beast food, Song Shuhang had started salivating after smelling the fragrance. Right, what happened to the stone giant? I exhausted all my energy while fighting, and had to leave ahead of time. It was rather embarrassing. Fortunately, you don't seem to be hurt. That's a relief, Senior White too said. At that time, I shifted the trouble onto someone else, pushing the stone giant to blow up the den of that metallic ball in the netherworld realm. Then, the metallic ball captured that stone giant, Song Shuhang replied. Senior White too was stunned. Then, he laughed, and said, "Well done, little friend Shuhang." Song Shuhang smiled. In fact, he had almost died at that time. Fortunately, his inner world was super and saved him in time. By the way, Shuhang, aren't you going to eat? Senior White too suddenly looked at Song Shuhang curiously. Well, I'm still a little full, Song Shuhang said as he reached for a piece of beast food. The beast food really looked like beef jerky, and smelled really good. Song Shuhang then remembered the follow-up of that Queen Victoria story. While the ministers were still at a loss as to what to do, Queen Victoria resolutely raised the cup meant for hand-washing and drank it all up. That was why she was the queen, and the others merely subjects. After all, how could she be the ruler without such decisiveness? The other nobles and ministers saw the scene, and immediately understood the queen's intentions. They then raised their glasses and drank the hand-washing water as well. The diplomat from India, who had only learned of everything afterward, was deeply convinced by the wisdom of the queen. In this way, the queen had silently protected the dignity of the diplomat, and as such allowed the British and the Indians to forge a deep friendship. The queen drank that glass of hand-washing water, so, did he also have to eat this dog food to forge a good friendship with Senior White too? After thinking about it, Song Shuhang felt that it was not worth it. This beast food wasn't something that one could randomly eat. Especially since it was a failed product of Venerable White and Yi Si, there were side effects, after all. Although Senior White too had eaten so much, and didn't experience any side effects, Song Shuhang's strength was incomparable to Senior White too's. It might be fine for Senior White too to eat it, but that didn't mean that it would be the same for him. Song Shuhang didn't want to become Giant Hang. Not too long ago, after drinking too much Demo Dragon medicine, he had turned into Hulk, and it had been fairly awkward. Thinking of this, Song Shuhang silently kept the beast food. Now then. Senior White 2 had passed through space and directly appeared in his room, which should have caused quite a stir. As such, why did it seem like EC and Venerable White downstairs were unaware of what was happening in his room? Was Senior White 2 too powerful, preventing Venerable White and EC from noticing anything? Right, how did you explore the forbidden area later? Senior White 2 asked. Afterward, I accidentally revived the master of the forbidden area, the great northern emperor of the ancient heavenly city. As such, the trip to the forbidden area came to an end, Song Shuhang answered. However, the great northern emperor already promised to refine a pill for me and give me a set of supplementary techniques. With those two things, I would be able to cure Inju's cold sickness. It's great if you found the thing you were looking for. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to enjoy myself to my heart's content last time, Senior White 2 said regretfully. Right, are there any fun things to do today? After giving it some thought, Song Shuhang said, today, I woke up at noon, as for fun things. Afterward, I was together with true monarch Eternal Fire of the scholarly faction and received several paradisiacal lands, many of which were fragments of the ancient heavenly city. Originally, he wanted to take some time to visit these paradisiacal lands and see if he could bring the 10 fragments of the ancient heavenly city into his inner world. Now, if Senior White 2 were to help him out, then it would be much simpler for him to bring those fragments into the inner world. With Senior White 2's personality, he would definitely not covet such small fragments. Even if Senior White 2 wanted these fragments of the heavenly city, he would definitely trade for them with something of equal value. Fragments of the ancient heavenly city? The scholarly faction is really extravagant. Senior White 2 laughed. Actually, when I visited these ancient heavenly city fragments, an idea came to my mind. I wondered if I could take them into my inner world, just like how we did with the Palace of Winter. Would it be possible to do the same with these fragments and then expand my inner world? But, I wasn't able to find the time to try it out this morning, Song Shuhang said. Moreover, those fragments of the ancient heavenly city are really big, each one being a few tens of thousands of square meters large. If I don't shrink them, I don't think I'll be able to bring them into my inner world. That's rather easy to do. Do you know the spirit beast, Little Finger Snake? The size-reducing purse you have with you was made using the skin shed by that spirit beast, Senior White 2 said. Yes, I've heard of the Little Finger Snake. However, I don't have a proper image of it, Song Shuhang said. His memories from the mysterious island still hadn't been completely restored. Nevertheless, he remembered that Soft Feather had introduced the Little Finger Snake to him, saying that it was very small. As such, although it had the heaven-defying innate skill of being able to shrink things, there was a limit as to what it could shrink. Generally speaking, something the size of an elephant was within the range that the Little Finger Snake could shrink, and some little finger snakes could even shrink somewhat larger creatures. As for something tens of thousands of square meters big, any little finger snake would be unable to shrink it. Senior White 2 laughed as he said, I remember that there is a creature in the netherworld realm of the same ancestry as the little finger snake, but of a higher grade. If it's that creature, it should be able to shrink those fragments of the ancient heavenly city to a certain extent. Wait for me, I'll go catch that creature and bring it over. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened up a space crack and drilled into it, disappearing. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at the beast food in his hand. I feel sorry toward Senior White 2. However, Venerable White's failed beast food was truly fragrant. The fragrance was similar to that of the lotus flower from his lotus blossoming tongue skill. It really whetted one's appetite, causing them to salivate. No, definitely not. Song Shuhang kept the beast food, took out a fasting pill, and swallowed it to curb his hunger. About a minute later, another space crack appeared beside Song Shuhang. Then, half of Senior White 2's body came out of the space crack. I caught a little evil dragon and brought it here. However, that guy's aura is too strong to directly bring it into your room. So, let's just go straight to your paradisiacal land, alright? Do you have the coordinates? I do. Song Shuhang unlocked his phone, opened up a map, and then marked out the location of the first paradisiacal land, the Palace of Summer. Alright, I know the general coordinates. Let's go. Senior White 2 pulled Song Shuhang toward the space gate. After Song Shuhang was taken away, a small hamster appeared on the bed in his place. The hamster took out a ring, and wore it on its body. In the next moment, its appearance became the same as Song Shuhang's. The hamster gritted its teeth as it said, "That hateful Song Shuhang, using the fragments of the ancient heavenly city to seduce my master." After transforming into Song Shuhang, the hamster drilled into the quilt, rolling up into a ball. At this time, it was seriously considering one thing: should it urinate on Song Shuhang's bed? The first paradisiacal land, the Palace of Summer. Song Shuhang took Senior White 2 into the Palace of Summer using his authority. This public square is your paradisiacal land? The Palace of Summer? Senior White 2 asked curiously. Song Shuhang pointed at the stone table, and said, "Yup, there's only the stone tablet left." "Huh, this Palace of Summer is a lot worse than the Palace of Winter of the Great Northern Emperor," Senior White 2 said, then reached out into the void, pulling out a black dragon. "Don't sleep, get up. Use the world-smelting skill of you black dragons to shrink this fragment for me." This black dragon was truly tiny, only being the length of an arm. After getting Senior White 2 patted it, the black dragon rolled around lazily. "Mom, let me sleep a little longer, just a little more." The small black dragon was using a language of the netherworld realm, which Song Shuhang couldn't understand. However, the mental energy of the small black dragon was very strong, which allowed what he said to be directly translated for others to understand. Song Shuhang. This attitude was similar to his own when he had to get up early in the morning during his school days. "Here, let me wake you up." Senior White 2 grabbed the small black dragon's tail, and waved it around like it was a rope. The black dragon was swung around several tens of times before it finally dazedly opened its eyes. Seeing Senior White 2, it unconsciously revealed its teeth, opening its mouth to bite. But the biting action stopped midway as the black dragon retracted its head in fear. "Are you finally awake?" Senior White 2 said. "I'm awake." The small black dragon quickly nodded its head. Senior White 2 pointed at the Palace of Summer in front of them, and said, "In that case, use the black dragon world smelting technique to shrink the fragment of the ancient heavenly city in front of you." The black dragon looked at the huge Palace of Summer, nodded, and flew forward. "Shuhang, allow the black dragon to have some authority over the paradisiacal land so that it won't get blocked by the defense of the paradisiacal land when it displays its black dragon world smelting technique," Senior White 2 said. Song Shuhang followed the instructions and gave the black dragon some authority over the paradisiacal land. The black dragon stopped directly above the Palace of Summer, and its body stretched out infinitely, becoming a slender thread. The thread-like body stretched out, and the head and tail connected, forming a ring that floated above the Palace of Summer. Next, without any magic fluctuations, the huge Palace of Summer began to shrink. The Palace of Summer was originally a fragment of the ancient heavenly city. After having fallen, it was found by the seniors from the scholarly faction, who used some secret methods to turn it into a paradisiacal land. Now, with the black dragon's black dragon world smelting technique, the Palace of Summer returned to its original shape and then shrank at a rapid rate visible to the naked eye. The roughly 50,000 square meter big Palace of Summer, including the structures built by the scholarly faction and various formations, all shrank proportionally. Finally, the Palace of Summer became a palm-sized piece that descended from the sky with the body of the black dragon wrapped around it. Senior White 2 caught the black dragon, and said to Song Shuhang, "Let's go to your world." The black dragon can't separate from the object it has shrunk. Moreover, the Palace of Summer is a portion of the ancient heavenly city, and the black dragon won't be able to keep it shrunken for long. If it were the complete ancient heavenly city, or even a complete palace, it would be impossible for the black dragon to shrink it. Understood. Song Shuhang immediately issued a mental command, bringing Senior White 2 and the black dragon into his inner world alongside the Palace of Summer. His inner world had seemingly grown a little larger. Ever since the integration of the Palace of Winter, his inner world was slightly growing every day. "Where are you going to put this Palace of Summer?" Senior White 2 asked. Song Shuhang thought for a while, then said, Should I put it at the edge of the Palace of Winter to make the area a bit bigger?" Senior White 2 joked, "If you want to place the Palace of Summer on the edge of the Palace of Winter, then you'd better arrange it in the order of its spring, summer, autumn, and winter and keep some distance from the Palace of Winter. As such, if you obtain the Palace of Autumn in the future, you can place it in the middle." "I'm not a collector." Song Shuhang laughed. However, he still followed Senior White 2's suggestion, leaving a space between the place where he placed the Palace of Summer and the already placed Palace of Winter. Senior White 2 then instructed the black dragon to bring the shrunken Palace of Summer to the edge of the inner world. The black dragon placed the Palace of Summer down, retreating immediately after. In the next moment, the Palace of Summer burst back to its original size of 50,000 square meters. Similar to when the original Palace of Winter first entered his inner world, after the Palace of Summer grew, the space in the inner world also increased. The world smelting technique of the Black Dragon was really powerful. Not only was it able to bring around the entire Palace of Summer, it was even able to do the same for the restraining formations that were engraved on top of it. Great! Now, on to the next ones. Senior White 2 said. "Where is the next paradisiacal land?" Song Shuhang pulled out a map on his phone, and showed where it was to Senior White 2. The black dragon slightly raised its head. "Next. There's still a next one." It felt like it was in a nightmare that featured a powerful figure of the netherworld grabbing it and forcing it to work. With Senior White's space power, Song Shuhang and the black dragon very quickly arrived at the next paradisiacal land. The power of space was definitely the fastest way to move around. Having the experience of the Palace of Summer, the second, third, and fourth paradisiacal lands were systematically transferred into Song Shuhang's inner world. The area of the inner world continued to expand crazily. Especially when the fragments of the heavenly city with the spiritual spring were integrated into his inner world, Song Shuhang felt the spiritual energy of his inner world grow even stronger. Song Shuhang brought out his phone and checked the time. It was 3:46 in the morning. At this rate, it seemed like he would be able to move all 10 fragments of the ancient heavenly city into his inner world before dawn. Thinking about it made him feel really good. In the meantime, when the demonic hamster was still struggling to decide whether to urinate on Song Shuhang's bed, it suddenly sensed someone approaching Song Shuhang's room. Subsequently, someone pushed open the door. It was that well-read girl, Yi Si. Her identity on the outward was that of 1 head and 2 arms of Song Shuhang's 3 heads and 6 arms technique, but her real identity was that of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. "Shuhang, are you already asleep?" Yi Si said. The hamster responded softly. Its task was to imitate Song Shuhang and sleep quietly without being exposed. Although it didn't know why its master had given it this task, a task was a task, it had to complete it properly. Yi Si stretched lazily, and said, "Oh, then I'll return to your body to get some rest. I've been making beast food the entire day, and I'm somewhat tired." Squeak, wait. This isn't good. This Yi Si was Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, and she could enter Song Shuhang's body at any time. But, the hamster was just an imposter. At this time, it was wearing the ring its master had given it, which caused others to see it as Song Shuhang. But if Yi Si were to try to enter its body, it would definitely be exposed. Not good, its master had given it this task, and it had to be completed at all costs. Song Shuhang's ghost spirit wasn't allowed to discover that it was an imposter. What to do, what to do? Right. The hamster's eyes suddenly brightened. Then, it gently exhaled a mouthful of air. As Yi Si approached and tried to go into its body, the hamster suddenly stretched its hand out, and repeatedly waved it, saying, Yi Si, wait. Can you not come over? Huh? Yi Si curiously looked at the Song Shuhang in front of her. She then frowned. It seemed like something was off with this Song Shuhang in front of her. Moreover, this Song Shuhang seemed to be avoiding her, deliberately keeping a distance from her. She immediately sensed the ghost spirit contract, and found that there was no problem with it. However, she felt that the mutual understanding between her and Song Shuhang seemed to have disappeared. The demonic hamster lowered its head slightly, and spoke softly, wait, I wet the bed. Yi Si, I accidentally wet the bed. Yi Si, just wait a moment, don't rush into my body for now. Give me some time to clean the bed and get a change of clothes first. The hamster squeezed out an embarrassed expression, squeak, it feels great. Making Song Shuhang wet his bed feels great. It would be even better if the news of 18-year-old Song Shuhang wetting his bed spread everywhere tomorrow. Just thinking of Song Shuhang being nicknamed Bedwetter Hang made the demonic hamster feel it had been perfectly worth it to throw away its honor and wet the bed. Yi Si left the room with a confused face. Afterward, she went back to the courtyard in a daze. In the courtyard, Venerable White had finished making the beast food, and was throwing it in the air to feed the invisible sword insects. When he saw Yi Si coming back, Venerable White asked, "Hm? Why have you come back? Weren't you going back to Song Shuhang's body to rest?" "Shuhang, he wet the bed," Yi Si said. Venerable White asked, "What did you say? Song Shuhang wet his bed?" Shuhang said he wet the bed. He told me to stay away for now so that he could fix it," Yi Si said. Moreover, she indeed vaguely smelled the scent of urine back there. Venerable White frowned. "Are you sure that it was really Song Shuhang you saw?" Song Shuhang was already a cultivator of the third stage realm, so he would have a strong control over his body. Even an average adult man wouldn't wet his bed under normal circumstances, let alone a cultivator of the third stage realm. "Senior White, now that you mention it, I also felt that there was something strange with Song Shuhang today." "Something seemed off," Yi Si said with a nod. "Let's go, I'll have a look." Venerable White stretched out his hand and made a hand seal. The 1,000-sword insects scattered around the building, surrounding it. At the same time, he also activated the defensive formation of the multi-storied building to prevent the other party from escaping. In the meantime, in the 9th Paradisiacal land, Song Shuhang and Senior White too were preparing to shrink the 9th fragment of the ancient heavenly city, that huge rock that seemed to be part of the foundation of the city. But right at this moment, Senior White too suddenly raised his eyebrows, and said, "Damn, it seems we were discovered. Shuhang, let's go back first." "What happened?" Song Shuhang said doubtfully. "After I brought you away through that space channel, I ordered my hamster to assume your appearance and pretend to sleep so as to avoid making the fellow Taoists living with you anxious. Now, however, the hamster was seemingly found out. Therefore, I'll send you back first so that you can deal with the situation. Afterward, I'll quietly take you away again to shrink the 2 remaining paradisiacal lands," Senior White too said. Song Shuhang. Before Song Shuhang could respond, Senior White too had already waved his hand, sending him back to his room. As soon as he returned to his room, Song Shuhang found that there was another Song Shuhang currently cleaning the bed, and on the bed sheet, there was what seemed to be a water stain. "Huh, Shuhang, you've returned. That's great. Then, you can deal with this situation yourself, the demonic hamster said happily. What did you do? Song Shuhang asked. I wet the bed, the demonic hamster said straightforwardly. I used your identity to wet the bed and told your ghost spirit, Fairy Yi Si, about it. Song Shuhang. Now, your ghost spirit might have become suspicious, and will soon be back. You explain the bed wetting to her yourself. That's it, see you. After the demonic hamster finished speaking, it threw the wet bed sheet to Song Shuhang. Then, it quickly removed the ring around its neck, turning back into a hamster and drilling under the bed, disappearing. Come out, you bastard. Come out, I promise I won't kill you. Song Shuhang said angrily. At this time, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Yi Si and Venerable White entered the room. Beside the bed, Song Shuhang was holding a wet sheet as he watched Senior White and Yi Si enter. Shuhang? Yi Si asked. This time, she felt that the Song Shuhang in front of her was the real one, and that familiar mutual understanding between her and Song Shuhang had returned. Venerable White said, there's no problem, this is definitely the real Song Shuhang. So, regarding the bedwetting, did Song Shuhang really do it? If I say that I didn't wet the bed, will you believe me? Song Shuhang asked, shaking the sheet. Yi Si. Song Shuhang said, don't stay silent, Yi Si. Who wet the bed? Venerable White asked. It was that prank-loving hamster that just ran away. Next time, I'll catch it and cut off its penis. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. After he had transcended the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage realm, he would be one sending a challenge letter to the demonic hamster. At that time, he wouldn't just crush the hamster's otherworldly flying demon technique, but also its guts. Since that guy loved wetting the bed, he would definitely make it urinate in public. In the meantime, in the 9th Paradisiacal land, in front of the stone that was part of the foundation of the ancient heavenly city, Senior White too stretched out his hand, and patted the huge stone beneath his feet. The foundation of the ancient heavenly city. Senior White too muttered to himself. The ancient heavenly city was built after the decline of the scholarly faction. The scholarly sage lost in the fight for the will of the heavens, and the mysterious heavenly emperor gathered a group of fellow Taoists and began gradually building the ancient heavenly city. The ancient heavenly city became the path of the heavenly emperor. After the construction of the ancient heavenly city, the heavenly emperor immediately became the #1 practitioner in the world of cultivators after the scholarly sage. The ancient aura I sensed from Song Shuhang's body seems to have originated from here, Senior White too said softly. According to Senior White too's observations, this seemingly ordinary foundation rock of the ancient heavenly city was very likely the original stone that the young heavenly emperor had used when he was building the heavenly city. It could be said that it was the foundation of the ancient heavenly city. After Song Shuhang received this foundation rock of the heavenly city from the scholarly faction, and became this immortal cave's master, his body acquired some of that ancient aura. It was precisely this ancient aura that drew Senior White too's attention. Is it just a coincidence? Senior White too said. If this were all truly a coincidence, then it was rather excessive. From the Palace of Winter to the Palace of Summer, as well as the other 8 fragments of the ancient heavenly city, and then all the way to the cornerstone before his eyes. It almost felt as though the ancient heavenly city was being rebuilt. Senior White too once again examined the original cornerstone of the heavenly city. Nobody had tampered with it, and because it was a fragment, the formations and runes that were on it were incomplete, and contained no useful clues. Senior White too said, how unfortunate, and here I thought I could obtain some information on the ancient heavenly city. He had some interest in the ancient heavenly city since it was very likely involved with some wielder of the will. It was just that the ancient heavenly city incident had occurred in the main world. As the ruler of the Netherworld, he had been forced to stay in the Netherworld realm and knew little about the ancient heavenly city. Alright, I'll just leave it at that for now. As long as no one has tampered with this original cornerstone of the heavenly city, the secret of Song Shuhang's inner world wouldn't be exposed even if he takes it in, Senior White 2 said in a soft voice. The inner world and the world of the Black Lotus were connected, and it would be rather troublesome if this secret was discovered by some sneaky fellows. Black Dragon, shrink this cornerstone as well, Senior White 2 said. The Black Dragon dragged its exhausted body as it activated its innate skill once again, shrinking the foundation rock of the heavenly city. Why had it still not woken up from this nightmare where it had been turned into a slave? Life is hard. I'm not sure if I'll survive this. Just as it was complaining, Senior White 2 pressed his hand onto its body, and very rich and powerful energy of the Netherworld poured into its body. The exhaustion of the Black Dragon was quickly wiped out, and it had even benefited tremendously from this energy of the Netherworld realm. After shrinking the cornerstone, try to keep it in that state for a period of time. I'll send it to the main world with my power of space, Senior White 2 said with a smile. The Black Dragon nodded vigorously. With the help of that rich and powerful energy of the Netherworld, it would definitely be able to keep the heavenly city's cornerstone shrunken for quite a while even after it had left its body. In the meantime, Song Shuhang had managed to explain with much difficulty the bedwetting incident to Venerable White and Yi. Venerable White looked around Song Shuhang's room. He had placed a barrier all around the house, yet that hamster was nowhere to be seen. Did it use the power of space to come here and then disappear? Just as Venerable White was in deep thought, a space gate suddenly appeared in front of Song Shuhang. Then, a rock that had been reduced to the size of a fist was thrown out of the space gate, landing in Song Shuhang's hands. It was the shrunken foundation rock of the heavenly city. Who is it? Venerable White looked at the space gate. However, the darkness inside the space gate was like an abyss, deep and bottomless. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. At this timer, a soft and deep voice suddenly came from the space gate. Venerable White. The well-read Yi blinked her eyes, and said unconsciously, I know those words. They come from Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, which I read just a few days ago. What? Wait, someone said these words before? I thought I was the first one to say such words. From the space gate, the voice seemed to have become somewhat depressed. In the next moment, the space gate slammed shut. Senior White 2 had tried to act all cool from the other side of the space gate, but after his attempt failed, he got embarrassed and closed the gate. Song Shuhang. Who was that? Venerable White turned to look at Song Shuhang curiously. Song Shuhang reached out and sent the shrunken cornerstone into his inner world, then sighed, and said, It was that Senior White 2 that I told you about some time ago. Oh, he isn't coming over? Venerable White said curiously. Who knows, Song Shuhang said. Frankly, up to now, Song Shuhang still hadn't been able to grasp Venerable White or Senior White 2's train of thought. Both seemed really erratic. 1 second earlier, they might be saying that 1 + 1 = 2, but the second after, they might change the subject to philosophical one. However, he felt that Senior White 2 wanted to come out the space gate just now, but after that fail, he got embarrassed and ran away. Yi asked curiously, why would Senior White Rabbit come looking for us? He originally came to give me the mother part of the God-slaying cannon. After saying that, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to touch his magical bracelet, and the fierce God-slaying cannon appeared in the room. God-slaying cannon? Venerable White squatted in front of the God-slaying cannon, and studied the runes on it. He then pinched his chin, deep in thought. The runes on the God-slaying cannon gave him great inspiration. This is the cannon Senior White 2 used when we were in the forbidden area. Right, he indeed promised to give you a set. Yi nodded. Afterward, he helped me shrink the 11 paradisiacal lands that the scholarly faction gave me so that I could store them inside my inner world, Song Shuhang said. The changes in his inner world weren't something he could hide from Yi Si and Venerable White. Yi Si and Song Shuhang were one entity, so she could enter and leave the inner world at will. As for Senior White, he was a frequent visitor to his inner world. Once they entered the inner world, they would naturally notice the changes inside. Just like at that time with the Palace of Winter? Yi Si's eyes brightened. In that case, your inner world must be much bigger now, right? In terms of the area, it has indeed increased a lot. I just happen to have sent the 10th paradisiacal land that the scholarly faction gave me, the foundation rock of the heavenly city, into my inner world. Let's go in and see which place would be fitting to accommodate the cornerstone, Song Shuhang suggested. All right. Venerable White got up. He had just finished scanning the runes on the god-slaying cannon, firmly memorizing their structure. The god-slaying cannon was manufactured with very ancient technology. The era those runes came from was probably even older than that of the ancient heavenly city. The technology was very old, but also very creative. Venerable White was very satisfied. In the inner world, Song Shuhang, Yi Si, and Venerable White appeared on the edge of the living spring located in the inner world center. The Palace of Summer, the Sword Saber Peak, the Oasis, the 5 spiritual springs, and the fragment of the illusory city had all been placed on the edge of the inner world. Meanwhile, the shrunken foundation stone of the heavenly city lay quietly on the edge of the inner world's living spring. Song Shuhang picked it up again. This cornerstone of the heavenly city, where do you think I should place it? Since it's the foundation stone. How about placing it at the bottom of the inner world? Yi Si suggested. Makes sense. Song Shuhang nodded. The inner world had continually expanded after the addition of the fragments of the heavenly city. However, this expanded area didn't have a proper foundation stone to support it, so there was no feeling of security. This cornerstone of the heavenly city was exactly what they needed. Inner world, can you transfer the cornerstone to the base of this place? Song Shuhang asked aloud. Then, the inner world shook slightly, and lotus flower-like roots appeared, coiling around the foundation stone of the heavenly city in Song Shuhang's hand and sending it to the bottom of the fragments of the heavenly city. After it was placed in a good position, the original cornerstone of the heavenly city reverted to its original size. The cornerstone, the Palace of Summer, the Palace of Winter, the Sword Saber Peak, the Desert Oasis, the fragment of the illusory city, and the 5 spiritual springs all united together, resonating with each other. Subsequently, tremendous spiritual energy emerged from these fragments of the heavenly city, and the spiritual energy of Song Shuhang's inner world soared once again. Do you feel anything strange? Venerable White turned his head to look at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang shook his head. Venerable White said, it almost feels as though the ancient heavenly city is being rebuilt. Shuhang, do you still want to continue collecting the fragments of the heavenly city? Will there be any danger, Senior White? Song Shuhang asked. For the time being, there doesn't seem to be any danger. No one seems to have tampered with these fragments of the ancient heavenly city. On the contrary, the fragments of the heavenly city faintly united, causing the spiritual energy of your inner world to become even stronger, Venerable White answered. Then I'll just let fate decide. If I encounter a fragment of the heavenly city, I'll collect it, and if I don't, then I won't force it, Song Shuhang replied. It is a good attitude not to forcing things. Venerable White thought for a while, then said, right, Shuhang, do you still remember the Jade Lake realm we got last time? Yeah. Song Shuhang nodded. Venerable White continued, the Jade Lake realm is also a part of the ancient heavenly city. Would you like to try bringing it into your inner world? He was interested in what would happen when the Jade Lake realm was combined with the fragments of the heavenly city in Song Shuhang's inner world. However, doesn't the Jade Lake realm require the power of the Venerable or higher rank to support it and keep it from collapsing? Song Shuhang asked. Indeed. Then take it easy for now, and when you reach the Venerable realm, or obtain a treasure that can replace that power of a Venerable, we will transfer the Jaded Lake realm into your inner world, Venerable White answered. Then, Senior White, is there anything that you want in return? Song Shuhang asked. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, there was the custom of equal exchange, which Song Shuhang had grown accustomed to. Something I want. I can't think of anything for the time being. Anyway, it's still too early to transfer the Jade Lake realm. Let's put off this matter until later, Venerable White replied. He just happened to be preparing to study the Jade Lake realm, and it wouldn't be too late for him to hand it over once he had finished his research. After placing down the fragment of the cornerstone of the heavenly city, Song Shuhang and Venerable White prepared to exit the inner world. But right at this time, Yi Si suddenly said, "Wait, Shuhang." Song Shuhang asked. I feel strange. Yi Si thought for a while, then said, just now, when the fragments of the ancient heavenly city the inner world joined together. I looked at the layout of the ancient heavenly city, and seemed to have gained some insights. Now, I feel like I can break through to the 6th stage True Monarch realm. Break through to the 6th stage True Monarch realm? In other words, are you also going to transcending the heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang asked. However, I would like to close up and adjust my condition before the tribulation. Also, I would like to make a trip to the crystal clear water pavilion, Yi Si replied. Will you be going right away? Song Shuhang asked. He happened to have with him the supplementary techniques that the Great Northern Emperor had given him, and he was planning on making a trip to the crystal clear water pavilion alongside Yi Si and giving them to Li Yinzhu. Yi Si replied, I'll be going to crystal clear water pavilion right away. Also, this time, I'll go back alone. Why? On the side, Venerable White explained, because you'll also have to face the heavenly tribulation soon. If you and Yi Si stay together, the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage realm and the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage realm will strike together, and their power would probably increase several-fold. Heavens, I forgot that I was also going to face the heavenly tribulation. Then, Yi Si, when you return this time, give this supplementary technique to Li Yinzhu and get her to begin practicing. After some time, once the Great Northern Emperor finishes refining that pill, her cold sickness will hopefully be cured. Song Shuhang brought out that thick block of ice that the Great Northern Emperor had given him and handed it to Yi Si. Okay. Yi Si nodded. When you take on the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage, pay attention to your safety. Originally, if she had been there, she could have helped Song Shuhang to transcend the tribulation, but now that she was leaving, she could no longer help him. Rest assured, I'll be able to survive the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage realm without problems. Also, I still have that document where Senior Spirit Butterfly is analyzing the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. You don't have to worry about me. Song Shuhang patted his chest. 6 a.m. Yi Si set out to return to the crystal clear water pavilion. Just before her departure, Song Shuhang gave her the writing of the sage. He felt that Yi Si could make use of the writing of the sage while transcending the heavenly tribulation this time. This kind of intuition that came from a cultivator's guts was pretty reliable. Yi Si tried to decline, but ended up bringing the writing of the sage with her. After saying goodbye to Shuhang, Senior White, and Little Kai, she left Medicine Master's multi-storied building. 7 a.m. After his morning practice, Senior White brought out that limousine-like car and honked the horn to signal Song Shuhang to get on. At the same time, Loli Shi, who had been staying together with Gao Momu and Tubo for the past several days, had returned, and got in Senior White's car. True Monarch White Crane was still nowhere to be found. The 10-meter-long car headed toward Jiangnan University town. Song Shuhang looked out the window, gazing at the passers-by and Jiangnan University's students. He felt as though his summer vacation had been like a long dream. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Peak 3rd Stage Realm Cultivator. Song Shuhang, Jiangnan University's sophomore. It was rather interesting when he thought about it. Beep beep, at this moment, a car's horn could be heard. Song Shuhang turned his head around, and then noticed a limousine that was also 10 meters long speeding over from the left. It sped side by side with Venerable White's vehicle. What a coincidence, they encountered someone who was likewise driving a limousine. At this moment, the window of the other limousine lowered, revealing a beautiful little face. The owner of the small face wore a smile, and her eyes narrowed like a crescent moon. 16. Song Shuhang said. The girl in the black limousine was precisely Su Clan's 16, who had only recently succeeded in transcending her heavenly tribulation. Why had she come to Jiangnan University town? 16. You also transferred to study at Jiangnan University? Song Shuhang asked curiously. No, Su Clan 16 shook her head. She then pointed at her exquisite suit, and said, I applied for the teacher position in Jiangnan University's Fine Arts Department. Song Shuhang. Su Clan 16. A teacher? Heavens, Su Clan 16's cute little face totally looked like that of a high school student, and she seemed definitely too small to be a university student. Little did Shuhang expect that she would directly apply as a teacher. At that time, how would the students of the Fine Arts Department at the university react after discovering that their teacher was this petite and adorable? Don't look down on me. Su Clan 16 slightly raised her small head, and said, My drawing skills are very good. Really? How good exactly? Song Shuhang said with a smile. Aha, in the past, our 16 acknowledged Mr. Shi, the drawing king from Jihao Academy, as her teacher. In the end, even Mr. Shi recognized her drawing skills. As such, you can indeed say that they are very good, Su Clan 7, who was sitting beside 16, said at this time. Jihao Academy was seemingly the name of some academy in the world of cultivators. Although Song Shuhang had never heard of Mr. Shi, his drawing skills had to be truly incredible if the various fellow Taoists called him the drawing king. If 16 obtained his acknowledgement, her drawing skills surely were also very good. I'm in awe. Song Shuhang looked at Su Clan 16 and cupped his hands. Humph, the corner of 16's mouth rose. At this time, Su Clan 7 also added, Right. Little friend Shuhang, Immortal Fairy Bishui's Immortal Feast is set to start at the beginning of October. At first, I was planning to personally accompany you there, but given the time, it's very likely that I will already be in secluded meditation at that time, preparing to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage. Therefore, 16 and the other disciples of the Su clan will be the ones to accompany you to the feast. Su Clan 7's heart was filled with regret as he spoke. It was the greatest banquet in the world of cultivators, the Immortal Feast. Just as he was patiently waiting for the feast to start, his heavenly tribulation started to cause trouble, not even giving him an extra month of time to prepare. At that time, if the inner demon of the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage took the shape of the Immortal Feast, would he be able to resist it? Immortal Fairies' Immortal Feast will start in early October? The timing is pretty good. October 1st happens to be the national day, and there will be a break of 7 to 8 days, Song Shuhang said with a smile. As soon as he recalled Bishui's food, Song Shuhang started drooling. Immortal Fairy Bishui's culinary skills were truly unparalleled in the world. Song Shuhang could still savor the aftertaste of the immortal dishes he had tasted during summer vacation. Such being the case, just how delicious would the food at the Immortal Feast, which was even better, be? Thinking about it made him feel really good. Speaking of which, he still had an extra blank invitation card to the Immortal Feast. During the next few days, he would take a look at the 9 provinces number 1 group and see if any of the seniors needed it. 7. At that time, I won't go to the immortal feast together with the other disciples of the clan. Our dispositions are incompatible. I'll go with Song Shuhang and Senior White, Su Clan 16 said suddenly. Immortal Fairy B. Shui invited Senior White this time around? Su Clan 7 asked out of curiosity. He remembered that after Venerable White rejected her marriage proposal, Immortal Fairy B. Shui never again invited him to her immortal feast. How come she invited him this year? Venerable White replied, Fairy B. Shui said that her culinary skills had reached a whole new level. Therefore, she wanted to determine the winner between us during the immortal feast. Immortal Fairy B. Shui wanted to conquer Venerable White's stomach. To conquer a man, one had to conquer his stomach first, this was her belief. And in this world, if a woman that could conquer Venerable White's stomach existed, it could only be her. She had given her all during this immortal feast, pledging to conquer Venerable White once and for all. Ahahaha, I see, Su Clan 7 said with a smile. Since Senior White is also going, I can be at ease. 16. You can go there with little friend Song Shuhang and Senior White. Alright. Su Clan 16 smiled, revealing deep dimples. Right. Little friend Shuhang, a few months ago, I promised that I would bring you to the first level of the Spirit River secret realm of our Su Clan to practice, but now, Su Clan 7 gazed at Song Shuhang. When Song Shuhang gave 16 those 16 skeletal dragons withered vines, Su Clan 7 decided to bring him to the Spirit River secret realm as a reward, letting him practice there. Back then, Song Shuhang was still at the first stage Dragon Gate realm. If he'd got to practice in the Spirit River secret realm, he would have condensed true chi at a faster pace, breaking through to the second stage realm more quickly. But now, he was already at the peak of the third stage, with his 4 meridians open, and about to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. As a consequence, it was basically useless for Song Shuhang to train in the first level of the Spirit River secret realm. Su Clan 7's liver was in pain. Is there some problem now? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. He had heard from Senior White that there was a huge spiritual river in the depths of the Spirit River secret realm of the Su Clan. All the cultivators that practiced there would get soaked with the water of the spiritual river, which would strengthen their bodies and increase their cultivation speed from 5 to 10 times compared to the external world. It was the perfect place to close up. Therefore, he was really interested in going to that place to practice. Right now, training there won't have much of an effect on you. The corner of 7's mouth twitched. Song Shuhang said, it won't have too much of an effect? Su Clan 16 rested her chin in her hand, and replied, it's because a certain someone advanced too quickly, directly rushing to the peak of the third stage within one summer vacation. The first level of the Spirit River secret realm can greatly aid cultivators of the first and second stage realm. However, the spiritual energy in that place is not rich enough for cultivators of the third stage. Song Shuhang said, well, I've practiced since I was a child, and only reached the fourth stage realm. On the other hand, you are already about to catch up to me despite practicing for such a short amount of time. After thinking about this matter, Su Clan 16 felt particularly aggrieved. And I'm considered a genius among the cultivators of my age in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang could only make a hollow laugh. I've also practiced since I was a child, and only reached the 5th stage realm, Su Clan 7 also jeered. And I'm also considered a genius among the cultivators of my age in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Me too. I've also practiced since I was a child, and only reached the 7th stage realm, Venerable White said in all seriousness. And I'm also considered a genius in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Teacher, I've practiced since I was a little chick, and only reached the 3rd stage realm. Little Kai's face was full tears. She hadn't expected that her teacher, Song Shuhang, had almost reached the 4th stage realm within one summer vacation while starting from the 1st stage. After thinking about it, she felt very wronged. She had practiced for a very long time, and had nearly died once due to her lifespan running out. Senior brother Shuhang, I've also practiced since I was a child, and only reached the 1st stage realm. Loli sure blinked her eyes. Can you tell me the secret of how to advance from the 1st stage to the peak of the 3rd stage within one summer vacation? Song Shuhang. Cough. Like I was saying, that reward is no longer suited for little friend Shuhang. Such being the case, I'll try to look for another suitable reward for him during the next few days. If I really can't find anything, I can convert this reward into some materials necessary to forge a life-bound magical treasure. You, too, will have to forge a life-bound magical treasure after reaching the 4th stage realm. Actually, you should have started to forge it in the 3rd stage, but given the speed at which you have been advancing, you probably haven't even decided what type of life-bound magical treasure you want, right? Su Clan 7 said with a smile. Song Shuhang had tears streaming down his face. What Senior 7 said is correct. At first, he was planning to forge a simple saber-type magical treasure. But, he got his hands on that invisible saber insect a few days ago, and felt that it would be a waste to forge a saber-like life-bound magical treasure. After all, he wasn't interested in dual-wielding sabers. Thereupon, Song Shuhang had no idea as to what type of life-bound magical treasure to forge. Anyway, you have to make haste and forge your life-bound magical treasure before reaching the 5th stage realm, alright? Otherwise, it would be too late, Su Clan 7 urged. Now then, you aren't going to jump to the 5th stage realm in a few more months, right? How can that be? I'll be very careful when advancing to the 5th stage realm, Song Shuhang said in all seriousness. The 5th stage realm was a very important realm. One would condense a golden core during this realm, and the number of dragon patterns on the core would determine the future of a cultivator. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, there were several seniors that had decided to wait until they had a 90% assurance of condensing a golden core with 7 dragon patterns before advancing to the 5th stage. After staying in the 9 provinces number 1 group for a while, Song Shuhang had also developed this mentality. He wanted to condense a golden core with at least 7 dragon patterns. He wouldn't advance unless he had this assurance. As the saying went, one golden core to decide the great way. When condensing the golden core, there was no room for regret. Therefore, one couldn't be impatient when advancing to the 5th stage. Your mentality is pretty good, Su Clan 7 said with a smile. After a short moment, the 2 vehicles approached Jiangnan University Town's main gate. In Jiangnan University Town, if a student wanted to drive their own car and get into the university, they had to go through a lot of tedious procedures, and all those procedures were very troublesome. The main reason behind it was that the higher-ups of the university weren't too supportive of students getting into the university with their own vehicles. Only in the last 2 years did their policy relax a little. However, there was no problem if one was a teacher. Su Clan 16's car got into the university without a problem. As for Senior White's car, it also got in without any problems. Under normal circumstances, Senior White's car wouldn't be able to get in without going through all those procedures. However, no one stopped him as he barged into the university. Song Shuhang came to the conclusion that it was all thanks to Venerable White's heaven-defying luck. Anyway, the 2 10-meter-long cars got into the university and attracted the attention of a lot of people. Song Shuhang quietly took out the talisman that Scholar Drunken Star had manufactured for him, wearing it on his person. He felt that he was currently in great need of the transparent effect of the talisman. Hopefully, I won't attract the attention of too many people. Otherwise, if the crowd notices me as I get out of Senior White's car, my peaceful university life will end here, Song Shuhang thought to himself. The person driving 7 and 16's vehicle got out first, and then headed toward the rear, opening the door for 7 and 16. As expected, the driver of their vehicle was a professional. As soon as Su Clan 7 and Su Clan 16, who was currently wearing a suit, got out of their car, they attracted the attention of the crowd. Very good. With the handsome Senior 7 and the adorable 16 drawing the attention, I'll alight quietly, and won't have to worry about attracting anyone's attention, Song Shuhang said as he took out a pair of sunglasses from his magical bracelet, wearing them. However, he hadn't noticed that Venerable White had been looking at the actions of the specialized driver of the Su clan, seemingly lost in thought. Next, Venerable White opened the door of the vehicle, elegantly getting out of the limousine. The sunlight shone on him, and in the next moment, everyone's stare fell on his body, just as though they were getting attracted to a magnet. Thereafter, Venerable White arrived at Song Shuhang and Loli Shi's location, opening the door for them with a radiant smile on his face. Song Shuhang's face twitched. Loli Shi faintly smiled, and got out of the car. "Senior White, I'll get out by myself," Song Shuhang said. Afterward, he quickly opened the door on the other side of the vehicle and drilled out of it. As a consequence, everyone's gazes were concentrated on Venerable White and Loli Shi. With the blessing of Scholar Drunken Heaven's talisman, he shouldn't attract too much attention after quietly alighting the vehicle. But just as Song Shuhang quietly got out of the limousine, a figure quickly approached from afar. It was a white-haired old man, his speed incredible. The scariest thing was that the old man looked like a young swallow returning to its nest while pouncing toward him. From the way he was moving toward Song Shuhang, this grandpa seemed to have the heart of a young girl. The scene was simply too spicy to the eye. Song Shuhang subconsciously thought of running away. Just thinking about a grandpa jumping in his embrace made his hair stand on end. However, Song Shuhang's escape failed, and the old man ultimately caught him. He was a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. "Sob, sob, sob, I've finally found you. Little friend Shuhang, I've finally found you." The white-haired old man started crying loudly, looking very aggrieved. The tears of the old man fell down, not giving any sign of stopping. The whole scene was very exaggerated. Each teardrop was full of water and the size of a pearl. They linked together and formed a necklace, and the tear stains they left behind were likewise very exaggerated. Song Shuhang, who was currently dealing with the bear hug, felt that his clothes had been drenched. This was simply awful. Still, this outstanding crying skill was similar to Yi Si's when she was crying. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Song Shuhang ugged 3 times in his heart. Yi Si was a crying beauty, she looked very charming while crying, and made the hearts of the onlookers move. But why was this grandpa crying like this? He wasn't charming in the least, and it gave the onlookers the impression that Shuhang was bullying him. "Grandpa, were you looking for me, eh? Wait, aren't you that? Song Shuhang asked. He remembered seeing this grandpa before. Right, he had met the opposite party at the entrance of the crystal-clear water pavilion, but Pavilion Master Chu had thrown him back to Earth. Afterward, when they were filming the movie, Senior Su Clan 7 had brought back Yi Si, Daodu, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, and also this grandpa with him. However, Song Shuhang was temporarily unable to recall the Daoist name of the old man. "Fellow Daoist sobbing old man, good morning." Venerable White greeted the sobbing old man with a smile after seeing him. "Fellow Daoist sobbing old man, how come you are here?" Su Clan 7 asked out of curiosity. Senior White, fellow Daoist 7, sob, you are all here. The sobbing old man wiped away his tears and looked at Su Clan 7 and Venerable White. Well, this was rather embarrassing. He'd been planning to avoid Senior White because he didn't have the face to see him, but he didn't expect that he would end up meeting him anyway. "Did you need something from Shuhang since you were looking for him?" Venerable White asked out of curiosity. Sob, it's like this. "Little friend Shuhang, may I ask if you know what the Tome of Never-Ending Tears is?" the sobbing old man said. The sobbing old man only wanted a single thing: the complete tome of never-ending tears. Song Shuhang remembered that the first time he'd seen the sobbing old man was in space right outside the gate of the crystal-clear water pavilion. At that time, the sobbing old man was guarding the gate, hoping to enter the crystal-clear water pavilion and become their disciple. If he couldn't become a disciple, then he would just become a supporting or external elder. In any case, as long as he was able to gain access to the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, swearing loyalty to the pavilion wouldn't be a problem. Normally speaking, a powerful loose cultivator of the spiritual emperor rank such as the sobbing old man wouldn't be refused by any sect that he wholeheartedly desired to join. Unfortunately, as the sobbing old man was discussing with Song Shuhang and Yi Si by the gate of the crystal-clear water pavilion, he ended up mentioning the matter related to the destruction of the original crystal-clear water pavilion. Having mentioned this inexorable matter accidentally agitated Pavilion Master Chu, who was eavesdropping. As a result, the sobbing old man was thrown back to earth, and his plans to enter the crystal-clear water pavilion shattered. And now, the sobbing old man was aiming for a longer route to reach salvation, form a relationship with Song Shuhang, then Yi Si through him, and finally get into the crystal-clear water pavilion and obtain the complete tome of never-ending tears. Song Shuhang pushed away the sobbing old man, and asked, "Senior sobbing old man, do you still want to enter the crystal-clear water pavilion?" "Of course," the sobbing old man cried out. He had been able to rise to the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm mainly due to the tome of never-ending tears matching him really well. If he were to now change his cultivation technique, the chances of him getting to the 6th stage true monarch realm would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the sobbing old man would never give up if there was a chance to obtain the complete tome of never-ending tears. "Then, senior sobbing old man, if you aren't in a hurry, I'll contact the crystal-clear water pavilion tonight." Looking at the time, Yi Si should arrive at the crystal-clear water pavilion by tonight, Song Shuhang answered. As for whether Pavilion Master Chu would accept the sobbing old man, it was not something he could decide. The eyes of the sobbing old man lit up, and he began to sob again. "Little friend Shuhang, please tell Pavilion Master Chu that as long as she accepts this old man will live for the crystal-clear water pavilion, and in death be a ghost for the crystal-clear water pavilion. I guarantee my loyalty." The reason as to why he had such determination was because the sobbing old man knew that Pavilion Master Chu was very likely a 9th stage tribulation transcender. At that time, Pavilion Master Chu merely stretched out her hand before he was thrown into a space gate all the way back to Earth. Not many would refuse to hold onto such a golden thigh. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. "Got it. Senior sobbing old man, you can rest assured that I will pass your message word for word to Pavilion Master Chu." "Thank you, little friend." The sobbing old man was moved to tears, continuing to sob. "Actually, senior sobbing old man, if you just want the tome of never-ending tears, you could also just acknowledge Fairy Yi Si as your teacher," Song Shuhang remarked. In fact, Song Shuhang himself had the complete version of the tome of never-ending tears, but he didn't want to take the sobbing old man as a student. The other party was a senior of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, while he was just at the 3rd stage realm. Even if the other party was willing, Song Shuhang wouldn't have the face to accept him. Moreover, the tome of never-ending tears belonged to the crystal-clear water pavilion, and Song Shuhang couldn't privately teach it to someone else. However, if he acknowledged Yi Si as his teacher, then there wouldn't be any problem. "Fairy Yi Si?" The sobbing old man immediately understood. "Thank you, little friend Shuhang." "You're welcome," Song Shuhang said. The sobbing old man wiped his tears as he said, "In that case, little friend Shuhang, I'll go to Jiangnan University and handle a few procedures to transfer to your class." He was doing this so that he could be prepared for all eventualities. If the crystal-clear water pavilion and Yi Si both refused to take him in as a student, then he'd at least work hard to form a good relationship with Song Shuhang. Once their relationship was good, many things would become easier to do. After all, connections were very important in this world. Song Shuhang. Was he joking? It was already weird having a little girl like Loli Shur in his class. If there was the addition of a crying old man, what would become of his class? Would he have to take care of both the elderly and the young? Ahem, senior sobbing old man, you don't have to transfer to our school. You can just stay nearby and wait for a bit. Once I receive a reply from Fairy Chu of the Crystal Clear Pavilion this evening, I'll contact you, Song Shuhang said hurriedly. The sobbing old man gave it some thought. He was indeed not in that much of a hurry. If he really wanted to go through the transferring procedures, he should at least wait for Pavilion Master Chu and Fairy Yi Si to reject him first. After toilsomely sorting things out with the sobbing old man, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked around. Afterward, he faintly sighed. Originally, he'd been preparing to sneak out of the car while Su Clan 7, 16, Senior White, and Loli Shur were attracting everyone's attention, quietly sneaking into his own classroom. With the help of Scholar Drunken Moon's talisman, the plan to sneak into the classroom was perfect and had no loopholes. However, he hadn't expected that the sobbing old man would come out and tackle him halfway there. Song Shuhang had suddenly become the center of attention. Isn't that Song Shuhang? Some of the classmates recognized him even though he was wearing sunglasses. Song Shuhang? That's Song Shuhang? Yeah, the one who plays senior brother Gao Sheng. Is the one in the front Ling Yi? Ling Yi has also come to our Jiangnan University town. Some of the people recognized Senior White and cheered. Come on, I've never been able to get this close to senior brother Ling Yi. That cute girl beside him is White Sword Sect's Traceless Saber. She's my favorite character in that movie, definitely one of the cutest ones. The crowd surged and approached Song Shuhang. What to do now? Song Shuhang pondered. Then, an idea popped up in his mind. Afterward, little friend Shuhang silently brought out the shape-shifting brooch that he still hadn't returned to Soft Feather. With the shape-shifting brooch's ability, Song Shuhang's face slightly changed. As the enthusiastic crows approached, Song Shuhang took off his sunglasses and revealed a face very familiar to the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Next, he revealed a devilish smile. What was a devilish smile? A smile that was both evil and handsome. Hello, everyone. I'm the actor Reckless Tyrant. In the movie, I played the role of the junior brother that made the report to Ling Yi, and also the role of that banner flying high up in the sky. Please familiarize yourselves with me. Song Shuhang cupped his hands while facing the enthusiastic crowd. Su Clan 7. Su Clan 16. Loli Shur. Senior White. How did Shuhang become this skilled? This scene, why does it seem this familiar? Su Clan 7 said. Because not too long ago, there was a baboon that used your name during the live broadcast held by the Daily Cultivator, causing many ignorant people to believe that the main body of the famous Su Clan 7 was actually that of a baboon, Su Clan 16 explained. F***CK. Su Clan 7 immediately felt like he had just eaten sheet. Su Clan 7 gritted his teeth as he said, was little friend Shuhang also infected by the thrice reckless disease? He was infected a long time ago, but there hadn't been any relapse recently, which made me believe that he'd gotten better already. But now, it seems that the previous period was merely the incubation period, Senior White commented. Seriously, how about we get Senior Yellow Mountain to kick thrice reckless Mad Saber out of the group? Su Clan 7 whispered. There's also Senior Copper Trigram. It would be safer to kick them both out together, Su Clan 16 added. Right, that shady fortune teller is also a disease carrier. Thrice reckless disease and the shady fortune teller disease. However, the infectivity of the latter isn't that strong, Su Clan 7 said. At this time, Song Shuhang had already immersed himself in thrice reckless Mad Saber's role. I'll tell everyone some good news. Soon enough, I will be starring as the main character in my reckless and unrestrained life. In this movie, you'll be able to see many familiar characters from Apocalypse War. It is a production that's truly worth looking forward to. Everyone, please lend us your support at that time, Song Shuhang said as he continued to wear that bright and devilish smile. Song Shuhang seemed to have completely lost his mind. Was it possible that pretending to be thrice reckless Mad Saber would make one receive the empowerment of the law of death seeking present in this world? Which would lead one to seek death more and more. It felt scary just thinking about it. Regardless, Song Shuhang was able to wittily avoid a calamity. When he took off his glasses and the crowd discovered that it was unexpectedly not Song Shuhang but another actor called Reckless Tyrant, the onlookers couldn't help but become lost. However, there were still many young maidens that got charmed by Reckless Tyrant's devilish smile, becoming fans of this actor playing a minor character. There was even a great number of young maidens who said that they'd definitely go to the movie theater to support my reckless and unrestrained life when it came out. Eventually, they all got signatures from Reckless Tyrant. Su Clan 7. Su Clan 16. Senior White wore a light smile as he silently recorded the entire process. Afterward, he sent it to the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. The 9 Provinces No. 1 group immediately became lively due to the video. Fairy Blossom, Soft Feather, Ia. How is this possible? When did Senior Thrice Reckless run to Jiangnan University Town? Isn't he still on our Spirit Butterfly Island? Venerable Spirit Butterfly. While watching the video, the sharp-eyed Venerable Spirit Butterfly caught sight of a brooch on the chest of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. This Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was actually little friend Song Shuhang. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, F***CK, who's this? Fairy Lychee, Thrice Reckless, that isn't you? True Monarch Northern River, that isn't Thrice Reckless? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, heaven, someone is actually impersonating Thrice Reckless Mad Saber? What a beautiful job. Who's this impersonating me, and can you not wear that disgusting smile? Since when did I have such a foolish smile? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber called out. Heavens, it's happening in Jiangnan University Town. I'll go and have a look. I happen to also be in Jiangnan University Town, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Fairy Dongfang 6, at Venerable White, Senior White, can you tell us who this Thrice Reckless is? Also, at Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, what the hell is this, heavens? Heavens, it's the pet phrase of a senior I met not too long ago. It's really catchy, so I couldn't help but learn it as well, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Heavens, which fellow Taoist came up with such a terrifying pet phrase? After picking it up, I can no longer stop using it. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team side. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, fellow Taoists, I've arrived at the scene, and I'll now conduct a live text broadcast on the current situation for everyone. It seems that together with the fake Thrice Reckless Mad Saber are Venerable White, Su Clan 16, and Sure. Venerable White and Sure are standing together next to a car, while Su Clan 16 is standing alone beside another car. F***CK. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber quickly sent a message. I see, it's you, isn't it? Su Clan 7. You must be carrying out your revenge on me. Heavens, it's fine if you just want to carry out your revenge, but can you not wear such a disgusting smile on your face after taking my appearance? It doesn't fit my face at all. Such a vulgar smile would only suit you. Don't tarnish my face with your disgusting smile. At this moment, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman wrote again. I also saw fellow Taoist Su Clan 7. He got out of the other side of the car and stood beside 16. In addition, there seems to be a crying old man beside fellow Taoist 7. He should be the loose cultivator, fellow Taoist sobbing old man. Thrice reckless mad saber, fellow Taoist 7 lives talisman, are you playing with me? Palace Master 7 lives talisman, I'm not playing with you. Just now, while I was live text broadcasting, fellow Taoist 7 was blocked by the car, and I couldn't see him from my point of view. When I got closer, I saw that 7 was together with the sobbing old man. Everything I'm saying is the truth. Palace Master 7 lives talisman was truly speaking the truth. Due to the countless vows that he'd made when he was young, he now treated words and actions with great caution for fear of accidentally making another vow. Nowadays, he would think thrice before saying something. As such, he would hardly ever lie. Thrice reckless mad saber. I'll continue broadcasting. The fake fellow Taoist thrice reckless is actually still giving his fans his signatures. To be honest, I feel that the smile of this fake thrice reckless mad saber is very charming, and he's even more handsome than the real thrice reckless. This can be seen from the amount of female fans he's attracting. By the way, I saw fellow Taoist Su Clan 7 bring out his phone and start fiddling with, it seems he will be coming online soon, Palace Master 7 lives added. As they were discussing, Su Clan 7 really got online. Right after getting online, he sent out a string of cold laughs. He. Although it was only a cold laugh sent through text, when thrice reckless mad saber saw that, he, his hair stood on ends. 7, it's not my fault this time. You can see from the chat history. This time, it was fellow Taoist 7 lives talisman who made me misunderstand things. This was all a misunderstanding. Thrice reckless mad saber said hurriedly. Su Clan 7 did not immediately reply. Palace Master 7 lives talisman, I see that fellow Taoist 7 is in deep thought, is he considering forgiving fellow Taoist thrice reckless? However, I feel like fellow Taoist 7 is a person who likes challenges, as long as he gets the opportunity to challenge someone else, he will definitely not let go of such an opportunity. If there isn't an opportunity to challenge someone, he would make one. Now that fellow Taoist thrice reckless is in a difficult position, I bet that fellow Taoist 7 will challenge him. On the night of the full moon in the following month, perhaps we can meet up at the Forbidden City once again and witness the battle between thrice reckless mad saber and Su Clan 7, 2 famous sabersmen in the 9 provinces number 1 group. In the end, will 7's saber prove to be stronger? Or will fellow Taoist thrice reckless saber prove to be the most reckless? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. True Monarch Yellow Mountain felt that when fellow Taoist 7 lives talisman did his live text broadcast, he exhibited a tendency to seek death. Although this tendency was very small, such tendencies had to be discouraged. Should he just mute fellow Taoist 7 lives talisman, allowing him to calm down and become more clear-headed? At this moment, Su Clan 7 answered, alright, since it's just a misunderstanding, then let's just pass it off with a laugh. Heavens! This isn't scientific. Palace Master 7 live talisman said. Heavens! This can't be real. True Monarch Northern River followed. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, Medicine Master sent a voice message. I shall elaborate on what Great Master Profound Principle is trying to convey. Forgiving someone else's mistake is a type of benevolence. There was some sort of magical tacit understanding between Medicine Master and Great Master Profound Principle. The two would be able to guess what the other was trying to express through a single word or emoji. It was mainly because one of them practiced silent meditation, while the other's typing speed was particularly slow that this tacit understanding was born. At this time, Su Clan 7 said, at thrice reckless mad saber, I originally wanted to stop this fake thrice reckless mad saber from continuing, but now, because of your distrust of me, I've become very aggrieved, and so this aggrieved me will no longer try to stop the fake thrice reckless. Thrice reckless mad saber, aggrieved your sheet face. Since when did you get such a fragile heart? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Oh, the scene has changed again. I'll continue to live text broadcast the current situation. Due to that fake thrice reckless exhibiting that handsome smile again and again, he attracted over several other female students that were intentionally trying to get close to him while asking for autographs and group pictures. Among them, some were deliberately trying to touch his body. Afterward, Su Clan 16 suddenly made a move. She went and dragged the fake thrice reckless away. Now, she has already dragged the fake thrice reckless up the stairs, leaving everyone else far behind. Wait, why would Su Clan 16 drag away the fake thrice reckless? Fairy Lychee asked the most important question. So, who is this fake thrice reckless? At Venerable White, True Monarch Northern River asked. Venerable White, 7 said to let fellow Taoist thrice reckless guess slowly. Well, we'll be going now. The first class in Jiangnan University Town is about to begin. We can't cause any more trouble. At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, who hadn't appeared for a long time, came online. It's little friend Song Shuhang, it's definitely him. From my rich disguising experience, I can see at a glance that this is little friend Song Shuhang. That's impossible, little friend Song Shuhang wouldn't seek death like this, Fairy Lychee said. In fact, her impression of Song Shuhang was that he was relatively a good guy. I don't think little friend Shuhang would seek death like this either, True Monarch Northern River said. But, looking back at little 16's actions, if the fake thrice reckless was really little friend Song Shuhang, then things would make sense, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Also, at Cave Lord Snow Wolf, when can I get my new driver's license? Fairy Dongfang 6, don't worry, I'll have it ready as soon as possible. However, the recent checks have been really strict, so it will take some time, Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. Heavens, what else could he do? If he didn't give Dongfang 6 her license, the first thing to get run over would be his home. Immortal Mater Copper Trigram, it's definitely little friend Song Shuhang. If I'm wrong, then I'll remove my makeup live and reveal my real face to everyone. Fairy Lychee, heavens, this can't be real. Su Clan 7, heavens, is this the end of the world? True Monarch Northern River, heavens, would have never thought that the shady fortune teller would reveal his true face. Am I dreaming? Medicine Master, heavens, since the shady fortune teller even dares to bet such a thing, it looks like there's a 90% chance that this fake thrice reckless is indeed little friend Song Shuhang. Since when was little friend Song Shuhang such a death seeker? I simply can't imagine it. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, Venerable White, truly regrettable. Even Senior White was curious about Immortal Master Copper Trigram's real face. Unfortunately, the one who was seeking death this time was really Song Shuhang. Therefore, there was no chance to actually see Copper Trigram removing his makeup and showing his real face. Wait, compared to whether or not this fake thrice reckless is actually Song Shuhang, there's an even more important matter. Shady fortune teller, you're out? And you can even surf the internet? True Monarch Northern River asked. After the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was kidnapped by a mysterious expert for breeding purposes, and no one saw him since that time. But now, he was unexpectedly online. Could it be that that mysterious senior got tired of playing with Immortal Master Copper Trigram and finally let him go? I'm not out yet, but today is a rare day when my phone has some signal, so I took the opportunity to go online and show my presence. If I didn't show up, I feel like you would all forget about me, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. In addition, I've found some interesting things here. Since there's still signal, I'll tell you about them. What interesting things? True Monarch Northern River asked curiously. Let's start with the story of the ancient heavenly city. I believe that the fellow Taoists in the group know some things about the ancient heavenly city, right? Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. Fairy Lychee, Fairy Lychee didn't want to talk about the matters related to the ancient heavenly city as of late, because she could very possibly be one of the twins that the Jade Lake Empress of the ancient heavenly city, Fairy Qinglin, had left behind when she reincarnated. This matter gave Fairy Lychee a headache. Did you know about this? It's very likely that there wasn't only one heavenly emperor in the ancient heavenly city. In the ancient heavenly city, there were very likely two, if not more, heavenly emperors, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. After that silver-haired woman captured him, he was able to come across two graves of the heavenly emperor on the island. The two heavenly emperors were apparently not the same person. There's such a thing? Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, said, astonished. From the tireless research conducted by their scholarly faction on the ancient heavenly city, they weren't able to find that there was more than one heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor, the strongest immortal after the sage, wasn't a single person. If there were really two or more heavenly emperors, then how did the first heavenly emperor pass away? Even if the strongest immortal after the sage died, there was no way they would die this quietly. There wasn't a single heavenly emperor, but probably two or more. Now that Fairy Lychee thought about it, did it have something to do with the collapse of the ancient heavenly city overnight? Besides the graves of the old and new heavenly emperors, there are many strange places where I'm at. I'll take some time to do more exploring, Immortal Master Copper Trigram added. Just when he was about to continue talking, he suddenly went offline. Heavens, I was having such a good chat. Immortal Master Copper Trigram swung his phone around, but there was no signal. Heavens, do you really think I won't dare to smash my head against a wall until I break it? Who knew when he would get a signal next? Immortal Master Copper Trigram was in deep despair at the moment. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, all the fellow Taoists were waiting for Immortal Master Copper Trigram to continue with his explosive news, but even after waiting for a while, they didn't receive any message. At Immortal Master Copper Trigram, are you still there? True Monarch Northern River asked. Unfortunately, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was already offline, and couldn't read Northern River's loose cultivator's question. From the looks of it, that shady fortune teller lost signal, Sioux Clan's 7 guessed. I'm not sure why, but when I think about the fact that that shady fortune teller was seized by a powerful expert and brought to a place with no internet connection, not only do I not feel sad, but I even find it funny. Am I too heartless? Fairy Lychee said. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, True Monarch Northern River, Fairy Lychee, don't worry. You aren't the only one. I feel the same. Sun Splitting Halberd Guada, new picture of a cute puppy. New picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. Sun Splitting Halberd Guada, wonderful. This new dog head rubbing combo is especially cool. In addition, you don't need to blame yourself, Fairy Lychee. The 9 provinces number 1 group is a friendly and united group, but there is nothing to be sad about when it comes to Immortal Master Copper Trigram's matter. Perhaps he will find real love this time, and everything will turn for the better. Let's give Immortal Master Copper Trigram our well wishes. Raise our glasses, and offer Copper Trigram our well wishes, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Raise your glasses. Lovers will finally become brother and sister, wait, I meant, husband and wife. Let's offer our well wishes to Immortal Master Copper Trigram, thrice reckless Mad Saber said. Now that Sioux Clan 16 had dragged away the fake thrice reckless Mad Saber was in a good mood. Lovers will finally become brother and sister. This sentence made my imagination run wild, said Island Master Tian Kong. I remember that the powerful expert that kidnapped Immortal Master Copper Trigram after the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City had 36 different forms, and could even change its gender. One can say that it was True Monarch White Crane's upgraded version. As for Immortal Master Copper Trigram, his form and gender are also ever-changing. Is it possible that immortal Master Copper Trigram and that mysterious silver-haired expert are really older brother and younger sister? Vice Island Master Tian Wei, elder brother, you are really an idiot. Copper Trigram is only at the 6th stage realm, while that silver-haired woman with the pig form was at least a 9th stage Tribulation transcender. How can they be older brother and younger sister? In my opinion, they are definitely older sister and younger brother. All the conversations in the 9 provinces number 1 group were like this. The topic of conversation would change very quickly and take strange turns. They had gone from discussing the identity of the fake thrice reckless to discussing lovers becoming brother and sister. It was unknown how the fellow Taoists of the group had managed to connect these two different topics. Right, Immortal Fairy Bichue's Immortal Feast will start very soon. Is there any of you that has an extra invitation to the Immortal Feast? I was too busy as of late, and I didn't have the time to collect the various ingredients needed to get an invitation. Now, the Immortal Feast is soon approaching, and my heart is about to crumble, Northern River's loose cultivator asked. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, fellow Taoist Northern River, you asked about it some time ago as well, right? Nevertheless, the number of people invited to the Immortal Feast was drastically reduced this time. Therefore, no one has an extra invitation. Sioux Clan 7, well. Northern River, I'd have had an extra invitation if you had asked me 2 days ago. But now, the day before yesterday, I ended up giving it to a junior of the Sioux Clan that was begging for it. This extra invitation Sioux Clan 7 was talking about was originally his own, but since he was suddenly forced to close up, it became something superfluous. True Monarch Northern River, I really want to meet the beautiful immortal Fairy Bichue face to face. Heavens, I have a blank invitation card. Senior Northern River, I can give it to you if you want it, Song Shuhang said after getting online. After Sioux Clan 16 dragged him away, he went to the remote corner of a corridor, and seized the opportunity to remove the effects of the shape-shifting brooch. Then, he activated Scholar Drunken XXX's talisman, became somewhat transparent, and quietly headed to his classroom. Oh, little friend Shuhang has returned. What about little 16? True Monarch Northern River said with a smile. 16 has already gone to the Fine Arts Department. She's the teacher of that department, Song Shuhang replied. This reply was equivalent to telling everyone that he was the one behind the matter related to the fake Thrice Reckless. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Song Shuhang, Senior Thrice Reckless, I'm sorry. Just now, I unknowingly assumed your appearance in the heat of the moment. If one had committed a mistake, they'd better admit it in the hope of receiving a lighter punishment. It's alright, I can understand. People can indeed perform a few actions they normally wouldn't in the heat of the moment. It happened to me as well, several times. I have high expectations of you, little friend Shuhang, but you have to remember the rule, reckless but no more than thrice. You always have to remember not to commit the same mistake 3 times, always. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber also attached a smiling emoji. Song Shuhang. At this time, he was suspecting that a disease named Thrice Reckless Disease truly existed in this world. Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang, in that case, I'll make a trip to Jiangnan University Town in the near future. You absolutely have to reserve that invitation to the Immortal Feast for me. Sure, Senior Northern River, Song Shuhang replied. In addition, according to the custom of the 9 provinces number 1 group, I will prepare something of equal value to give you in exchange. Is there anything you need? Northern River's loose cultivator asked. I'll probably need a few materials to arrange tribulation transcending formations in a few days, but if I have already transcended the tribulation by then, I'll need some materials to forge a life-bound magical treasure. Aside from these, right, I need magical clothes. A Taoist or scholarly robe can do, Song Shuhang said. The chest area of that beautiful Taoist robe he had exchanged from the Western monk had been blown up, and it was unknown if it could be repaired. In addition, with his realm increasing, that Taoist robe wasn't that suited for him anymore. Northern River's loose cultivator, in regards to materials to arrange tribulation transcending formations, I just transcended the tribulation myself and consumed them all. The same goes for the materials needed to forge a life-bound magical treasure. My 12 life-bound sword orbs basically consumed all my stockpile. As such, I think I can only exchange a Taoist robe with you. Wait a moment, I'll go look in my treasure house and see if there is any Taoist robe suited for you. No problem, Senior Northern River. Song Shuhang attached a smiling emoji. It would be wonderful if he could immediately get his hands on a high-quality Taoist robe. Having a good Taoist robe could greatly increase his chances of transcending the heavenly tribulation. Right. Little friend Shuhang, aside from Taoist and scholarly robes, do you accept other types of robes as well? Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly asked. It's not a kasaya, right? If it's a kasaya, allow me to refuse. Song Shuhang said after clenching his teeth. He had managed, with great difficulty, to exchange the kasaya True Monarch Yellow Mountain had given him the last time with the Western monk. If he got another kasaya now, his liver would truly be in pain. It's not a kasaya, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Actually, I do have some Taoist robes of the 3rd and 4th stage with me. However, these robes aren't that high in quality, and their value can't be compared to that of an invitation to the immortal feast. However, I have this special magical robe in my hands, with strong modern aura. A cultivator of the 3rd stage can wear it and use it directly until the initial phase of the 5th stage realm. It has ultra-high defensive power, and the materials used to manufacture it are very good. As such, if you don't need it anymore in the future, you can tear it down and use the materials to forge your life-bound magical treasure. It's this good? Song Shuhang said. Senior Northern River, can you send a picture so that I can take a look? Just what kind of appearance would an item with strong modern aura have? A cool windbreaker? A Western suit? Or perhaps a flashy hoodie? Sure, just wait a moment. I'll send you the picture, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Around 20 breaths later, Northern River's loose cultivator got online and sent the picture. Then, Song Shuhang saw. Iron Man. There was no mistaking. That was definitely a man of iron. It didn't have the appearance of a robot, but that of a human, and it looked incredibly lifelike. It even had holes in eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth. Was this that robe that had strong modern aura according to Senior Northern River? Truly spicy to the eye. Song Shuhang was unable to feel any modern aura from this man of iron. In addition, was this thing even a magical robe? It was clearly a statue of iron. How does it look? Northern River's loose cultivator asked. Song Shuhang, what can I say, very lifelike. Su Clan 7, exquisite. Fairy Lychee, the face is 3D. Thrice reckless mad saber, tall and slender build, not bad. Sun-splitting halberd Guada, pardon me for speaking this, but is that thing even a magical robe? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, that's Iron Man's statue. Fairy Dongfang 6, actually, I don't sense any modern aura from that iron statue. Fellow Taoist Northern River, did you send the right picture? Hehe, there is no mistaking. This is the right picture. In the past, I spent a lot of time to get my hands on this black iron godly armor. Don't judge it for its ordinary appearance. I can assure you that this is a good thing. Wait a moment. I'll make a video and allow you to learn something new, Northern River's loose cultivator said, full of confidence. Another 20 breaths later. Northern River's loose cultivator uploaded a video. In the video, Northern River's loose cultivator arrived in front of that black iron godly armor and made a hand seal, activating it. In the next moment, the armor flew up on its own, and its chest opened. Then, its 4 limbs and head separated from the rest of the body. Clang, clang, clang. Then, the head, torso, hands, and legs of the black iron godly armor attached themselves to Northern River's loose cultivator's body. The armor had the ability to automatically adapt to the build of its master. After wrapping up Northern River's loose cultivator, it automatically regulated its size to fit on his body. What now? Are you convinced? This armor doesn't even look like a cultivation-related product. It looks more like something out of a science fiction movie, Northern River's loose cultivator said smugly. One couldn't help but say that the black iron godly armor really gave off a technological feeling when worn. However, it also made one look rather ugly. In the meantime, next to Jiangnan University town's western gate, a young woman that was dragging a large suitcase along stopped. Then, she bent and took out her phone, looking at the screen. This is the place, Jiangnan University town. At the same time, a remote control device with a push button above accidentally fell from her pocket.